Now, today, we are gonna see, what if neglected Harry Potter teamed up with Tonks and had Death Eaters as his slave? Perry 2 inches join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the descriptio, and to support the original author for this beautiful creation. James was nodding and staring at the ball, rotating it slowly, as if looking for something. His hair was a tad bit longer than Harry's and continually fell over his glasses. Yeah, well, we'll have to fix that. Now that we can do magic, I think we'll have to make some sort of Fellydone like muggles have so that we can talk to each other without fireplaces. Yeah, my mum'd be right livid about that, making things based on muggle gadgets. If you think you're going to just con her with that smile again, you've gone. Shish, James said, one of his hands flipping up and down. Watch the master, he said proudly, and then pulled his hand back into an odd angle, twisting until his fingers came to stand on odd points. His eyes closed and his other hand moved along until every finger stopped. The sphere made a popping sound and grew wider, flattening out until it wasn't more than a few centimeters thick. Sirius gasped and reached for it, but James's hand was quicker and he thrust it into the blackness, making it disappear. Oh yeah, James said, smiling, it's a broom. He pulled his hand back out until the tip of a broom was showing and Sirius moaned with pleasure. He got it for me, he said happily. There was a knock on the door and James thrust the broom back down into the hole, and tossed the object back to Sirius. His wand was already out when the door began to open. Trolley dears, want anything? An elderly woman asked as her head poked into the door. Sirius smirked, but rattled his pockets and nodded. When the elderly lady disappeared, leaving the two with a great deal of sweets, Sirius reached into the device again, pulling out the broom. You're always so tense, James, you really need to relax. It's not like Ple are waiting outside the door to curse you. The boys laughed together and Harry watched them as they traded stories about the time they'd spent apart. James had had a wonderful time, getting to go to the Quidditch World Cup and even going into the players' lockers. He was saving the best for last, and when he pulled out a snitch signed by the Vratsa vultures, Sirius knocked him over trying to get to it. They wrestled around and finally James gave up, letting Sirius look at it while he told his story. Apparently the aunt he was sent to stay with was the same cousin Harry had the pleasure of meeting a few months before. Bellatrix Lestrange had told her mother to invite Sirius over, and so he'd been invited. At first it was because she needed a friend, but when Sirius had countered the MPTS, she found instead he was good to practice curses on. Since he wasn't the best child, her parents had also seen to it that he was taught manners, shown how a proper wizard should think. None of it seemed to have gone over very well with Sirius, though. He claimed to have enraged his cousin so much that she cursed him in the night to keep him from talking for a whole week. James had a good laugh as Sirius pulled out a little statue he'd talked about. Think they'll miss it, he snickered as he looked it over again carefully. They worship this thing and all it is a statue. Well, they're Slytherins, right? Or were. That makes more sense. Slytherins aren't there for their heads. Neither are Gryffindors, Sirius snickered. That's what you want to be, isn't it? James eyes him. So what do you want to be? Hufflepuff. Grinning, Sirius shook his head. That damned hat won't put me in there, or I'll tell it I refuse to accept and I won't take it off until it changes the house. So Ravenclaw then, James said, his grin breaking even wider. You want to go be one of their lot, nose stuck in a book all day. I could see you now walking around without even looking up. Sirius snorted, almost choking the piece of chocolate he'd just put in his mouth. The room began to fade, and Harry tried to reach for his father. He wanted to bring him to the world, he wanted to talk to him. Blackness engulfed him and another scene began to fade in. With a great deal of effort Harry pulled his head from the pensieve, finding himself staggering a little as he took a few steps backwards. He probably shouldn't have gone in as soon as he'd awoken, but then it was the only time he could be alone with it. It was a few days after his birthday, the first time he'd worked up enough courage to actually go into the pensieve. Now he was having a hard time. Seeing things in the pensieve was a good deal different from seeing pictures that moved or images in a mirror. He held his breath, focused and then looked around, trying to relieve some of the pain he was feeling. Tonks was lying in the bed, her eyes open, and even though it looked as if she were staring at him, he knew she was asleep. Her rhythmic breathing and lack of focus was the key. Occasionally he'd seen her sleep like this. It was usually when she was so exhausted that she fell asleep before hitting the bed. But sometimes, when there were noises, her eyes shot open without her waking up. Taking a moment to slow his breath down, Harry looked into the pensieve. He'd already sworn to himself that he would only watch 1 or 2 scenes a day, and if he watched them all now there would be nothing to see later in the day. Besides, he still had some work to do. Feeling slightly lighthearted, Harry padded out to the kitchen and proceeded to make an extravagant breakfast. He marked off the previous day on the calendar on the wall and went back to his room. Tonks' eyes were still open but no longer looked as if they were focused on him, but on a vase on the other side of the wall. Quietly he opened the trunk that Bambi was in and ran his hands along the egg. A few nights prior he'd almost had been caught in a clock tower, such an adventure. Like all the others he'd had, Bambi reminded him of the island, the game of Jack and of Darien. He never wanted to forget such things, but even now they were fading from his memory. Why, as though they'd happened in another lifetime. Harry grabbed the present Hermione had given him and pulled a quill from the inkwell on the desk, scribbling down another note. The last pages of the book contained things he'd been thinking about, things he wanted to learn or do. It started with show the others how to apparate. He'd been thinking about this for a long time. They were getting old. That apparating would be something that they could do legally, and it was really handy in situations like what had happened last year. He had just finished writing "Learn how to use the pensieve properly so I can remember everything." He looked back down to the book and underlined the word, everything. He hoped it was possible that certain things he had forgotten could be brought back. There was a slight squeak behind him and Harry flipped around quickly to see Tonks rolling out of bed. "Morning, Harry," she murmured as she walked past him, stopping to peek over his shoulder then continuing past the room. There was a muted yelp and a curse, and Harry knew she'd caught her toe on the cabinet for the 5th time in the past week. He smiled and stared at the door for a few minutes and had another thought. Quickly he turned back to the book and scribbled more words under where the quill had dripped a few splotches of ink. "See if Tonks will help me learn things to teach the DA." He sighed, then dropped the quill back into the inkwell and closed his book. He wanted to start training in force again. While Tonks had shown him a few things, there wasn't much they could do unless the were somewhere that no one would bother them about using magic. The dream he'd had the night before had been a pleasant one, about Hermione working with him in the library with Ginny and Luna interrupting to tell them they were late for DA meeting. Ron and Neville had been trying to teach the class when they'd finally arrived and everything was a mess. Harry laughed as he thought of the dream and though it was strange to think about it. The day passed slowly with Harry doing little more than going through prank books and scribbling notes about spells or tricks he might be able to use in a fight. He really wished that the twins had more books about things other than pranks. Tonks appeared again and Harry stared at her as she went through the drawers looking for something to wear. Her terry-cloth robe she wore was a bit big for her, but she loved to wear it, especially in the morning. "When are we going to get back to real training?" he questioned her as she found a white shirt with A.S. Ingle word printed in dark letters on the front. Harry thought it was a bit odd to wear a shirt that said Muggle on it when no one in the Muggle world would know what it meant. Briefly, Tonks paused, but went back to searching for a pair of pants. "When we have time, Harry, you know that I don't have much right now, and we can't do magic here anyway. Let's go back to the island then," Harry suggested quickly. The shirt in Tonks' hand dropped to the floor and Harry could hear her take a long breath of air. "So you can see Karina again?" Tonks asked sharply in a voice that was very unlike her. "You know she likes you a lot." "Karina was nice," Harry said quietly, wondering why Tonks was acting strange. "But I just had a lot more freedom there and I didn't always feel so miserable there." Reaching down, Tonks picked up the shirt and pulled a pair of pants up. "It's because of the charms they put up to keep everyone happy. It makes it for good business when everyone's a little more cheerful than usual. They can only do it because no one can stop them. It's a typical practice there." "We can't go back," she said quietly, I wish we could sometimes, but we can't, for a while at least. Maybe next summer, she added cheerfully. Perking up visibly, she turned and headed back to the bathroom. Harry didn't hear the words she tagged on the end with a sad frown. If you're still alive, W.H.N. The twins came home that evening. Tonks disappeared as usual, but Harry wasn't sure if she was going to work or not, thought for some reason he didn't think she had to. After cleaning up, Harry sat on his bed making further notes in his book, deciding what it was he wanted to teach to the DA. The first dozen pages were filled with dozens of ideas and ways in which he could teach. There was Neville, who always needed someone to be there. Even though he had done quite well, he still needed someone to keep him in good spirits. Hermione could take care of herself and possibly even help share the teaching load. She was apt at everything that he taught her. Ron needed more help than most of the members, but with Hermione around he always seemed to do all right. Ginny was good, Luna was smart, but she seemed to get distracted quite often. As Harry ticked off the members in his head, there was a crash and the front door clicked closed. In the other room he could hear hoarse giggling. Feeling odd, Harry placed his stuff on the dresser next to the bed and stood up. The door flew open proclaiming Tonks' entrance. She was standing there, half hunched over and looking sort of insane. The door banged against the wall and she looked over to it. Shush, she whispered into the air. It's late, everyone's asleep. One of her hands grabbed the door roughly and swung it to the door frame, lowing right before it snapped close and then moving tediously slow until the door clicked quietly. There, she whispered to herself and then whirled around. Just before the door had shut he could have sworn he saw two sets of eyes peeping from across the hall. Tonks straightened up a little and stared at Harry for a minute, trying to place him it seemed. Oh, she uttered in a half-slurred, half-surprised voice. You're supposed to be asleep. Harry stared at her for what seemed like hours, but it was no longer than a minute. When she stepped forward his eyes fell away and he stepped forward to help her as she stumbled towards the bed. She groaned twice and stopped, sort of waving in midair. Harry wasn't sure what was wrong with her. Tonks was not herself, he was well aware of that. When she finally came to rest right in front of him she leaned down just slightly. She wasn't much taller than him, and looked right into his eyes. You and I are friends, right? She said loudly, and her hand shot to her mouth as if she could stop the sound from coming out of her mouth. Her hand struck Harry on the face and he jumped backwards as a reflex. She giggled obnoxiously and her hand fell onto Harry's face as if it were some sort of apology. Before he jumped back he noticed a strong smell that seemed to be coming from her. Though he had never smelled it before he had a pretty good idea at it was and why she was acting this way. You're drunk, he whispered fiercely. Nuha, Tonks said, shaking her head far too vigorously. She paused, and dropped the tone of her voice. Don't get drunk. I'm just a little smashed. It's just fine, she said. Her hand came to a rest on Harry's face again. Happens all the time. Since Harry had been around her, he hadn't once noticed her coming home like this. He knew it was a lie. Come on, you need to lie down, you can't even walk straight, Harry said softly. For some reason he felt slightly betrayed inside though, he didn't like her like this. Shaking her head again forcefully Tonks blinked and almost fell over. Once she'd regained the balance she had somehow she looked at Harry and then flipped her head towards the restroom connected to their room. She said and then took several quick steps towards the door but never made it. Her head bobbed back and forth just a little bit before she leaned forward and threw up all over the hardwood floor. She began to slump to the ground but Harry moved forward and caught her. You're always so nice to me, Harry, and you never look at me like all the other men, she slurred. I just wish. She paused and brushed his hair away from his eyes. Harry was caught surprised when she reached down and kissed him on the lips. Harry panicked as he realized Tonks kissing him. The fact Tonks just vomited didn't help the already awkward situation. The kiss wasn't like the one he received from Cho Chang. It was still wet, but a different kind of wet, a putrid kind Harry did not like. Tonks obviously felt differently about the kiss and pressed harder into Harry. All Harry could smell was her vile breath under his nose. Harry broke away from Tonks almost as quickly as she kissed him. She looked at him like a lost child, then collapsed into his arms. Her dead weight made it difficult for Harry to keep hold of her. At the door Harry saw the twins standing there, gawking. "Help me," he muttered as he tried to drag her over to the bed. It only took a minute for both of them to rush forward and help him lay her in the bed. Harry ran for a rag right away, and once he'd gotten it he proceeded to clean her up a bit. The twins were staring at him when he went back for a bucket. It had been a long time, but Dudley had thrown up a lot when he was younger. Sometimes just to make Harry clean it up. "She kissed you," George said stupidly, "and you pulled away." "She's drunk," Harry pointed out. George shook his head. "You really need to learn a little more about her, Harry," he said quietly. "She's still quite aware of what's happening when she's drunk. She just does things that she'd refrain from doing otherwise." With a glance towards Tonks, Rye was on his knees cleaning up the mess. "Like what?" he asked before the twins walked off. He really did want to know more about her. She seemed to know everything about him and he'd barely heard a word about her. She took him to the island, and she had never said very much about how she'd ended up there other than she had been in trouble. Well, there was the time she came to the headquarters pretty meased up last year. Fred pointed out, and George followed him, laughing. "Yeah, well, Snape was there at the time and chastised her for coming to the headquarters in that state." Fred laughed. "Well, she never liked Snape much. She'd told us a few times before then, and, well, he won't ever forget your name," George snickered. Harry slopped the last bit of the waste into the bucket along with the rag and looked at them. "What does that mean?" he demanded. Fred and George looked at each other and then back to Harry, their faces spread so wide in a grin that Harry was hoping that they were joking. "Well, somehow Tonks learned this tattoo spell," George said seriously, even though his face was almost breaking with a grin. "I've never heard one like it." "She didn't," Harry whispered, his eyes wide. "Yep," Fred said, "right on his ass. I love Harry Potter," with a little heart on the end. "But, why?" Harry asked after they'd left the room. He was astonished that she had done such a thing. Harry dumped the foul water down the sink and rinsed the rag he had been using as he continued. "She'd barely knew me, if she even knew me at all. Nah, this was during term, after we'd left school. Mum can't keep us out of the order any longer. Anyway, she seemed to have heard some nasty things about your aunt and uncle before she'd gone out, and when Snape said some things about you afterwards, well, she didn't take it well." Fred said quietly. "Sure wish we'd thought of it," George added. "He'd have had a tattoo of the Gryffindor on his back." "But, how?" Harry asked incredulously as he wrung the rag out for the last time. "Snape wouldn't just let Tonks tattoo him, and there must have been someone else around to stop him." "The only one around other than us was," Fred started, but paused. They two looked between themselves and Harry knew who else was around. It was obvious, they had left a long time before it had happened. And afterwards, Tonks was in the hospital. "Sirius," he muttered. "Who would have helped if he could have?" "Oh, he did," George said quickly. "But Tonks had already knocked Snape out. He showed her where the best spot would be. While she was doing it, he watched the whole time. Looked as if he were about to win the Quidditch Cup. I think if he hadn't been worried about Dumbledore coming down on him, he would have added his name there as well." Harry blinked. "But why? Did Sirius tell her to do it?" "No, she was already on her way when Sirius came downstairs. He and Snape stayed out of each other's way whenever they were at the same place." Something occurred to Harry and he looked up, shaking his head. "But Snape, he was at Hogwarts every day." "Oh, he came by the headquarters a good bit, nights and weekends mostly, but he was always around," Fred pointed out. "Does anyone else know?" Harry asked, dropping his voice without thinking, as if he were trying to keep the secret from some invisible fiend. The twins shook their heads. "Remus was out on a mission and Mum was at home. It was just after she'd had a fight with us about joining the order, that's why we were there in the first place." "So why didn't anyone tell?" Harry asked, confused. The twins would have jumped at the idea to let everyone know such a thing. "Well, see, we were going to," George said. "But when Tonks woke up the next morning she knew what she'd done and she made all of swear not to tell anyone." Fred added quickly. "You told me." "Yeah, well, we're pretty sure that she'll only get a little mad at us, after all you're the one she kissed," Fred said, getting a L. It'll too personal for Harry, and he suddenly was feeling a little boxed in. Harry looked at Fred. And what's that supposed to mean? He demanded, knowing full well what Fred was implying. Well, free. Dee started, not sure how to say it without being too blatant. He had seen Harry in bad moods before, and now it seemed as though he was headed full bore into one. Nothing, George said, feeling the same way Fred was. You're tired, Harry. Go to bed, we can talk about things tomorrow. Harry glanced at the bedroom door, feeling terrified all of a sudden. He wasn't afraid in the same way he was afraid of Voldemort. What the difference was, though, he couldn't say. Closing his eye and gritting his teeth, he moved forward, opening the door and closing it behind him. He was already dressed for bed, but the smell that permeated through the room made him choke. He moved to the window and opened it to let the night air flow in. It was chilly, but he could bear that. Slowly he slipped into bed, thinking about what the twins had said and what Tonks had done. She'd kissed him. She had gotten pissed drunk, then come home, and kissed him. The twins seemed to think it was something that she wanted to do, something she wouldn't have done otherwise. But he remembered her eyes as she stared at him. There was something there, something he had never seen before. Shivering, he pulled the covers over him more and began to drift off. It wasn't long before he awoke, though. Tonks was shivering, and he could tell that it had been a bad idea to open the window. He started to roll to the side of the bed to close it, but Tonks caught the arm which had been lying in her side. Come closer, she said. Her words were still slightly slurred. Warm me up. But the window, Harry said, trying to get her to let go. She would not. She pulled him closer to him until she was holding his arm to her chest. He could hear her crying softly. Just keep me warm, Harry, please, Tonks whispered. Having no other choice, Harry slipped his other arm under her and pulled her as close as he could to him. It's all right, I've already cleaned everything up. You'll be fine tomorrow, he said, trying to make the best he could of the situation. You don't have to stay here, she said, and Harry could feel her body shake with the soft sobs as she tried to form words. I know I'm a screw-up and I'm not the right person for you. But every time I try and tell myself I can't be with you, you smile and tell me it's all right. The words she said meant so much that Harry almost pulled away to think. He knew he wasn't the best person for her to be saying this to. He didn't understand it as well as he would have liked to. Hermione would, but he couldn't think about Hermione while Tonks was crying right next to him. Shish, he whispered in her ear, holding her tighter. You need some sleep. It was all Harry could do, but it worked. Her soft sobbing died slowly and her body relaxed in his hold. At one point he began to pull his arm away from her, but she gripped it and he could hear her saying, "Don't let go." Something wasn't right. The moment Harry woke up he felt it. It wasn't the slight pulsating in his scar, he was used to that. The chilly air was different, but not something that was completely new. He had left the window open before. Then as the wind flicked against the back of his neck he remembered why he left the window open. It was like a great avalanche and his whole nervous system froze momentarily. One by one images of what had happened the night before flooded over him, and other images, things he didn't understand. There was the drunk Tonks puking, cleaning up, an imaginative idea of Snape laying on the ground as a drunk Tonks tattooed him. Then there was the moment he went to bed. But there was more, another face, and an image so vivid that Harry almost shot out of bed in surprise. Standing over the sink, Harry splashed water over his face repeatedly, trying to make the thought go away. Karina, everything was there. The club, oh he remembered the club, the girls, and the drinking. A taste filled his mouth and Harry spat it out, splashing more water on his face. He gripped the bayonet and stared at himself in the mirror, trying to make sense of everything. They were jumbled pictures, but it was there. Something had brought it back. Whatever wall there had been that had blocked out the memory had crumbled in only a moment. A shiver ran up Harry's spine. Everything that he did, everything that had happened confused him. He took a deep breath and remembered where he was, remembered that what had happened between him and Karina was the past. To top it all, when Harry walked back into the room, Tonks was waking up. He stared at her, surprised. Her face had changed. Is there something on my face? She asked even before opening her eyes. No, Harry mumbled but couldn't tear his eyes away from her. You changed. The hands, which had been lying out in front of her, jumped to her face, and then, a moment later, she pulled them away and she was normal again. Sorry, she mumbled. Go back, Harry said without thinking, completely unable to stop himself. He liked what she had looked like. Tonks stared at him but nodded slowly. Her face visibly relaxed and melted away, unlike when she usually had to screw up her face and concentrate. Is that what you really look like? He asked mutedly, staring at her. His stares seemed to bother her a good deal, but she didn't tell him that. Yes, she said as she nodded. When I have really strong emotions, I can't hold the morph I've taken. Strong emotions? Harry asked quietly, as he stepped towards her, wondering why she would have had such emotions. Last night you had strong emotions. Dolt, Tonks said, a soft smile on her face. Last night you held me like we were more than just, friends. Do you think that we could be more than just friends? I've been having these feelings every time I think about you, she said softly. And her hand started to move to her face again to cover it. Harry had still been unable to tear his eyes away from her. Before she'd been attractive, but now, in some way she was better. Maybe because she was younger. She didn't look more than 17 or 18. He reached forward and grabbed her hand. It's all right, I just have never seen the real you. Why do you hide your face anyway? I thought you were almost 30 when I first met you. You were younger than everyone else, but not young, he asked as he found a seat next to her. He wasn't sure what he was doing exactly, but he knew what the fluttering in his stomach was. When I first joined the Aurors, no one took me seriously because I looked like a little kid, she said sadly. I didn't age normally after I was 11. I think my body doesn't age like most people's, so when I first started I looked 14. It didn't take me long to discover that most of the guys wouldn't respect me until I was older looking, so I changed my appearance. Most people didn't even know that I was the same person. And you wouldn't believe how many people actually talked to me like a real person. So no one really knows what you look like anymore? Harry asked quietly. Tonks slipped her hand into his and held it for a second. When she finally answered, she spoke softly, but firmly. No one's seen my real face in almost 4 years. The fluttering in Harry's stomach became almost unbearable. But I'm showing you, Harry, because I don't think I would want you to know me any differently. Then, in a surprising gesture, closed her eyes and leaned towards him. He stuttered, staring at her, not knowing if he should kiss her or not. His heart was beating so fast that he thought it might break his chest right open. Shish, Tonks said, placing her finger to his lips. When she removed it, her own lips were so close that Harry had little choice but to accept it. When their lips touched, Harry felt the fluttering in his stomach disappear. One of his hands slipped around her as she pulled him down into a laying position on the bed. Though he didn't have any idea what to do, his body responded to her movement. And he continued to hold the kiss until he had almost run out of breath. He pulled away briefly and stared down at her, but he wanted more. He liked the kiss and he dropped his head to give one to her. He was too fast, unfortunately, and their noses collided. Harry pulled back again, not sure what to do. Underneath him, Tonks giggled slightly. It looked good, having her under him and laughing. But an image from before struck Harry hard. He'd been in the same position with Karina at one point. Harry jerked back harder, not sure how to react to it. Tonks was staring at him, her now blue eyes looking deeply disturbed. As if she had been rejected. Then the pain in his scar heightened so much that he fell over and screamed. His hands were covering the scar, as if they could somehow take away the pain. He could feel the blood flowing freely through his closed fingers, and he heard people in the background. Somewhere, in his mind, he could hear a cold laugh and a cruel voice whisper in his ear, he would never be allowed such happiness. Hogsmeade. Chapter 13. Hogsmeade. Harry. Tonks snapped from the corner of the room as he tried to sit up. I'm no healer, but it's pretty obvious that you're not going to recover for at least another few hours. Please let yourself rest. You'll never get better if you just try to push yourself every time you get hurt. Sighing, and with both the back of his neck and his forehead throbbing angrily at him, Harry laid back down on the bed. He looked around, and had a strong suspicion that they weren't at the Weasleys' residence anymore. Where are we? He asked, trying to peer out the window that was partially open on the far wall. There was a slight twinkling and he figured it was night and that was why he couldn't see anything. Hogsmeade, Tonks said wearily. You need sleep, Harry said, as he stared at her new face. He knew it was her because she was wearing a bracelet she never seemed to take off and she had the same voice. Her eyes air drooping and they had bags under them. There was even some redness in them and it looked like she might have been crying recently. What happened? Harry asked, finding the strength to rub his lightning scar. It was still pounding unbearably. He gasped quietly when he pulled away and found that there was a slight bit of blood still on it. Tonks didn't seem to notice though. I'll be all right. You're the one I'm worried about. You screamed bloody murder before you collapsed. Your head was bleeding like mad and I couldn't make it stop with any spells. Dumbledore showed up and I thought we should take you to St. Mungo's. But he stopped the majority of the bleeding and then told me it wouldn't be safe for you there. He doesn't seem to think many places are safe for you. Harry grinned weakly at her. And he thinks that you being around will help matters. It took a moment, but Tonks smiled back and Harry grinned wider. Already back to your same old witty self, I see, she said. Nothing's changed, has it? She asked, staring right at him. He could see her face change to the face she shown him what seemed like only a few minutes ago. There was a reply that sat on the tip of Harry's tongue, but he didn't say it. He knew what Tonks was talking about and he was afraid that if they did do something that she would be hurt and he didn't want that. He didn't want her as a target. He'd already done enough damage. Getting her into trouble with everyone. She may have been able to talk her way out of it, but she had been demoted because of it. I can't, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. The room was completely silent though and Tonks heard it clearly. He knows Tonks, that's why he attacked me. I can't have someone getting hurt because I have feelings for them. It's all right here. This room has some sort of spell on it. You can't have any magical connections in here. Nothing would work, portkey or flow, apparating. There's only one way to get in and that's through the door. You shouldn't have any scar attacks here. He could be standing outside the room and you wouldn't be able to connect with him. Even with the ability to do whatever he wanted it wasn't enough. If he put it off now he would be able to keep her away and not worry about it when they were outside the room. No, Harry said, his voice still a whisper and with conviction. It seemed as if he were trying to convince himself too. I don't think you understand. If he knows that you'll be a target. He'll always be there somewhere when you're not prepared. Yeah, Tonks said sarcastically and rolled her eyes. I joined the Orders so that I would be safe. And joining the Order was just because I couldn't find anything else to do besides sleep at night. Harry, I'm not afraid of him, I mean, maybe a little. But I am already a target for him. He knows I'm in the Order, I was at the Ministry last year. You don't understand, Harry pleaded, still trying to convince himself. Voldemort wants me more than anyone else. If there's any way he can get to me he'll use it. I can't just let something like. He paused and stared at Tonks for a few moments, trying to find the woe. RDS he could say and make it come out right, feelings make me do something that would get someone else hurt. Tonks had an extremely funny look on her face, and she looked sort of like a 17-year-old trying to get out of classes by faking a stomach ache. He'd seen the look before from Hermione, but it was when she was disappointed and torn about something he was doing or planning on doing. I meant it, Harry, Tonks said. What I said before, what I did before. I really like you, Harry. But you want to take the burden on yourself all the time even if it's not yours to carry. I do. And T know why the hell I can't just tell you off and try and forget, but I can't and, honestly, I really don't want to. The more she talked the more Harry wanted not to like her. But he couldn't. The butterflies that were flittering in his stomach only made matters worse. He just stared at her for a long time. It seemed that every time she blinked her eyes were closed longer and longer until she couldn't keep them open anymore. Her wand clattered to the floor and still she did not wake. Once Tonks had drifted off, Harry tried to sit up, which was very difficult. His head throbbed wickedly but he was able to press himself up against the headboard of the bed. His scar had begun bleeding again, dripping blood down his face, into his eyes. It stung like mad, but Harry only wiped it off, trying to ignore the pain that it caused. He pushed himself to the side of the bed and trembling took a step. The last attack had made him understand something he'd thought on before but never truly acted upon. He caused pain and death to others and he did not want such to be. Voldemort had found him, at the Dursleys and then at the headquarters. He was going to great lengths to track Harry no matter where he was. Harry was going to rely on that and leave, go somewhere far away where Voldemort would follow. Hopefully he would be able to sneak away from Tonks without her knowing. Harry stopped, head himself as he finally got his feet to the floor. If he only waited a day he would have full strength and be able to sneak out already. It was then that Harry had an epiphany. He was sitting on the edge of his bed and he felt weak. His head and neck throbbing horribly. At the door sat Tonks, someone who seemed to care for him. Somewhere, not far away was Hogwarts, the school where he'd learned magic and could learn how to stop Voldemort. Lupin had once told him he could understand if Harry couldn't get the Patronus charm right because he was a child, but then Harry had done it because he knew he could. Just like fourth year, when he'd beaten a dragon with a broomstick, which was no small task. In fifth year it should have been so obvious when Hermione had started the DA, there was a reason that he was elected to lead them. A reason he was teaching the meetings. He could do it. He had been doing things most thought impossible even before he could remember. Now all he had to do was force himself to learn. He wasn't sure how much time passed as his brain began to form ideas. The pensieve was an amazing tool and he suddenly wanted to take advantage of it for more than the memories held within. He could remember incidents, spells he had seen, spells he could use against Voldemort, but the only way he would be able to learn them was with the pensieve. Then there was the DA. Air was so much he could train them with, he would push them to learn more, try to discover their strong points and focusing on them. He'd need more help. Hermione was good at that. Hermione and Ron, he'd have to make them work harder. They were his friends, and if they were going to stay as his friends they'd need to be able to protect themselves even better. Last was Tonks. Harry stared at her from his position. Her head was up against the wall and she had a calm look on her face, a slight smile even. The frown of concentration on his face lightened as he remembered her kissing him. He touched his own lips. It had been so much different from when Cho had kissed him. It was like night and day. He'd felt something when she kissed him. Just before Voldemort felt the need to cause him such pain, he'd felt something. If he was ever going to let Tonks do that again he would have to be able to block Voldemort, keep him from reaching into his mind and taking those thoughts. And he'd have to stop him. And in the end, Harry's grip tightened on the blankets on his bed. In the end he'd have to kill him. After focusing so much on what he was going to do he took in the room. There was a table, with Hedwig's cage on it. He assumed that she was off hunting or something similar. There were 3 trunks sitting in the corner, 2 Harry recognized, one being Bambi's and one being Tonks. His possessions, the few he had now, were in Tonks' trunk. And last was the small box that had Sirius carved into the bottom slat of wood, the pensieve which was now his most treasured possession because of the memories it held. How much time Harry spent thinking, he wasn't sure, but there was a deep intake of breath and then a little snort and Tonks' head shot up. Her eyes wide, and roving the room. When they landed on Harry he saw them light up and a panicked smile filled her face. "How long did I sleep?" she asked insistently. "Only a few minutes," Harry lied, trying to make her feel better. "You're tired. You should get some more rest. There's a bed here, and it's big enough for both of us. Just put something in front of the door so that if anyone tries to force it open we'll hear them. You can't protect me if you don't have enough rest." The smile on her face widened as Tonks spoke. "You don't mind sharing the bed then?" she said happily. "No," Harry said quietly, "it'll be nice to have someone next to me again. I'm already beginning to miss it." A few minutes later, after Tonks had shoved a table in front of the door and then propped a piece of wood up against the handle, she was helping Harry lie back down. She glanced to the door and then commented that it wasn't the safest way to do it. "It'll be all right," Harry said smiling to her. "I may not be the quickest out of bed right now. But I got some rest and I can listen for people." Tonks smiled again and slipped into the bed next to Harry, putting her arm around him. "Yes, it'll always be all right," won't it? The next morning, when Tonks had gotten enough sleep and the throbbing had ebbed, Harry found himself in the middle of Hogsmeade, with poisonously blue hair, spiked like a hedgehog. The scar was no longer present on his forehead. They walked along, under an umbrella because of the unbearable torrential rain. It had not ceased since the beginning of the summer. Tonks said it was even worse here, and though the lightning, which had struck both Harry and Tonks, was not around, bursts of it still flashed in the night air followed by the rumbling of thunder. Underneath the blue his face shone brightly, a dark color, even darker than a good tan. It looked like some of the foreign wizards he'd run across while they were on eQuasarus. Harry even had a crisp accent that made it hard for Tonks to not laugh at him every time he spoke. It wasn't the best, he knew that, but then he hadn't practiced becoming other people as much as he wanted. Even the time he'd spent doing it at the hole wasn't enough. The color of his eyes had been changed as well. Tonks was getting very good at making him someone else, and Harry would have tried it if he wasn't worried about getting expelled. He was satisfied with watching carefully. He could review it in his pensieve later and try it over and over again. And as soon as he learned it, he'd take it to the DA members. They could certainly use it for something. Come on then. Tonks nudged him on as they entered the Hogsmeade branch of Gringotts. She walked right up to one of the goblins standing to the side, showed him something and then motioned for Harry to follow her. A goblin was suddenly at her side and he led them out of the room and into a stone passage. Everything was familiar to Harry and he just tagged along, trying to be sure to keep an extra specia. While the cart rocketed them through the passages. His eyes spotted a long wisp of a tail down a corridor and he decided that the rumors, that dragons guarded some of the vaults, were true. When they finally reached his vault, after a longer ride than Harry remembered, Tonks was bracing herself on the side of the cart. Redblood, she asked, addressing the goblin by name, can we go a bit slower on the way back? Cart only goes one speed, the goblin said with a wicked sort of grin. He seemed to be enjoying the ride. The goblin waddled out of the cart and took Harry's key, placing it inside the vault. Harry made his way in as quickly as possible. Tonks had told him that he needed to get things done quickly. The less time they were out, the less time he could be felt. The vault was the same one he had been to while coming from Diagon Alley, which surprised him, and he realized that they must connect somehow in the endless tunnels. When Harry had filled this time, he noticed how much his account had changed. Now, instead of a hefty pile, his account was dwindling. In the beginning he was sure it had been a great amount of money, but now he'd gone through almost half of it. He'd have enough to end the school years easily, but after that it wouldn't last long. When Harry exited, his money bag filled to the brim, Redblood looked him over a second time. His lip curled slightly, but he never said anything. For some reason Harry felt that the goblin didn't seem to like him very much. Outside of the bank, after Tonks had taken a minute to get her feet to walk in a straight line, they were walking down the street towards the shops. Something struck Harry in the ass and he turned around to see a huge grin plastered on a new Tonks' face. He couldn't miss this face. She looked slightly younger than normal, with short bright green hair and spikes that poked out of it like a pincushion. They were quite the pair, the two of them, but while making an odd couple, they didn't look like Harry and Tonks. Several of the witches they'd seen looked at both of them with revulsion, and one lady ensured she whispered loud enough that it reached Harry's ear that Tonks' hair reminded her of an ogre. Tonks laughed and stuck her tongue out at the lady, a huge wart suddenly gracing the tip of her nose. You're such a child sometimes, Harry muttered to her. Have some fun, Sly, Tonks said, making sure to emphasize the name he'd been given while they walked around. Tonks wanted to keep from calling him Harry just in case someone saw through his disguise. She seemed to like the nickname that Darian had given him. You haven't even been outside in weeks and now you're as grim as you were inside. We still need to get all my books, Harry muttered, and I need new robes and potion supplies. Then there's the parchments and quills, gloves, cauldron, scales. He ticked off everything in his head which he figured he would need. And of course, a trunk. Mine was burned up with everything else in it. You didn't see the one I'd got for you? Tonks asked, stopping. Harry looked up at her inquisitively. That's mine. Tonks nodded, a huge grin plastered on her face. See, My mum owns a shop in France and we figured since the pensieve was sort of serious gift to you we'd get you something else you'd need. That trunk is one of the latest models, there's an enormous amount of space inside even though it looks small. I reckon you could live in the thing if you were bent on it. Not that you'd have enough room to set up a kitchen or living room. Having seen a trunk that was sort of similar, Harry nodded in understanding. He'd have to look into it later and find out exactly what it was like. If it was like Moody's trunk, there was a whole lot more to it than what Tonks had said. Robes first then, Tonks announced and then scampered down the street like a giddy schoolgirl. It took Harry a minute to catch her, and when he finally did it was in front of Gladrag's wizard wear. This way, she said happily. Let's get you some robes. Inside, Harry was met with an elderly attendant who looked at Harry rather loathingly. Can I help you? She asked in a silky voice. Or are you just browsing? Harry looked a bit startled, but then when he realized what they must look like, neither wearing anything that looked remotely new, and Tonks even dressed much more like a muggle. Yes, Harry said, meeting her silky voice with a very determined look. I need some school robes this year. After an unfortunate accident I no longer have any at all. The old witch looked at him for a few minutes longer. All right then, she muttered, what'll you be needing? 3 plain black robes, a couple of black cloaks and I think that's good, Harry said, making sure to use his strong accent. But Tonks cut him off before he could finish. He'll be getting a crimson robe or 2, and one that's a dress robe as well. I've also got another question. Do you carry defense robes, level 4? It seemed, until Tonks had asked her that question, the lady hadn't even bothered to really notice them. She didn't care one bit if they shopped there or not. She was barely even paying attention even while they spoke to her. However, once the question had been raised, a sharp eye roamed over Harry and Tonks, her half-smile fading to a grimace. What do you want robes like that for? You've got to have special aura credentials to get something like. She paused as Tonks showed her something that was concealed in her palm. The attendant winced and then nodded with a sigh. He'll be the one needing the defense robes. When Tonks nodded, the lady turned her back to them and then yelled. Emily, Emily, get your ass out here. I need you to do a fitting for this nice young man. A young lady appeared a minute later and nodded without saying a word. She looked from Tonks to Harry and then turned towards the old lady. The boy, she said sharply, and pointed as if she hadn't been specific enough the first time. The young woman nodded just barely and then turned, motioning for them follow her. She disappeared behind the same curtain she'd just come through. On the other side of a curtain, she had Harry stand on a small stool and proceeded to measure him. Hi Emily, Tonks said, being her usually perky self and watching like a child. When Emily had finished measuring Harry's chest, and had started to move further down, Tonks grabbed her hand. We're going to be getting him some very special robes, so you might want to make sure that the measurements aren't even a millimeter off. Harry followed Emily's eyes to Tonks and then looked at the grin on Tonks' face. What does that mean? He asked suspiciously, but before he could do anything else, his shirt was being lifted from his body. I'm not getting naked in front of some strange girl. He yelped, finding himself unable to stop what was happening. So you'll get naked in front of me? Tonks questioned, the sparkle in her eyes undeniable. Oh come on Harry, it's not like I never saw you. Harry blushed brightly and coughed. Just kidding. Tonks winked, and Emily smiled. It was the first time Harry had seen any emotion on Emily's face. See, look, you even made this pretty girl smile. Don't worry, we're not going to get you completely naked. You'll still be in your unmentionables. Grinning, and bearing it. While he was stripped down, Harry looked to Tonks. What are defense robes? You'll see. I figure you could use some or when we get into cursing each other. You're going to need something that'll absorb the force of some of the spells. They absorb spells? Harry asked incredulously. Well, not exactly, Tonks said, her face scrunched up thinking. You ever see someone try to curse a giant? Harry shook his head, but then recalled seeing Hagrid being cursed from the window the end of the previous year. What about a dragon? Tonks asked before Harry could answer. He had seen a dragon cursed. It had taken at least 7 fully trained wizards per dragon, each with very focused stunning spells to even slow it. Yeah, 4th year, We had to get past them for the Triwizard Tournament. Emily stopped measuring and she was looking up at him funny. When Harry glanced back down, she quickly returned to her measuring. She was finished a few minutes later, and had a notepad with at least 24 numbers on it. Harry had never seen that many numbers when he'd been fitted before. Why do the numbers need to be so specific? Harry asked Tonks once Emily had disappeared. Well, see, these robes aren't exactly normal robes. There are 2 layers to them. One's made of, well, it depends. Usually dragon's hide or basilisk skin. They have the same properties in most cases, just sometimes it's hard to get a hold of one or the other. Dragons and basilisks are similar. Harry questioned her, intrigued. Tonks looked at him like he was stupid. Yeah, you didn't know. Their skin's not the same material, but it has similar properties. Anyway, they're not the same species, but you got to figure they had some ancestor that's similar. Dragons are a lot like snakes in many ways, just they're a good deal bigger. Have limbs and breath fire. She paused for a second. You're a parselmouth, right? So, well, I figure, Tonks said, looking as if she'd made some great discovery. Dragons, they're a lot like snakes. And if you can speak to snakes, you should be able to speak to dragons, right? Harry looked aghast. No, he said, shaking off the thought. If he'd known that he might have taken a different approach to the dragon a couple years before, Hermione should have known that. It wasn't like he was going to run into a dragon every day, but it'd sure be a good thing to know. But they roar and snort. I never heard them hissing. Did you try to talk to them? Tonks said, smirking. No, Harry repeated. It had never even occurred to him. They weren't snakes. Why would they be able to speak parselmouth? I mean, no, I never tried. Are you sure that people could? I mean, you don't really think they could talk to you? After Harry had finally gotten out what he'd meant to say, Tonks patted him on the head. Well, it's what I figure anyway. I don't know anyone other than you that speaks parselmouth. In fact, I don't think there's been one in a good 200 years. Aren't they a bit more like lizards? Harry asked, as it suddenly occurred to him that dragons were more like huge lizards. Dunno. Tonks shrugged again. Ever tried speaking to a lizard in Parseltongue? No. Harry shook his head. Do you think they speak Parseltongue too? But before Tonks could answer, the curtain moved again and Emily appeared quietly on the other side of the room. Her eyes were wide, and Harry suspected she had heard more than a little part of the conversation. If she knew anything about the Triwizard Tournament, or about him, she'd probably be able to figure out who he was. Anyway, Tonks continued, paying no mind as Emily used her wand on some material in the room. One of the layers dragons hide usually is the inner layer. It's usually brushed and smoothed out, so it's very comfortable. The outer layer is made of Graphorn's hide, not nearly as thin or comfortable. But it's a lot like dragon's hide, repels a good deal of curses. Not the same, mind you, that's why they're used in conjunction. Between both the hides, not many of the weaker spells get through at all, and the strong ones are not quite as damaging. Emily moved forward again and she disappeared through another door that wasn't headed to the front. This door was much closer to them. The reason they've got to be measured specifically for you is that they're custom fitted so that they fit you exactly. Like as if it was part of your skin in most areas. They'll have to add a few more yards of it with a special spell so that it grows to you, but you'll have to be getting a new set by the time you're finished growing. Are they expensive? Harry asked, suddenly feeling that the money he'd brought wouldn't be enough. Tonks shook her head. Don't worry about it, I've got your robes covered. When Emily came back, she had several robes in her hand. A slip of paper sat on top and Tonks took the sheet while Harry took the robes. Emily nodded and smiled, taking them from him one by one and folding them, placing them into a bag for Harry. How long will this take? Tonks questioned Emily after she'd finished making some marks on the paper. The special order robes will be ready in 3 days. Well, I'll have the shipment of materials tomorrow to finish it up, and it'll take some time to do the specialization, came a voice from the door in the front. The First Lady, the one that had looked at them oddly, was standing there. Emily can't speak, so it's no use to ask her questions. She hasn't been able to since her parents died 3 years ago. Harry looked over to Emily and saw that she had the saddest eyes suddenly. It was as if that something inside her eyes had drooped. He frowned and suddenly felt sorry for her, but he couldn't say anything. "Come on," Tonks said, taking Harry's hand. "How'll you be paying?" the attendant asked quickly. Harry just pulled out his money bag. Tonks stopped him however. She dropped a slip of paper on the counter and waited while the attendant read it. That seemed to be the end of it. "Come on then, Harry," Tonks continued, taking Harry's hand again and pulling him along with her. Outside, Tonks found a bench and handed Harry his letter from Hogwarts, which she'd been holding until now. Harry wasn't sure why she'd kept it hidden until now, but she had informed him she'd had it. He went over the list quickly, not paying all the much attention. The list was pretty standard, and Harry just pocketed it when he was done. He'd need it for when he began purchasing things. What was behind it was more interesting. He hadn't forgotten his owls completely. They just stayed at the back of his mind most of the time. Ministry of Magic, Wizarding Examinations Office. Dear Mr. Potter, we have the pleasure to inform you that the results to your ordinary wizarding level exams have been tallied. The ordinary wizarding levels, henceforth called OWLs, are graded on an academic curve, in order to fit the constant and necessary evolution of teacher and student capabilities. This grading process is a protocol which the Ministry has adhered to for a century, and any questions to the validity may be addressed to Herman Gragen, Wizarding Examinations Office. The results for the OWLs are available at the Wizarding Examination Office in the Ministry of Magic because of their great importance. Those with sufficient reason may view them at any time. Show. LD you want these results made confidential, please reply to this post at any time. Attached is a copy of the notes taken during tests, if any were taken. Due to restrictions and security precautions, NY written examinations are not returned. Any questions regarding scores can be addressed to Bertrude Filter, Wizarding Examinations Office. Please read the attached results carefully. These results are important to witches and wizards, playing a vital role in future prospects and decisions. We encourage you to begin preparation for the NEWTs, which will take place at the end of your 7th year. Enjoy your summer. Yours sincerely, Griselda Marchbanks, head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Harry struggled as he looked at the results at the end of the note. If he was getting his results based on other members of his year, then he hoped he didn't do so badly in potions. He needed an outstanding in potions to get into the NEWT potions course. He really wanted to be an Auror, and if it meant dealing with Snape for another 2 years, he hoped he'd be able to bear it. Hermione would be there at least, even if Ron didn't make it. Your grades are as follows. O. Outstanding. E. Exceeding expectation. A. Acceptable. P. Poor. D. Dreadful. You must receive an A acceptable to get an OWL. 1 owl is available per exam, 1 written, 1 practical in most classes. Astronomy. Overall grade. P. Written. P. Practical. P. Care of magical creatures. Overall grade. O. Written. E. Practical. O. Charms. Overall grade. E. Written. E. Practical. E. Defense against dark arts. Overall grade. O. Written. O. Practical. O. Divination. Overall grade. P. Written. P. Practical. P. Herbology. Overall grade. E. Written. A. Practical. E. History of Magic. Overall grade. P. Written. P. Potions. OV. Aeral grade. E. Written. E. Practical. E. Transfiguration. Overall grade. E. Written. E. Practical. E. According to testing criteria, you have received 12 OWLs. Harry choked and frowned. 12 OWLs. That wasn't right, but it seemed that was correct. If he'd gotten 12 OWLs, how was it that Fred and George, who were quite adept with some particulars because of the way they worked with potions and strange charms all the time, had received 4? Percy, the prefect, had gotten 12 OWLs. If Harry had gotten 12, how did Hermione fare? It occurred to him that even though he'd done better than he thought in potions, he hadn't gotten a grade good enough to get into Snape's class next year. He wondered if he could ever be anything else. Wood had gone into Quidditch, maybe he could do that. Come on, Harry, Tonks said, hopping up. It can't be that bad. Stunned Harry looked up to Tonks, grinning face, and he couldn't do anything but smile along with her. That's better, she said, smiling brighter. They can't be as bad as you think. No, Harry said quietly. I didn't get an outstanding in potions, so I won't get into Snape's class. It means I can't be an Auror. Why's that? I need potions to become an Auror, Harry said sadly. Well, Tonks said, stepping back, and looking at him funny. It's better than having a newt in history of magic, but it's not a requirement. Besides, if you work at it, I'm sure that you could take the newt test even without taking the class. You'd just have to do a lot of studying on your own. Blinking, Harry thought about what she was saying. He wouldn't mind taking lessons from Hermione, if she was up to it. But knowing her, she'd have taken as many classes as she'd done the previous year, and she barely managed those. McGonagall had sworn she'd help him become an Auror, though. Maybe she'd have some ideas. He'd have to talk to her about what he could do. The apothecary next then, Tonks announced, dragging Harry behind her once more. Harry didn't resist, but he wondered how he'd know what he was going to need. Inside the local apothecary, Harry purchased a whole new set of supplies. Tonks made things easy, announcing he was starting the newt potions class, and he had forgotten his list, so he wasn't sure what he'd need. The attendant didn't care. He was running around instantly, collecting supplies. Once Harry had paid for everything, getting a new set of cauldrons as well, he walked out with a huge bag filled to the brim with supplies. For potions, Tonks had also insisted to the attendant that Harry get everything he might possibly use, which ended up being a lot more than he thought he'd need. All right, let's get your books. There's a few more you need to get if you're going to be studying to be an Auror, though. They collected the books at the store, getting 3 more than what was asked for on the list, and then went to pay for their order. The attendant in this shop was young, and he looked over the books, stopping on the last one, and snorted. Want to be an Auror, he asked, as if it were some great joke. Harry just nodded, but the attendant didn't stop. His eyes, which had looked over Harry and Tonks with disgust, connected with Harry's eyes. Don't think you've got what it takes, might as well give it up. Now, hey, Tonks growled next to Harry. Your job's to sell us books. What's the total? The boy's eyes broke contact from Harry and roamed over Tonks again, settling on her chest. Don't think you've got much of a career as an Auror either. Though, I could think of some things you'd be good at. A deep-seated rage suddenly filled Harry, and he almost reached out and grabbed the boy by the neck. He didn't like it that the boy was making fun of Tonks and trying to flirt with her. Sly, Tonks said quietly. Keep calm. This boy isn't worth a canute. If we get into trouble again, I don't think we'll be able to slip out of it as easy. My brother's out of the country on assignment, he can't just slip us through the cracks so easy this time. I know you don't like the kid, but he's really not worth it. Please don't kill him. The attendant's mouth opened, and then shut. He turned from Tonks back to Harry, fear in his eyes. It took Harry a minute, but he caught on to Tonks' game. She'd done this a lot, and he was growing to like them. Can't we just break a few bones? He growled. His wand appearing in his hand so quickly the attendant took a step backwards. Or cut off a finger. My collection isn't as big as it used to be. That stupid woman I live with likes to sneak them away one by one when I'm not looking. After another gaping look, mouth opening and closing, the attendant quickly wrote the total down for Harry. After they'd paid and left the store, Harry turned to Tonks, grinning. Why do you always play games like that? Harry asked as Tonks tripped over a bench. He almost laughed, but instead dropped his bags and grabbed her before she fell to the ground. Why are you always tripping over things? Harry questioned after he'd picked his bags back up and they were headed towards Dervish and Bangs to get more equipment. There was no answer even after Harry had collected the rest of his items, and they headed back towards the Hog's Head, where they had a room. In fact, after Harry had questioned Tonks, there were no words spoken between them at all, not for almost 2 hours. They'd gotten back to the room and Harry was examining the new trunk when Tonks finally did speak. Dumbledore wants you to go to Hogwarts tomorrow. It's still a week before school starts, but he would rather have you there than anywhere else. He's making the necessary arrangements right now. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter 14. Return to Hogwarts. After tonight we won't be able to do this, Tonks said as she held Harry a little tighter. It was the same thought Harry was having. He had gotten to know Tonks so well in the past few months that he almost felt more comfortable sleeping with her at his side than sleeping alone. He never thought he'd feel that way. Struggling about what to say, Harry pulled her arm closer. "I know," he whispered. "You're going to still come and teach me things sometimes, right? Like on Hogsmeade's weekends or weekends you can get off." "Yeah, I'll come to the castle as much as I can. I'm sure I could pose as some giggling schoolgirl and never even be noticed." "Not if you're around me," Harry said sadly. "Everyone always knows what goes on around me." There was a silence that followed his comment, and Harry could hear Tonks thinking. He didn't prefer to talk about himself, especially if this was the last night. "I'm going to miss everything," he whispered. "The broom races and the games. It was fun to learn aura tricks, and I wish we could do more." "Yeah," Tonks said distantly. Going back to the island was interesting. Harry thought about the island, the forever grinning Darian, Rihanna and Karina. He shivered when he thought about Rina and shoved the memory from his mind. He didn't want to remember the night he'd spent with her. There was Jack, which he wondered if he could play it again anytime soon. No one apparated in Hogwarts grounds, so he was sure that he couldn't do it here. Something came to mind when he thought about the island. A word Darian explanation Tonks had given him, a word that meant nothing to him. "Tonks," he asked, "what is Viatarian?" There was a quick intake of breath and Harry could hear her heart beating faster. She did refrain from an immediate response though. "Harry," she asked, "do you know what the Mafia is?" It was an odd question. He'd heard the word Mafia before. Vernon had used it a great deal a few years prior, when there was a scandal within Grunnings, the company he worked for. Apparently one of the managers within the company had ties to the Mafia and had been using the company to launder money. The whole thing had made Vernon seriously nervous, but the company had come to and since it wasn't in Vernon's department he'd had little to do with it. "A gang?" Harry asked tentatively. He was sure it was some sort of large illegal gang. Vernon had never offered a full explanation. Tonks giggled. "That's a bit of an understatement," she said, rolling Harry so that he was facing her. He didn't resist. The Mafia is a very old group of organized crime originating in Italy. Several countries have different forms of it. This group is secretive and powerful, holding a great deal of sway in politics. They also have a lot of money. If Muggles have such powerful groups, it is obvious that something like that would grow in the magical world as well. Harry just stared at her. Of course there were bad gangs in the magical world. Voldemort and his were one of them. Here's a group that controls a large portion of the wizarding world through its influence, though not so much in England, but in other countries. They're very secretive and few people know much about them. There are of course rumors that spread, as with all things, but most of them are fantasy. This group is very careful about their dealings, rarely coming out into the open. In order to join group you must meet certain prerequisites. They never approach people without a very good understanding of the person. But, somehow a long time ago, I was approached. She paused, rubbing her inner arm unconsciously. I was a bit of a rebel then, a black dragon in the family. I had gone to Hogwarts for a couple of years but decided I didn't like it there, so I went to my aunt's on Icaria for a MMER and decided I'd rather stay there than go back. I took schooling there some of the time, but mostly I got into a gang and we played games with the tourists to cheat them out of their money. You got a taste of the sort of thing I did. Meeting Darian and his group. Back then I was even worse. My aunt died while I was there, and no one even knew I'd had an aunt. I spent very little time at her place until after she died. And I took it over after that. I was only 15 but I was smart and never told anyone what had happened. By that time I had gained quite a reputation on the street. No one knew exactly who I really was. They didn't know how old I was or what I really looked like. I wasn't the best with my abilities then, but I could change my face pretty well. I even had a name on the street. She paused for a second and smiled blandly. They called my nymph. That's all anyone ever knew me by. I was the best and everyone knew it. My parents wrote me constantly, trying to find out where I was. It hadn't taken them all that long to figure out my aunt had died. She quit writing them about me, and they got scared. When they showed up to find me they were met with someone who had taken over my aunt's house and didn't know me at all. So all they could do was go back home. My parents knew I had metamorph abilities, but didn't realize I was able to change into different people. No one in the family had ever had the abilities and no one was quite sure how much I could do. Tonks stopped for a minute and pulled the covers back, slipping out of bed. Harry had a chance to think about what she was saying. Sometimes he wished he could run away and go to a place like eQuasarus. His aunt and uncle wouldn't come and look for him though, they'd be glad to be rid of him. Tonks read a glass of water from the pitcher and after drinking it returned to bed. It didn't look as if she needed the water, but rather to get up and think about things for a minute. When I was first approached I didn't even realize it. Someone gave me a tip about a pair of tourists on vacation and I played games with them until I finally swindled them out of most of their money. The person returned after I was done with the couple. They weren't really tourists, they'd just been testing me. Apparently I passed. You hear about powerful people on the streets, about people that can make things happen. But I never thought I'd meet one of them. I was just a street bum who was good at what I did. So, when they approached me with an offer to be tested further and see if I was good enough to become a Viatorian, I was ecstatic. If I became one of them then I'd have money and power. I didn't know the consequences. So, I accepted the next test. She closed her eyes for a minute, reliving the moment. When she opened them again she found it hard to break eye contact with Harry. She was quite ashamed of what had transpired after she had joined, but had told herself that she would not lie to Harry about it if he asked. Because they were a very elite group I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I'd been on my own for long enough to know I could hold my own and I was confident. The group knew things about me though. More than anyone else I knew on the island. They didn't know where I'd really come from though, which is what saved me in the end. And they didn't know my true face either, no one did. So, I was given a task to perform, along with rigid guidelines about using magic. In fact, my wand was confiscated so that I could not use it while I was on the mission. I was transported to a large city in Mexico, and charged with entering into a house and stealing a mask that was important to the group. At first it was hard. I was just dropped there without knowing anyone or having any grasp of the language. It didn't take long for me to make friends in the street, but it took me a full week to get some slim grasp of the language. After that it wasn't very difficult. The house was large and well guarded, but it had some easy ways in. A lot of things could have gone wrong, and even though I was able to get in a lot of things did go wrong. It took another week to get into the house, but I got in as a. Her voice faltered for a moment. Huda, she paused again, trying to make up her mind. It wasn't the best way in, but it got me in. So, I was able to retrieve the mask and get out. When I finally made it back to a place I was told to deliver it to someone waiting for me. They liked my work. I was offered a position in the order, as an apprentice, but it was still something. I didn't even hesitate to say yes. After everything I'd done I was excited that I might be able to do more things like that. I was returned to the island and my training began. Some of the training was in a normal school. They influenced my teachers and I received a transfer with top marks. They never let them drop though. I was put under a very harsh study and training schedule. I did other things, stuff on the island mostly, and I began to understand what I'd gotten myself into. There was a person, someone I knew, who I delivered to the order to be tested. He passed the first test. I knew he would. He was quite good at swindling. But during the second test something happened and he failed and returned empty-handed. I never saw him again. Again she paused, and Harry could see her pushing back tears. The person had meant a lot to her and it was difficult for her to relive the choices she'd made, the things that had happened. It wasn't just the one boy either, but at the moment that was enough to get the point across. After that I came to understand exactly what the group was willing to do to gain and keep power. I did more too, things that I will dread for the rest of my life. I was still a good student though, and they liked me a lot. N1 was going to let me leave the order. It was an unspoken rule. No one leaves the order except in death. Harry hadn't spoken a word since the story had started. He was letting her tell it, but he felt something stir in him, something that didn't sit right. If they're such a powerful gang, how come I've never heard of them? It was a stupid question and he knew it. If Hermione hadn't heard of them that might be different, but she wasn't around and he certainly wasn't going to owl her about it. In England things are different. Because the ministry has put up a strong opposition to the group, they've gone into hiding. They have not made any official appearances in over 2 centuries around here. They still have the sway though, I know. I saw them do things that were horrible here as well as other places. There was a woman, someone I knew from before, who came to me one day. I was a little surprised. The woman knew my past and had never revealed it. I didn't even know she'd come to the island, but she was there and I suddenly had a friend who was willing to help me. I trusted her a lot, and eventually we discovered a way to escape. I left and she was able to make sure that it looked as if I'd died. They never found out I really didn't die, but I never wanted to go back because they might find out. You Don. She just leave them because they make sure that it's permanent. Harry shivered. He had a pretty good idea what she had meant by that and he really didn't want to know any more about it. He nodded and then closed his eyes. So you came back home to get away from them. After being gone for 2 years my mum was willing to forgive everything when I walked back in. Dad was a little wary, but let it drop. So I went back to Hogwarts. It was the middle of my 6th year, and I had gone a little astray of my teachings, but I was able to take my OWLs and get top marks because of my training. After that everything just sort of happened. After getting high marks on my NEWTs I tried to decide what to do. My mum suggested I go into the Aurors. Harry smiled and remembered what she'd been like the year before. Which is the reason you met me. Tonks smiled back. Yeah, she said. I guess sometimes things go better than you'd expected. You said you almost failed the stealth and tracking as an Auror. I wanted to know why. I mean, I know you're clumsy, but you have your metamorph abilities. How did you almost fail? She laughed. Harry's stealth was not a test to follow someone, it was a tase. To see if I could get across a room without tripping any alarms. There wasn't a single person involved. And tracking, well, it's a bit difficult in a Muggle city with hundreds of people around you at all times. You can't use magic openly or be obviously following someone. I did all right, but the only reason I passed was because the tests had a combined overall score. I did well on everything else. Though, what about flying? Harry asked, remembering her odd ability to take extraordinary turns and move like Harry had never seen. Well see, she smiled again. When you can shape your body why you can change a lot of things to make you more aerodynamic. Mass and weight are the key. If 2 brooms raced and one was unmanned while the other was controlled by a wizard, which do you think would win the race? That is, if the unmanned one was controlled by someone and could move as fast as it was designed for. The unmanned one, Harry replied, and then understood. You can make yourself lighter. Quote, well, it's not that simple. I can, but I lose things, muscle mass and bones, that sort of thing. If I'm flying I have to make sure that I have enough strength to move the broomaroo. And that I can stay alive with the wind that's whipping against me. I used to do it when I felt the need to get away from everything. They knew of course, but never could figure out who I was. I kept changing players. The main person I played as was Sione though, and I got famous fast so I had to quit. There were some questions about how I was doing things that the judges thought were impossible. They thought I was cheating somehow, which I guess I was, but they never could figure out how. Here people aren't tested when they enter the races. But in order to get on a Quidditch team you have a thorough background check and physical tests. I could never pass them because I have metamorphagus abilities. Actually, she paused for a second, her mind lost in thought. I don't think anyone with animagus abilities is allowed to play either. It's easier to hide the ability sometimes, but a thorough healer can find traces of it in your system. See, having animagus abilities can sometimes boost your abilities and that would make it unfair for other players. It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes, it depends on how compatible you are with your animagus. I don't know much about it. Dumbledore would know. She stopped as Harry's face hardened. I know, she said, sounding if she could read Harry's mind, but he does mean for the best. Sometimes I think that he really should understand that nothing goes as planned no matter how hard you try. Harry didn't answer immediately and she fell silent as well, finally turning away from him when she couldn't bear looking into his pained eyes anymore. It took a while, but she managed to get him to slip an arm around her and pull close again. Both were thinking silently to themselves about what was coming. Harry more on what was going to happen tomorrow, while Tonks was thinking further ahead. "Harry," Tonks said quietly after they'd been laying there for a good hour without speaking. Harry felt an odd sensation pass down him, but he chose not to speak. Instead, feigning sleep. "If you're awake, I just wanted to let you know something. I think that She paused briefly, loosing the will it seemed. Harry couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. What he thought she might be saying was almost too much even for him to just lay there and listen to. "That I never want to let you go," she continued finally, squeezing Harry tighter against her. He couldn't help it and pulled her arm tighter against him, sighing. There was no great ruckus when the doors opened. Harry was not given a horseless carriage to take. He and Tonks walked, the trunks floating behind them, to Hogwarts over the usual path that they took when returning from Hogsmeade. In fact, other than the echoing of the door as it banged closed, the castle sounded amazingly empty. It was almost as if there were no other living things there at all. They were only alone for a minute. It was not, however, anyone Harry wanted to see. "Snape," Harry growled under his breath. He couldn't help it. He hadn't planned on coming to Hogwarts to be with Snape. In fact, he hated it that Snape was there at all. "What do you want?" Harry asked as the greasy-haired teacher approached. A furious smirk flashed on his face, but it was gone almost as quick, replaced by his typical sneer. "Nymphadora, you are no longer needed. Leave. And don't go and trip over the stairs. We wouldn't want Filch to have to clean up the blood," he said snidely, fingering his wand. He seemed to want to do something more to her but couldn't bring himself to do it. Tonks took one last moment to squeeze Harry's hand before dropping it and then releasing the spells on Harry's trunk. "Be careful, Harry," she whispered before looking up at Snape irritably and giving him a huge grin. "Have a good evening, Snivellus," she said quietly, but loud enough for Snape to hear. He fumed and his wand rose, but then he clenched his teeth and dropped it again. It looked as if it were taking every ounce of strength not to curse her. After the door had closed behind Tonks, Harry immediately wished that she had stayed. He hated being in this castle alone, and it was even worse that Snape was here. Hopefully he would disappear as soon as Harry had his things into his room. Harry wasn't even sure what Snape wanted. He hadn't gotten a response to the question. "Follow me, Potter," Snape growled, turning and heading up the hallway. Harry turned back to his trunks and started to perform a levitation charm on them, but as soon as they lifted into the air they fell flat again, Snape having blocked it. "You won't be needing those until later. Someone will take them to the tower for you." Harry gaped at Snape. He was being even harsher than usual. Bambi was in one of those trunks, and even though he bted that the small drop would have hurt her, he couldn't check because Snape would surely take her away. "Move," Snape growled, furious that Harry hadn't taken another step forward. When Harry had finally taken a step forward, with a last glance at his trunks, he easily caught up to Snape even with his quick pace. "Where are we going?" Harry asked as nicely as possible. Snape wasn't exactly the easiest person to talk to. There was no immediate comment, but Harry knew that they were headed in the direction of his room. "Are we going to Dumbledore's office? I have some things I'd like to talk to him about." Still no comment. Snape was either ignoring him purposefully or simply because he could. Harry didn't care either way, he just needed to speak to Dumbledore. If he was going to start using the pensieve, he might as well start now, when nothing else was around to distract him. He also needed to discuss getting occlumency lessons so that he could be around Tonks. They arrived at the stone gargoyle and Snape muttered the password, trying to do it so that Harry could not hear, but Harry still caught the two words, "everlasting gobstoppers." The gargoyle jumped out of the way, revealing the ever-moving staircase, and Harry began to step onto it. It was then that Snape decided to speak again. "School may not be in session at this time," he snarled. "But you will refer to me as Professor or Sir. Do you understand, Potter?" Smirking, Harry stepped onto the moving steps and then, just before he disappeared, as the gargoyle was moving back, he smiled. "Yes, sir, Professor Snivellus." There was an angry remark, but Harry didn't catch it all. He wasn't sure exactly what it had been, but he was sure it hadn't been something he would have wanted to hear. It came as a surprise to Harry that He didn't open the door and bound up the stairs, wand in hand. Harry would have liked to have had a reason to jinx him. At the top of the stairs Harry knocked softly on the door, but entered immediately. Believing Dumbledore would be expecting him if Snape had brought him here. No one was in the office though. Fawkes sat on his perch, glistening beautifully in the light that entered the room. "Hello, Fawkes," Harry said softly, taking a moment to stroke his beautiful feather coat. Fawkes chirped softly as Harry petted him. He looked around, finding the room extremely familiar. The silver instruments whirring softly, emitting almost purring sounds. Harry turned his attention to the sorting hat. It would be used soon, and Harry wondered if it had created a song for this year, and if it had, what it would be like. Harry looked to the portraits. A few of them were asleep, a few were missing, but a good number of them were staring down at him. He looked to one in particular, Phineas Nigellus. He wasn't there at all. Harry wasn't sure if it was because he'd just come in or because Phineas was visiting some other portrait. "Harry," Dumbledore said from a stairwell to the rear of his office. Harry had seen him come from it more than once, but never been there. Dumbledore seemed to be more than just a little happy, which made Harry wary. "Please, come up here, I've got something I need to discuss with you." Up the stairs, Harry found he was in a library of sorts. He was distracted for a minute, his eyes traveling along the titles of many of the books. Some of them really caught Harry's eye, and he wondered if later on Dumbledore might let him borrow a few. His mind fell back into place and he remembered that there were other things he needed to talk to Dumbledore about. Quidditch for one. He wanted to make sure that he was no longer banned, though he wasn't really worried about it. Then there was the DA. While he knew that none of the decrees were in effect anymore, but he wanted to make sure that it was all right with Dumbledore to reform the DA. "Harry, please sit down. There is only a few minutes of time that we can use this potion," Dumbledore said, catching Harry buried in his thoughts. Turning quickly, Harry saw that there was a mug of potion on a table in the room being heated by a blue flame. "Potion?" he asked incredulously. "Yes, Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. "In light of the happenings of last year, I buried myself in research, trying to determine a way to sever the connection you and Voldemort have." He paused, and Harry suddenly felt angry. Dumbledore no longer trusted him even to try and learn occlumency. He was trying to do it without Harry's permission. "Unfortunately, there is little research on scars that connect two people and none on yours because, as you know, you were the first person on record to have ever survived the Avada Kedavra curse." Of course, Harry though bitterly, he was special, so it didn't matter how much Dumbledore looked up. He wouldn't be able to find anything that would help him anyway. Dumbledore didn't seem to see Harry's thoughts even though they were written plainly on his face, and continued. "After a thorough investigation into every possible approach, whether current spells, old magic, or magic only being experimented on, I found one spell that could possibly help." He paused and leaned forward, stirring the potion on the table. "You've already felt its effects, staying in the room in Hogsmeade. It has also been placed on this room. I have tried the castle, but it appears to be just too vast to accommodate such a spell. This room has also been placed under it. I know that the spell doesn't last long, a few days at most, but I have placed it here so that we may be able to communicate without the intrusion of Voldemort." "You've begun having nightmares again, haven't you?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Even though Harry knew he expected an answer, Harry also knew that Dumbledore knew the truth. "Not until just a few nights ago. Just around the time of your birthday." Dumbledore prodded him, trying to get a very specific answer. Harry hated that he knew, and wondered if Tonks had told him. She certainly hadn't mentioned anything to him about hearing it. Harry nodded absent-mindedly while he thought about them. "As I thought," Dumbledore said, his eyes dimmer than their usual twinkling self. Harry suddenly wondered if Tonks had told him anything. He didn't seem to be taking this from some fact he knew, but was speculating it all. "Before your birthday," Dumbledore continued, two of you were far enough away from each other that the connection did not bother you. When Tonks took you away, that stretched the connection to its limits. A few days prior to your return, Voldemort left the country to seek out some acquaintances, and only returned 2 days prior to your birthday." The question of who the acquaintances were was already on the tip of Harry's tongue, but he did not as it. Dumbledore would not tell him if he was already avoiding it. "Around that time I devised another way to prevent Voldemort's intrusion on your mind. It depended a great deal on me being able to have close contact with you, so I had to determine how well the blocking spell worked. Since it is very old magic, I did not have any idea of how it would work. That is why you stayed at the room in Hogsmeade these past few days. In order for me to study it. Unfortunately, it breaks down rather quickly, a few days at most, but it is enough time to do what I needed. I trust you had no odd dreams while staying at Hogsmeade. This time Harry didn't nod immediately. There had been an odd dream, but he knew that it certainly hadn't had anything to do with Voldemort and anything he wanted. Rather, it was about Tonks, whip, cream, strawberries, and some other sweets. It hadn't been a typical dream for him, but on the other hand he was not going to tell Dumbledore about that dream. No, Harry finally said. Not something that could have had anything to do with Voldemort. Accepting the answer without question, Dumbledore continued. Since I have found no way to block the attacks easily, the spell I used on the runes is extremely complex, I decided to look for alternative ways of helping. It was then that I thought of another way. Occlumency is still the only known way in which I can help. So I began researching another possibility. If I were to transfer over memories of occlumency, of rigorous training, then you should be able to learn from them instead of taking the normal route. After a good deal of research on my part, one found that there was no record of anyone ever trying such a spell. I do, however, believe it is quite plausible. The idea wasn't completely ludicrous. Harry thought that it actually sounded like something that would likely work, but there was a problem with it. But if you give some of your memories to me, will you be able to remember what it is that you've given me? Ah, Dumbledore said, smiling again. You've spotted the predicament. There is, however, a way to overcome this difficulty. I have spent every available moment relearning occlumency again. So, when I transfer over those specific memories, I will still have the knowledge within me. Harry understood that as well, but it wasn't something that comforted him. If Dumbledore did transfer over the memories, what exactly would he be receiving? He looked at the potion that he was being asked to drink and he shivered. It looked like a pudding gone wrong. It was far from thin and runny like most of the potions. It was thick and chunky, almost like soup, but from the foul smell there could be no mistaking that it was a potion. If I choose to do this, Harry began to ask, not giving a clear yes or no. He wanted to know more about it. What exactly is going to happen? And what does the potion have to do with it? You said it was a spell. As he asked, he prodded the top of the potion warily. It jumped out at his finger. Trying to engulf it, Harry pulled back, startled, but when he turned to Dumbledore all he saw was a hearty smile. This potion is used to place the mind in a deep state of meditation. It has some extreme ingredients in it to help calm the mind, and even some poisons. We are lucky to have a potions master who can brew it, he said, and pointed to a scroll sitting on the table. Harry glanced at it, but turned back to Dumbledore, not really interested. He wanted to know what was going to happen exactly. The idea of being put into a state of deep meditation didn't mean much to him. You'll be awake in a sense, but your mind will be completely relaxed. You'll likely be able to do little in this state, and are very susceptible to outside influences, which is why I have protected the room so cautiously. I need you in this state so that when I transfer over memories they will not be rejected. I cannot afford to lose such memories if this does not work the first time. After looking back to the potion, this time resisting the urge to poke it, Harry nodded. If this could help him learn occlumency faster, then he was all for it. He reached over to pick up but Dumbledore stopped him. There is one other thing, Dumbledore said before letting Harry drink. Harry stopped, his resolve faltering a little bit. He hated additions. Since these memories are my memories and there's no mold to do this by, I am afraid I'm not sure how organized they will be. They may be incoherent, and even so much so that they make no sense. I doubt this possibility, but if this does not work, it is only a small amount of time lost. Though it wasn't something that was a huge difference, Harry had to rethink taking it. Then he realized that it wouldn't matter if he did get some of the images jumbled. They shouldn't affect the rest of his memories. He nodded one last time and then quickly drained the mug, trying to ignore the taste, but having a hard time with the texture. It almost felt as if he'd eaten life worms and they were wriggling down his throat. Immediately Dumbledore stood again. Please try not to think, he said, looking over Harry. Harry had a hard time answering. The taste was so atrocious that Harry could barely breathe, let alone form words. He suppressed the urge to throw up and tried to sit up. Dumbledore shook his head. "You may rest here while I make the necessary preparations." Quote, "It felt as if the room swirled about, twisting and turning until it made him feel sick again. Even as he was laying down it felt as if he were standing up. Eve, writhing around him, gained a slight fuzz to its edges, as if he were obscured through a sheet of ice. The walls disappeared, the floor disappeared, and it was as if the emptiness went on forever. The stretch between the couch Harry lay on and the table that seemed to sit on nothing had grown from just an arm's stretch to miles. Dumbledore returned again, not long afterwards, but the time passed strangely in Harry's mind. When Dumbledore approached his face, and the twinkling eyes seemed oddly contorted. The disarmingness of it seemed to have disappeared and he looked like a clown, his hair making him even more laughable. Finally Dumbledore took his seat on the table, pulling his wand from within his cloak. He seemed odd, and even in Harry's state he could tell that Dumbledore had not rested in a long time. His eyes, even though they twinkled, had dark bags under them. He whispered a spell, but to Harry it was obscured and much more like a squeak. Harry had barely enough sense to listen to it at all. Then, the world changed again, the time changed again, and, as if Harry were in a memory, Harry saw himself laying on the couch. It was odd, staring at himself, even odder than when he had traveled in time. It felt just like he'd entered into a pensieve of what was currently happening. He was laying there, on the couch, one arm had fallen from his chest and was hanging down. The other was across his stomach, as if it were holding in the bile he was still trying to hold down. Dumbledore was sitting over him, staring down, with a mild smile. He tapped his wand to his head, whispering something mutely, and then pulled it away. A long stream of silver liquid slowly slipped from his head, as if there were an invisible hole it came from. At first it was a thin string, silver and liquid-like. It quivered slightly, as if it were trying to stay in place, but then snapped like a rubber band and hung from the wand like a plump silver snail that stretched bobbed a little with the slightest wand movement. Then, a few seconds after it was completely exposed to the air, it began to shrink, as if it were drying up. However, after it had decreased to half its size, Dumbledore moved his wand to Harry's head, tapping it with the attached silver strand. The strand, which had seemed to be almost dried out, burst to life again, easily taking its previous plump form. After it had finally filled again, it slowly slid, as if there were another invisible hole, into Harry's head. After repeating the process 24 times, Dumbledore finally sat down, looking weak, and Harry felt sick again. He opened his eyes to find that he was still lying on the couch, but the room was normal again. Dumbledore was in a chair across from him, and he was making light wheezing sounds. It seemed he had fallen asleep. The throbbing in Harry's head ebbed almost as quickly as he had awoken from the dream-like state, and he sat up straight, balancing himself. He heard Fawkes making a cooing sound and a rush of memories knocked him to the ground. It was as if someone had pounded them into his head with a jackhammer. Little of it made sense, and none of it seemed to be anything pertaining to occlumency. At first there was a memory of running from a rickety old horse carriage that was out of control. No one was at the wheel, nor was a horse pulling it, but it seemed to be chasing Harry all along. The dirt roads and even followed him off until he'd run through a stream where it was stopped dead. Then there was a flash of an incident with a milkman. He had been jinxing the floor mat to sweep out under the one's foot when the stripped on it, but the milkman had surprised him and walked away with orange hair. It wasn't purposeful, and he hadn't even been using his wand at the time, but Harry found it extremely funny. It wasn't his emotions though, it was a memory, and Harry knew it wasn't his memory, but everything was there, the smell of the morning air, the ripple of the wind as it rushed past him. The startled feeling of someone coming up on him. It was odd, having memories that weren't his own. They were so vivid, even more vivid than anything he remembered himself. What was the most disturbing was that he felt as if he were the person in the memory. It wasn't like seeing another's memories, they had become his own, and for all intents and purposes he had been there and done it. He'd been the one to jinx the milkman and get run off by the carriage. There was a brief moment between he and another boy. his hair already grayed as if he was old, but his body looking no older than 15. He had a devilish smirk that rivaled Snape's in Harry's mind, and he seemed to have done something supremely wrong. Harry had helped hide him as two adults had come looking. The boy had been happy, and thought it mildly funny that he hadn't been caught. Harry did not remember what had been done though, and so he just ignored the odd feeling of wrongdoing he'd had. The memories finally faded, the bulk of Harry's headache following suit. When Harry finally pushed them aside and sat up again, Fawkes cooed once more and more memories rushed into his mind that moment. This time he fell back on the couch, having just a bit more control over himself before it happened. There was a dark man, with sallow skin, but a warm smile, teaching him things. Kerner, that was his name, and he seemed familiar. More than just a memory. His eyes were odd, and Harry could never actually decide on a color. But they sparkled and seemed to catch his attention every time he looked at them. He was patient and understand, but pushed Harry hard to learn. Day by day he taught Harry, over and over again. They went over each step of the control, the clearing of the mind, the ability to feel an attempted intrusion, and how to block it. It was odd, suddenly finding himself full of memories he didn't have. However, his mind used them moment to moment as he saw them. They integrated themselves in, giving Harry the overwhelming feeling of knowing how to stop an intruder and how to push himself into another mind. He didn't just remember how to use occlumency, he knew everything there was to know about it. And it was instinctual for him to build a barrier around his mind even before the memories ceased. Other memories came to him as the occlumency training continued. Of flying alongside a biplane. Then of a strange car-like vehicle that he gawked over and tried to discover how to use. A beautiful girl in a park, picking flowers with him. Meeting Fawkes for the first time. So many memories were projected into his head that when they finally stopped flowing, Harry sat bolt upright and puked. It was as if he'd been traveling hundreds of miles an hour, scenes flashing by him continuously. When he looked up, it was to Dumbledore, who was standing over him, a look of concern on his face. "Are you all right, Harry?" he asked softly. Nodding, Harry found he was on the couch, his mess all over the floor. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, reaching for his wand to clean it up. Dumbledore smiled brighter but still seemed concerned. Then with a wave of his own the mess was gone. Harry closed his eyes as the rest of the memories faded from his immediate attention. "Yes," he answered, his voice still soft. I think that it worked." The concern evaporated instantaneously on Dumbledore's face, replaced by a look of ecstasy. Harry had never come across Dumbledore with such a look. He could do nothing but smile. It wasn't the sort of smile that Dumbledore usually had, but this one made Harry happy just because it existed. It happened without Harry's knowledge or permission. He was sitting there, his head already pounding, and he didn't see Dumbledore flick his wand that was behind his head. He felt it though, instantly. Dumbledore trying to push into his mind. It wasn't like when Snape had done it. This time Harry knew exactly what was happening and he could feel it as Dumbledore. He pressed past the newly erected outer barriers of his mind. Harry gritted his teeth, and focused, his whole mind spiraling around the intrusion. He found a place, an empty place, and there he was, standing in a prairie. Rolling hills around him and white clouds drifting lazily overhead. Dumbledore was standing across from him, looking around startled. "Where is this place?" Dumbledore asked, looking around. "Is it something you remember?" Harry looked around, and he knew where it was. He remembered being there, riding his broomstick to the lone tree in the far distance. "It's a memory now. I've been here and I haven't. I never owned a Comet 240, but you have, haven't you?" Dumbledore smiled, remembering some far memory. "It was the fastest broom at the time. I could keep up with the newly designed airplanes. Always got myself into trouble though. Mother was always afraid the ministry would remove me from school." Then he paused and he remembered where he was and what was happening. It was as if, before that moment, he had not himself, and unable to control what he said. The connection broke instantly. "I'm sorry for that, Harry," Dumbledore apologized. "I just had to be sure. You've had other memories transferred as well then?" he asked cautiously. Angrily Harry nodded and stood. "Yes," Harry said angrily. He found that both of his wands were still in their proper place and I didn't want to hang around the office for another minute. What Dumbledore had done to him was more than he wanted to deal with. After stabilizing himself, Harry moved quickly to the exit of the office. Dumbledore's opinion of what he should be doing right now didn't matter to him. In fact, he was suddenly much angrier with Dumbledore, even though he couldn't pinpoint why. As he marched outside the door, the whole world seemed smaller. He hurried down the hall, his robes billowing behind him with the unnatural wind that was associated with the storms. Apparently, even Hogwarts could not withstand them completely. Snape was waiting for him, as if he knew Harry would be showing up. "I take it the potion worked," he sneered as Harry turned the corner nearing the common room. Harry didn't answer, but instead ignored Snape completely. "Potter," he growled as Harry passed by him. "Professor Snivellus," Harry asked innocently as he stopped, looking to Snape. "Why don't you go?" asked the headmaster. "I'd rather not speak to you unless I'm required to, and unless my memory serves me wrong, I cannot get into your class because I only got an E on my potions OWLs. So, unless you enjoy talking to me, I don't plan on speaking to you at all this year." "I thought, Potter," Snape growled, obviously doing everything he could to maintain composure, "that you would not give up so easily on the juvenile goal of becoming an Auror." Before he lost his head, Harry started to continue past Snape. He didn't want to try and curse him because he knew it wouldn't work out in his favor if he did. Snape had errant plans and grabbed a hold of him by the shoulder, but didn't hold it for long. There was a slight popping sound and Snape yanked it back as if he'd just received a terrible burn. Without noticing what he'd done, Harry turned on Snape. "Well, Sir Snivellus, apparently an Auror, even a clumsy one, can get the better of you," he shouted. "I've heard about the little mar on you body. Does it make you feel better, knowing that even a drunken Auror can get the best of you?" The look Harry received said he'd pushed it too far. In an instant both of the wizards had wands out and curses were shouted. Harry's shield was barely strong enough to repel the body-bind curse and it knocked him backwards a few steps. By the time he'd waved his wand to curse Snape again, he felt his legs snap together. As he fell, he heard another curse muttered and he rolled out of the way, using the moment he had to loose the binding curse. He ducked behind a nearby statue as yet another curse flew past him and Harry groaned. Snape was a fully trained wizard, and from what he'd heard Sirius say the previous year, quite adept at curses. Harry moaned at his snide comment. He hadn't even meant to say it, it had just slipped out. Now he was in a position that was as bad, if not worse, than he'd been in the previous year. He was less afraid of the Death Eaters than he was of Snape. "Come on, Potter, show me that legendary Gryffindor bravery," he snarled. Harry shivered, he'd never seen Snape so mad. Moaning softly at his stupidity, Harry tried to form some sort of idea in his mind. He could really use Hermione right now. She'd be able to give him ideas. Or Tonks, and then it came to him. He needed to catch Snape off guard, and Tonks had shown him a way to do it. He hadn't even practiced it yet, but she had shown him how to do it, and maybe, just maybe, he could. Breathing slowly, listening for Snape's footsteps, Harry focused, trying to recall the exact incantation. Say duplicus, duplicus. Harry repeated the words in his head. The word was at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't seem to remember the exact incantation. The sound of Snape's footfalls got Harry thinking more about what was happening at the moment. The hallway was fairly clear. There was the statue he was behind, Gertrude the Ghastly. Another one was directly across from it, Fabian the Ferret, who was staring at Gertrude with some sort of lustful look. Harry smiled as he flicked his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," he whispered ever so silently. He was doing his best to keep Snape from hearing what was going on. The statue began to rise, but Harry dropped his wand, willing it to stay near the ground. It quit moving, only centimeters above the ground, enough for Harry to see under it. Hopefully Snape hadn't caught the movement. Still the footfalls came closer. Harry concentrated, his mind split on two separate things, the charm he had cast, and how else he could get away from Snape. There was a secret passage not far, but it was one of the more known ones, and Harry was sure Snape would know of it. He was going to have to face Snape directly. There was one more step before Harry acted. He moved first, making sure Snape saw it. Then he pulled back again, avoiding the stunning spell that was headed towards him instantly. He concentrated and then, crunching up into a ball, sprang into the center of the hall. He located Snape's position and then, with a flick of his wand, sent the second statue hurtling towards Snape. Without waiting to see if the statue struck Snape, Harry W., already on his feet, headed towards an area he knew better. As he rounded the corner down the hall, there was an explosion that rocked the building, and he was sure that Fabian the Ferret was no more. It didn't matter though, he needed to get to a place where he had an advantage. Ascending the stairs, Harry found himself entering the doorway that led to the third-floor hallway, and he paused. While Snape wasn't far behind, he was still out of sight. "C'est Duplessis," Harry bellowed, suddenly remembering the incantation that Tonks had told him. From his wand burst a boy who looked like a ghostly Harry. He stood there, smiling but didn't move. Unfortunately, Harry didn't know how Tonks had made her duplicate move. The pounding of Snape's feet caught Harry's attention, and he dashed up the hall and into the darkness. Not a single torch lit, and Harry found himself hiding in the shadows. Snape slowed as he came to the base of the stairs, seeing Harry just beyond the top. "Do not play games with me, Potter," he snarled, taking the steps slowly, his wand held high. Snape's lip curled as he neared the top of the steps. Harry could see him clearly, his dark eyes focused on the clone. He raised his wand, and Harry raised his as well, wondering if the ghost was going to trick Snape for much longer. It didn't work at all. Snape must have known that it wasn't him. He came rushing up and sent a spell hurtling towards the copy of Harry. But, just before striking, it turned sharply, and Harry's eyes widened as it turned directly on him. He'd never seen a spell change direction in mid-air and hadn't been expecting it. "Protega," Harry shouted as the spell got nearer. But his shield charm was not enough, and he felt a warm presence slip over him. It wasn't bad though, and it wasn't as if someone were trying to control him. It was like he was stronger and faster. It occurred to him that he could beat Snape. All he had to do was bind him. In the shadows it was hard to see a spell unless it was considerably strong, but even an easy petrification CURSE would hold Snape for a few seconds, which would be enough for Harry to place a second, more powerful one upon him. All he had to do was keep the intensity down a little so that it didn't go brightly. Harry took a step forward so that if he need to fall back he had a step or two before he hit the wall, and then raised his wand. "Wrong move, Potter," he heard Snape say, and then he tripped forward, crashing to the ground. The Snape that was standing on the stairs disappeared into thin air, and Harry gasped. "You think a silly Auror's trick will work on me?" Snape asked, his voice coming out of seemingly thin air. "I know more about Aurors than you'll ever know, Potter. Something like that will not work on me, especially when it's as feeble as it was." Harry's eyes roamed the corridor, trying to find his wand. It was tottering at the top of the stairwell, ready to begin its descent down. It wasn't any help to Harry though, as Snape was there suddenly. He didn't move into the position, Saint appeared in thin air as if he'd apparated. Harry was dumbstruck. Even Tonks couldn't use the invisibility spell on herself. She said that only a few of the Aurors could. The only other person Harry knew could use it was Dumbledore. And he only suspected it, he'd never seen it actually used. "Apparently that little harlot taught you a few tricks. I wonder if she did other things." He paused, an evil sneer spreading across his face. "Let's find out, shall we?" He raised his wand, sealing the door near the bottom of the hallway. It occurred to Harry then that, although Snape and Dumbledore had been the only people he'd seen in the castle, that others might be around. Their scuffle would have caught more than one person's attention. "Legilimens!" Snape barked loudly. Harry was struck hard with the charm. Even harder than he had with Dumbledore, and he felt the weight of the charm wash over him. It was difficult, but this time instead of sending himself to some distant place he did not know, he found himself remembering the Cruciatus curse and all the pain. He pushed himself to that place, making it the only memory that Snape could touch. He didn't want to block Snape, he wanted to hurt him for all the years of pain he'd suffered because of the lousy git. Snape screamed, and Harry felt the connection breaking. He was aware of the world outside of the memory, and he pulled his secondary wand from his pocket and pointed it at Snape. "Accio." His wand flew from Snape's pocket, where it was being held, and Harry grabbed it with his open hand. Then, not wanting to suffer Snape's wrath once again, he turned back and headed down the hallway, his whole body aching from the curse. He came to a split and his mind told him to go down the left path, which he didn't waste an instant. Thinking about, even though he'd never been there before. Snape's pain didn't last long though. He stood again, racing after Harry. "What have we here?" someone asked as Harry turned down a dark corridor. He wasn't sure exactly where he was, but the voice was a welcome sign. It meant that Snape was not going to try and hurt him. There was an odd sound to the voice, and a familiarity that Harry couldn't pinpoint. He couldn't see the person either. They were engulfed in the darkness of the hall. The pounding of Snape rushing into the hall stopped. He'd heard the voice too. "Good morning, Severus," the voice called almost cheerfully. "Reacquainting yourself with all the passages. I thought we'd discussed that this area was off limits to everyone but me." Harry turned to Snape, and had an eerie feeling that he'd heard the voice before. He saw a malicious glittering in Snape's eyes and wondered who the man was. He certainly didn't get along with Snape very well. It was odd. Most of the teachers got along fairly well, even if it was only an act. That was, except for Moody, who had hated Snape. Harry was just trying to prove he was better at dueling, Snape said, venting his anger. "Though I doubt a student could ever beat a teacher here. They always have such lofty dreams." "Well, I'm sure they do, but it is our job to teach them how to succeed in their dreams, is it not? Why don't you leave Harry here? I'd like to speak with him," the voice said jauntily, and Harry was happy to see that it ticked Snape off even more. He'd gotten away this time, but until school started he was going to have to be careful about wandering the castle. Snape stomped off, every footstep making Harry feel better and better. "Thanks, Professor," he said as he turned to the shadow, assuming that by the way the voice had spoken it was a Professor Hadwin. "Professor Hadwin if you'd like. But you can call me Wendell if you'd prefer. Since we met outside of the school I don't believe we must be formal, I don't like being in a position of forced respect. That should be a choice." As Harry's mind reeled he stepped into the dark. He could see Hadwin positioned up against a far wall, his wand positioned between his legs and standing straight in the air. Hadwin's hand was several inches from touching it at all, and nothing else was touching it either. It was odd because the rough walls were far from flat enough to hold a wand. Even a perfectly balanced one. "This time I have my wand. You see," he said soothingly, his hand staying stock still above the wand. "I thought it might perhaps be useful should there be a conflict between a student and a teacher in my hallway." "You were at the top of the clock tower," Harry finally was able to say. "You were the nutter that jumped off. Not unlike jumping off a broom in mid-air. Though I believe that it's a much shorter distance." Harry's eyes widened. "How did you know about that?" Hadwin smiled. "The mind is such an interesting tool," he continued in his warm, soothing voice. It was then that Harry noted that in the few moments they'd stared at each other Hadwin had already entered past the first barrier of his mind, and was slipping past the second. It was an odd feeling. The way he was doing it, and Harry didn't recognize it, but knew what was happening. "Get out," he shouted, focusing his mind to get rid of the intrusion and tearing his eyes away from Hadwin's unblinking gaze. It hurt a little, focusing so much, but the intrusion stopped and Hadwin slipped out just as slippery as he'd slipped in. He was smiling in the corner and Harry clenched his wand tightly. "Why did you do that?" he demanded, ready to curse the teacher. The smile went unfazed. "Oh come now, Harry, I am very aware of what just happened over the last 2 days. I was just curious as to how well it worked." 2 days? Harry questioned, his tone changing completely. "I was in Dumbledore's office for 2 days. "Well yes," Hadwin said, looking a little baffled. "Didn't Dumbledore explain that the process was not an easy thing? It took a great deal of time to sort out those memories in your mind. I should say there's a great deal of things in there." "You were in my mind?" he demanded again. Dumbledore had mentioned that the potion left his mind vulnerable to others but hadn't said he was going to allow another person to enter his mind before the potion wore off. "Oh yes, quite an interesting place if I do say so. I haven't come across a mind so torn with ideals since I met Wesley Phelps. Died early on in his life though, a sad loss, he would have been one of the greats." "What did you do in there?" Harry said, angry that he'd been entered without his permission and swearing he was never going to let Dumbledore play with him again. "Only organized your thoughts. That was the only reason I was called in. the only reason I saw as much as I did was because there was a lack of order and a great deal of foreign thoughts that wandered around in your mind. I was quite surprised. I've never seen anything quite like it until Dumbledore decided to try that experiment on you." Hadwin had barely moved at all and his smile was utterly annoying. Now he wasn't going to get any happier standing around. Harry turned and stomped the other direction. Passwords Bellator. So, troubled that so many people had been trying to get into his head, Harry marched straight to the common room, ignoring the few teachers whose faces appeared indoors as he passed by. Missing the feast. Chapter 15. Missing at the feast. There was a whole week before school started and Harry had no problem avoiding Snape even though he wasn't trying. After he'd calmed down he was angry at himself for letting Snape have the upper hand. Snape should have been the one running. After all, he had faced Voldemort before and compared to him, Snape was a pussycat. When he left the common rooms during the day he always was prepared, hoping and wishing that Snape would try again. It was not the case though. Harry had wished for the Marauder's map so that he could come face to face with Snape again, and he regretted leaving it behind to burn with his house. Harry took meals just like normal, showing up at the Great Hall to eat with only a few other teachers. To his dismay, the teachers he wanted to see, Snape, Dumbledore and the new teacher Hadwin, didn't seem to appear at mealtimes at all. Harry suspected all of them were avoiding him. McGonagall showed up twice, dressed up like a batty muggle, which didn't surprise Harry at all. Now that the headquarters had been penetrated, there had to be a base camp somewhere else, and it seemed that Hogwarts would be the most logical place. No other out of the ordinary people showed up though, just the normal teachers. Most of them were a bit surprised to see Harry the first time, but no one said anything. The tables had been pushed to the side and everyone dined silently at a single center table. There were never more than 12 people eating at once, and there was rarely much group conversation. After breakfast was served, Harry would return to the common room immediately. Now that he was back at Hogwarts, he assumed he was allowed to use magic and had begun practicing again whether he was allowed or not. The common room of the Gryffindor classroom had been transfigured piece by piece until it barely resembled its former self. Harry practiced other spells besides transfiguration, things he and Tonks had practiced on the island. It wasn't much, but he could barely remember what Tonks had shown him, so, until he could use his pensieve, he simply practiced everything he could remember. There was personal transfiguration spells, things to help him disguise who he was, charms to change his voice and hair color, clothing transfiguration spells, which he seemed to have almost mastered, inconspicuous charms so that he wouldn't stand out in a crowd. He was trying desperately to get the unmemorable charm Tonks had taught him to work. But since he didn't have anyone to try it on, he didn't know how to test himself. Some of them he never could be sure if they worked at the moment, but he still spent a great deal of time trying to master them. He had also begun practicing the duplication spell. Now it was little more than a waft of air, not even as strong as his original replica he'd performed to stop Snape. But he'd seen Snape's and it was real. He knew he could do better. As the days flew by, Harry occasionally found himself knocked to the floor when a memory was imparted to him. They didn't come in intervals, but rather when something or someone triggered them. Once, just after he'd taken lunch, leaving before the other professors, he spotted McGonagall leaving the castle and he was thrown against the wall as another memory racked his brain. It was of a young Gryffindor named Minnie, who seemed to be, by far, the bossiest Gryffindor Harry had ever known. It was during a second-year transfiguration class that she had stomped in and demanded to be allowed to take it, rather than deal with the inadequacies of the first-year class. After stating how easy the first-year class was and demanding to be allowed to take the second-year class, Harry simply excused himself from the class, leaving Higgins in charge, and taken her to Professor Dipper. There she had been subjected to a test to prove that she was above the first-year transfiguration class. She failed miserably, and was forced to deal with the inadequacies of the first-year transfiguration class. Though she did extremely well, ND might have been able to take a more advanced class her second year if she'd pushed herself. Harry had been surprised when he had the memory of Professor McGonagall and he'd had to fight a snicker very time he did see her at meal times. The muggle attire made things even worse. When she was 11 she hadn't had glasses, but she had a funny-looking face, as if she were trying to look proper She couldn't decide whether it was supposed to look as if she were going to be sick or if she'd just been caught in her knickers. Hadwin elected no memories, but Harry began having a feeling as if he'd met him and not just a few weeks prior. But much earlier in his lifetime. He was a strange fellow, but whatever he was, Harry knew one thing: he was very good with spells and entering other people's minds. The day the students arrived, Harry was to be found in the common room just like every other night, but he was changing the common room back to its former state so that no one would know he'd been doing magic. There was a slight popping sound in between spells and Harry turned to find himself staring into two large eyes. He took a few steps back, startled, but knew who it was immediately. His wand, which had been pulled as a reflex, was pocketed immediately. "Dobby!" he exclaimed, happy to see the house elf. He'd been meaning to go and see both Dobby and Hagrid, but somehow the time had just passed too quickly. Dobby smiled softly, the pile of hats gone from his head. He seemed. "Harry Potter, sir," he said reverently. Dobby is hearing. Harry Potter is back in the cast. And is waiting to come see the young master. But Dobby can wait no more. Dobby hears that master is betrayed, sir, betrayed by a house elf. The others is hearing it too. They is all sad, sir. They is wanting to make amends, but they is not knowing how, sir. There was a moment that Harry was betrayed by the emotions that filled him. His face turned sour and his thoughts drifted to serious. He pushed them away though. He couldn't let them stand in his way. Dobby seemed to have shrunken back a little at Harry's reaction, but he was waiting quietly for Harry to say something. "It's all right, Dobby," Harry said quietly, after he'd forced himself to loose the saddened look he knew adorned his face. "I don't blame any of the elves here. I know you'd never do something like that." The house elf's ears wiggled and he smiled brightly, seeming much more like his normal self. "Dobby is also hearing, sir," he said a bit brighter, "that sir is able to make a club this year. He is wanting to know if he can help at all." The D.A. Harry knew that he must have heard that he'd be able to continue it and likely knew who from. He was sure he'd be able to, but felt comforted knowing that Dobby had heard it somewhere. "We don't need anything right now, Dobby, but I'll make sure to find you if we do." Dobby's head bobbed vigorously backwards and forwards. "Sir is needing some help?" he asked, staring around the room and noticing some of the abhorrent transfiguration Harry had done. It was easy to change things, but not always as easy to change them back. If Harry had given himself another day, he knew he'd be able to get it all done. But it wasn't something he wanted to work all night doing. "Maybe a little, Dobby. I was thinking of redecorating Gryffindor, but it didn't turn out as well as I'd hoped," he lied, trying to keep that he'd been practicing magic the whole time. He didn't like to lie, but he wasn't sure how many people would know about it if Dobby found out. Dumbledore was his master after all, and what house elf could keep secrets from their master? Dobby was the only one he'd known could, but that was when he was house elf for the Malfoys and had hated them. "Dobby is helping, sir," he said, and with a snap of his fingers things began to change. "How do you do that, Dobby?" Harry asked, watching in awe as the room transformed around him. He recalled Dobby doing some magic before, but had never seen transfiguration done so easily, except by McGonagall. There were a few more snaps before the house elf answered. Harry was watching in amazement as the room was transformed before his eyes. "House elves is having strong magic, sir," Dobby finally said as he transformed a cushion on the far wall to a seat that extended along one whole side of the common room. It was almost as if Dobby knew what some of the Gryffindors had wished for in the past and he was making the room fit their needs. "Did someone teach you?" Harry asked in awe. "Oh no, sir," Dobby said happily, seeing that Harry very much liked the changes. "Dobby is knowing how to do it since he was very little. It is a thing all house elves knows, sir. They is supposed to do magic to help their masters and they is always finding a way, sir." A thought occurred to him. He remembered Dobby the first year he'd met him, when he'd come to the hospital while Harry was mending his boneless arm, and then, just now, how he'd shown up. "You can apparate in Hogwarts grounds, can't you?" he asked curiously. Hermione would be dejected to find out that Hogwarts, history, wasn't perfect. Another change was made in the tower and Harry felt a memory rush upon him. The far wall next to the fireplace had once contained a cage. Harry grabbed a hold of the corner of the couch as the memories rushed back to him. It was night time, and he'd been sneaking around the castle trying to catch Gilbert pulling a prank on the Gryffindors. He wasn't going to allow them to happen if he could help it. And, if he caught Gilbert in the act, he'd get his just reward. But, unfortunately, the night was quiet and he'd snuck back into the Gryffindor common room unnoticed by anyone. The common room was empty except for the creature on the far side of the common room who was pacing. "Godric," Harry said quietly, "are you hungry? I've got some meat I picked up in the kitchens for you." The lion stopped its pacing and sat down quietly near a small opening in the cage. Harry unwrapped a large slab of meat that had weighed down his pocket on the way back and then, with his other hand, opened the door of the cage instead of slipping the meat in through the opening. "Godric." The lion took the meat carefully and began gnawing at it while Harry petted him. "You're not going to last much longer in this cage, are you?" he asked quietly. "It's all right. Just hold on a little longer and I'll find a way for you to go free." The giant cat purred, which didn't surprise Harry as he continued stroking his mane. After several minutes, Harry left the cage again, latching the lock carefully, and then headed up to his bed. Jerking from the memory, Harry found himself laying on the ground with two huge green eyes peering down at him. "Is Harry Potter all right, sir?" Dobby asked, a little scared. "Should Dobby be taking Harry Potter to the hospital, sir?" He continued questioning Harry. "No," Harry said, trying to sit up and sending Dobby scuttling off him. "It's just these memories I keep having. They sometimes come at odd times and it's hard for me to stay balanced because my brain's in a different place, it seems." "It's all right, really. Thog." Dobby didn't look entirely convinced. He nodded just slightly, enough for Harry to know that he accepted the story for now. "Is Master Harry excited, sir?" Dobby asked, moving back to the redecoration of the common room. "About the new school year. Dobby is hearing many things as planned for the students." "Yeah," Harry said quietly, waiting for the throbbing in his head to go away. His scar tingled just slightly. But Harry didn't worry about it. Voldemort may try to show him things, but he could block it anytime he wanted now. It occurred to Harry that Dobby might know a bit more about Professor Hadwin, and so he turned to the elf who was snapping his fingers at things all through the common room, looking as though he were having the time of his life. "Dobby," Harry asked quietly, "do you know the new professor, Professor Hadwin?" The snapping stopped and Dobby turned, looking rather nervously to Harry. "Yes, sir," he said weakly. "Dobby knows of him. The others is knowing as well. We senses him." The next question drifted away in Harry's mind. Dobby was acting rather peculiar and Harry wondered why. "Senses? You feel him?" he asked, puzzled. It was pretty obvious Harry was onto something from the way Dobby reacted. He gripped his ears and shut his eyes, slamming his head into a nearby table. It took Harry a moment to get a hold of Dobby and stop him from hurting himself. "It's all right, Dobby. Can you tell me why you sense him?" The only response Harry got was more violence. Dobby quivered and waved his finger, making a chair fly at him. Harry dove out of the way, pulling Dobby with him, and groaned. "All right, I won't mention him again, Dobby," he said, trying to decide how he might glean the information without forcing Dobby to hurt himself. At the moment there wasn't a way that he could think of. But he'd definitely be visiting Dobby soon. Almost before Harry could think of an apology, Dobby had disappeared from the common room, leaving it nearly completed. Harry looked arrow-ooned before waving his wand and continuing the transfiguration he'd been doing. Dobby had done a lot of the work, but there was still a few things that he needed to take care of. When he finished up air was just enough time to change and then get to the Great Hall and be there when the others arrived. He planned on slipping into the mass of students as they entered into the castle so that no one noticed him. As Harry had descended the second set of stairs and was passing through a secret passage, his pocket began to grow increasingly warmer. He stopped, hiding himself in the shadows, and searched out what was burning in his pocket. From his pocket came a galleon. This was, however, not an ordinary galleon. It had been in Harry's pocket at all times as a reminder of what he and the DA had been able to accomplish by the end of the year. When he and Tonks had flown off, it had been with him, and it was the only other thing that hadn't been destroyed. By the time he got it close enough to the date on the side, it was burning hot. He read the little inscription on the side. Instead of a time and date it had a single word, now. Abandoning the previous path, Harry found himself at the entrance to the room of requirements. There was only one person who could be using the coin to call him, Hermione. She was the only one that understood the spell that had been put on them. Harry was curious though. The carriages hadn't even been in sight from the third-floor corridor, and he wondered why Hermione was so insistent that he go now. It didn't matter to Harry, he'd already missed more than half of the feasts the first night anyway. It didn't matter to him much, missing another one. It really didn't matter to Harry though. If Hermione needed him there, he was going to be there. If she was calling him, most of the others would probably be coming too. So, he focused on the room, making sure it was perfect for a meeting. There would be no fighting tonight. He only had to pass the wall twice before the doorway appeared and he entered into it. A long table was in the center of the room, sized so that it could accommodate more than all of the DA students. Harry drew up a soft chair and then sat, waiting. The wait wasn't as long as he expected it to be. The door cracked open and a robed figure slipped in. It turned and the wind from the hallway swept the hood from her head, whipping her brunette hair with it. The door closed and there was a click of the lock. Harry gaped as he saw one of the most unlikeliest of people approach him. A Slytherin, a female Slytherin at that. Though he had never been formally introduced to her, he knew who she was. She had a serpent's tongue, and even Malfoy feared her wrath. It may have been why she was a singled-out Slytherin, or because. But she was rather quick to speak when it was about her. There was however one thing Harry had noticed, her strange impartiality. She didn't take sides like the Slytherins did, she created debts and used them. A year ago, during some scuffle the twins had created, she had told Professor Umbridge that she had witnessed the whole event, effectively clearing the twins of the blame. Even longer before that, she'd helped Hannah Abbott when she'd been unable to get her work done for herbology. While they weren't huge debts, Harry was sure she made sure to keep track of them. She was a Slytherin after all. Now she was as composed as usual, her eyes drilling into Harry's. "Good," she said quietly as she approached. "I wasn't sure if the coin would work." The revelation that she'd been the one to us. The coin to call Harry stunned him and his hand found its way into the pocket of his cloak, gripping his wand tightly. His mind noted that his other wand was hiding in its usual place even before he had to think about it. Harry was so shocked that it took him a moment for words to come from his mouth. "You called me?" he asked, utterly aghast. Had one of the DA members betrayed them again? Was this Slytherin here for some dark purpose, trying to prove her loyalty to Voldemort? "What do you want?" he demanded before she could answer his first question. She did not even make the slightest recognition of him speaking. Instead, she waved her wand and a seat slid across the floor to her feet. After she had taken a seat, she looked at him, the queerest of looks on her face. "You look so much different up close," she said quietly as she inspected him. "Much different than I remember. It is odd, isn't it, that such a small person could stand up to the greatest wizard of this age." The wand in Harry's hand wavered just slightly as he prepared for some sort of spell, but nothing came. Blaise Zabini seemed remarkably calm. Harry wondered if someone else had followed her in under an invisibility cloak. But, knowing what it was like under a cloak, he doubted that there had been enough time, and besides, there hadn't been any signs of it. "All right," Harry said, finally understanding that Blaise would simply ignore him if he spoke to her as he had already. "Why am I here?" he asked, this time trying to keep himself calm. Whatever Blaise had to say, she had certainly done a great deal to get him alone before saying it. "You and I have a common goal," she said, her hands coming together theatrically. She looked at him with an overzealous smile. "We both want Voldemort to fall." Such a simple statement, but to Harry it was much more. It wasn't the fact that she'd used the name of the man so much as the lack of fear she showed towards it. And there was another thing, an onslaught of memories struck him and he stepped backwards, falling over the chair behind him and crashing to the ground. "We have a common goal, you and I," a haughty voice said from the shadows. "I have come to know the mistakes I have made. The only way I know that I am to atone for such mistakes is to stop him. We now have a common enemy, Albus. I think it would be best if we worked together to stop him." Harry was standing in a large library. Stacks of papers scattered across the desk in the center. No one else was around. They were away, some at the headquarters. "Well, Severus," he said quietly. "How do you propose we go about this?" He asked, softly. Even though his mind was filled with thoughts, he wished to do much more than be gentle and calm. The jargons were gone. He'd only just received the letter from the ministry. It had happened a few hours previous, and there was no doubt that Severus Snape had played a part in their killing. But there was something about the way he was speaking, something that said he was being sincere. From the shadows a ghastly version of Snape appeared, his skin so pale that he resembles a ghost, his eyes having fallen back in their sockets as if they were trying to die before the rest of him did. There was a look of horror on his face, as if he were seeing his own death unfold before him. However, what caught Harry's attention was his hands. He did not hold a wand, nor any other mechanism for violence, but it was obvious that they had seen it, and not long before. For they were covered in a deep red substance that Harry knew was blood. It extended up the sleeves of Snape's robes and then down the front of them, making him seem almost like he'd lain in a pool of it. Sitting bolt upright, Harry looked around, getting his bearings again. The Snape of his dreams was going to give him nightmares. "Are you all right?" a voice said, and Harry turned towards Blaise Zabini, his eyes alight. The acidic smell of blood still hung in his mouth. It stayed as if bits of copper had been ground into his nose. He could barely hold back the urge to be sick. He spat, trying to get the taste from his mouth, and then he looked up to find Blaise staring at him wide-eyed. "You're having another attack, aren't you? Is he angry at someone?" she asked. Then her hands shot to her mouth as if she'd uttered some heinous thing. It wasn't something Harry would have ever thought to see her do. She never lost control as far as he had ever seen. It took Harry a minute for the world to fall into its correct place, and when it did he looked to her, more than a little surprised. "You know about my scar attacks?" he asked her, curious as to how she'd come across that information. The whole school knew of the attacks, of course, the whole wizarding world knew, but no one knew what they really meant except a select few. "Such a special gift," she said, acting slightly malicious. "And yet, such a burden. There are a lot of things I know about you, Harry Potter. I have spent the last year of my life studying you. I knew what would happen after you came back from the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, spouting about Voldemort being back. I was there, just beyond the minister. I heard everything. There had been whispers, of course, nothing serious, but enough to get my attention. My parents were loyalists, though they never joined as Death Eaters, not then, but now that he has returned, well, I knew that I had to make plans of my own. A fortnight ago my parents called me to a meeting, which is unusual. They rarely bother me when I'm doing something that they want me to do. I was ready, but startled. The place I went was putrid, reeking of vile things I hate to imagine. But there I was told a great many things, most I don't doubt you already know. There were other things too. Plans that Voldemort was enacting, promises he had made. They thought it was the best thing for them and myself, to prove my loyalty early on. They want me to join his Death Eater ranks as soon as he'll admit me. They do not know of how I loathe the man, how much I would rather see him die than to join his forces. That is a good thing, because had I made any reaction which was against Voldemort, I was to be killed. It was the first part of my initiation into his throng. I will not be a Death Eater for some time, but I must take order from him. Still, I knew the choice was coming, and in being prepared I saved myself from openly showing disrespect. They believed I would hold true to the things my parents had told me and gave me my first mission. Because my life is in such grave danger, I accepted the mission without thought, and so here I am. The mission was simply really, penetrate the DA club you've formed and report activities and abilities. Apparently there was a great deal of them upset about how 5 children could go against such a Death Eater force and walk away. I applaud the effort. Blaise paused briefly, allowing some of the words to sink in. She was very apt at making things go in her favor and had a way with words. It was just natural for her to allow some of the impact to sink in before continuing on. Harry was speechless. Blaise was making it obvious that she hated Voldemort and wanted to be on the side of good, but she was a Slytherin, and weren't all Slytherins bad. Now that I have told you what has happened, I want to make an agreement with you. I may not be the greatest spy in Voldemort's forces, and I'm not even ranked as a Death Eater, but I can provide you with information. I want you to use that information to stop him and destroy him." She paused again, taking a deep breath as if calming herself. It was still quite a bit of information for Harry to process, and he was thankful that she wasn't pushing it as fast as she could. Other than using the information against him, I must still look as if I am completing my assignment. That means I must be a part of the DA, at least for the time being. When there are meetings I be there, or look as if I've gone. There will understandably be a little contention, and that can keep me out of some things for a while, but how long that lasts is also important. I can't allow it to continue through the whole year. I must look as if I'm getting closer friends. Besides that, I will be given a safe place to study, perhaps even be able to benefit from your teachings. I've heard so. Me teachers regard you as almost an equal. One even suggested you be given the Dada position this year under supervision. Though, I'm not sure how reliable my source is, she sighed. I do know that very single fifth-year student who was in the DA got an O on their owls and at least an E in charms, while the rest of the students got no better than an E in the Dada test. It struck Harry as funny had any of the teachers would have suggested he be the Dada teacher. He had nowhere close to the necessary requirements to be a teacher, and there was no way he could do it with all the other work he had to do in other classes. He may have enjoyed teaching the DA, but there was no way he could teach the whole of Hogwarts. Blaise eyes him for a minute. You will teach my occlumency. I understand why. Oh, you were studying it last year, and I expect you're very good at it now. Harry almost shook his head. He was good at it, but not because he'd studied it last year. He'd cheated his way through that one. Besides, he still didn't trust the girl. She had a great deal of information, more than she should have, even if she had heard things in the hall. Why? Harry finally was able to ask, not sure if she would give him the reason. He wanted to know why she didn't like Voldemort. All Slytherins did. Occlumency. If I am ever put face to face with Voldemort, I do not want him to enter my mind. I know I will not for a while. I am only reporting to Draco Malfoy for the time being. No, Harry started but paused. Draco Malfoy. She'd just plainly identified him as a future, if not current, Death Eater. I meant, he began again, but couldn't continue. His mouth had lost the words he was thinking. You meant, why am I doing this? Why am I coming to you? Why am I making this decision? Harry nodded mutely, still thinking about Draco. I hate Voldemort. That should be enough. She stood up and walked around the room, her hand searching for something she could not see. Eventually it came to rest on the cracked faux glass. As for why I came to you, there are multiple reasons. Don't be so presumptuous as to assume it was because I believed you could protect me. I do believe, given your past success, that you were the best choice to funnel the information to. I know where your loyalties lie. And besides, the best reason was because it deviated very little from the proposed plan. I am being watched, of that I am sure. And if I were to go to Dumbledore, my reasons would be apparent. In order for me to stay alive, I must do something which I would normally do in my position. Meeting you is one of those things. Harry was hard set to accept the truth of her words. He didn't trust Slytherins at all. There was always something in it for them. But, given the circumstances, he wasn't going to turn her away, at least not yet. All right, I won't say yes immediately. I am far from trusting you. However, I don't expect the information to be given to me immediately either. I'll have to talk it over with some people, and decide what the best decision is. A smile crept over Blaise's face. It was as though he'd already given her an answer that she had liked. You're made out to be much more rash than you seem to be, she said calmly. But you're really a Slytherin at heart. I can't believe the Sorting Hat didn't choose you to be one. Though Blaise seemed to know a lot of things, Harry was glad. She did not know how close he had come to becoming one. He smiled as sweetly as possible, but gave her no answer. He felt as if simply talking would give away something, some hint of what she'd just spoken about. All right, I can accept that, but there is, however, a matter which is rather urgent. In order for me to gain your trust, I was to tell you of the attack on the castle that was to happen tomorrow evening. After everyone and everything had settled down. I wasn't given too many specifics, because they did not want me to know too much, but I believe it will not be just witches and wizards that will be attacking the castle. I don't know exactly what he is planning, but there is a darker purpose than just gaining your trust. What it is, I haven't the slightest clue. Now, she said, in appearing in her hand almost magically. You might want to call a meeting with your little club and speak with the headmaster as well. I am going to go see Draco and tell him that I told you of the meeting. Don't spend too long deciding about my offer. While it is because I hate Voldemort, I will not let it risk my life if I think you will not follow through on your part. A New Master. Chapter 16. A New Master. The lack of noise in the room of requirements made it seem as if it were an empty hole. The darkness that had filled it didn't help the image. Harry sat quietly, straining his mind. There was something he didn't understand. Voldemort knew he would know. Voldemort wanted him to know. Why? If Blaise didn't have any idea why and she was telling the truth, which he instinctually knew was right, she was telling the truth no matter how much he wanted to deny it, then there was some ulterior motive, but what could it be? Time ticked by as Harry thought, but nothing came to mind. Besides Voldemort trying to lure him out. He wouldn't allow it though. Not after what had happened to Sirius last year. He wouldn't allow for Voldemort to pull him into another trap. A piece of CH meant with a quill and inkwell appeared in front of him and Harry wrote down everything about the attack he knew, which was virtually nothing besides it was happening the following day. He didn't mention Blaise, as much for spite as the fact that he wanted to keep her a secret from Dumbledore. After all, she'd never told him to tell Dumbledore about herself. When he finished writing it out he read it again. It almost made it sound like a Scar attack, that he'd had some sort of vision. He didn't write any doubt into it though, because he knew that Blaise wasn't lying, she believed the Death Eaters were coming. Unless Voldemort had tricked her for some other reason he would come. Exhausted by some unknown force he rolled up the parchment carefully and a stamp appeared before him. It was a good idea to seal the note. Harry certainly didn't want anyone else reading it other than Dumbledore. So, taking a nearby candle he dripped a slight bit of wax onto the parchment and pressed the seal against it. Pausing, Harry sat the roll to the side, not really paying attention to it. If he was to really give the scroll to Dumbledore then it was likely that he'd be put into some secret room that he wouldn't be able to do anything from. No fighting, no vengeance for Sirius's death, no way to help out against the Death Eaters. Dumbledore wouldn't allow anything of the sort. He already knew the answer without asking the question. Even though he should be included, he of all people had been one of the few people at the school that was qualified to fight against them other than the teachers. However, not telling Dumbledore might be exactly what Voldemort was trying to get him to do. He couldn't do that. It would mean that the school would be relatively defenseless. He could tell the DA and hope they could defend the school. But that was even worse. He wasn't about to endanger their lives like that. Yes, he was going to tell them, but only because they needed to help keep the school in check. Dumbledore couldn't do everything. He had mentioned in the letter that he would be telling them. He'd also asked that Dumbledore left him alone, though he doubted it would make much of a difference. Light filtered into the room as the door creaked open. A gust of air whipped through, but the door closed just as quick. No one appeared that he could see and he wondered who had come. He hadn't called the group yet and even then, they should all be in the feast still. Feet padded across the stone floor. Harry could hear them as they closed in on him and he wondered if someone was under an invisibility cloak. He'd had years of experience with them, and because he hadn't seen anyone he figured it was the only way someone could be there. He was wrong when he saw Dobby appear around the side of the table. Relieved somehow that it wasn't Ron or Hermione he smiled as best he could to Dobby. "Hello Dobby," he said quietly, thinking about how long it would be before his two friends went looking for him. Dobby didn't seem to notice his distraction, but didn't return the smile. "Dobby is thinking, sir." When Dobby is not seeing Harry Potter at dinner, Dobby is thinking he is angered Harry Potter. Dobby is not wanting Harry Potter angry with him, Dobby said before Harry could say anything else. It was then that Harry noticed the nervous look on his face. "I'm not," Harry began to say, trying to get Dobby to feel better. It made Harry feel worse to know that Dobby was feeling bad because of him. Feeling any worse would only lead to depression. So Dobby is thinking of how is he telling Harry Potter the things he is wanting to say. Dobby is thinking really hard about it. Dobby is thinking he is finding a way. he said. From the look in his eyes Harry thought he was terrified, but he wasn't quite sure why. Harry continued to stare, mouth agape, and he decided that Dobby was horrified, but not the same horror Harry thought about when he was scared. He was interested too, and he nodded slightly, wondering what it was Dobby had figured out. Even though the elf didn't have much, he was still Harry's friend, and Harry wasn't about to risk their friendship to find out about the new teacher. Finally, he proceeded to speak, slowly, deciding that he would see what Dobby had to say before telling him yes or no. "All right, Dobby, how do we do it?" he asked, trying to avoid the excitement he was feeling. For a moment the impeding battle had faded from his mind. If Harry Potter is asking. When, his voice faded and his large green eyes stared at Harry for a minute, searching for something. He gulped and his little body shook uncontrollably. If Harry Potter is asking Dobby as his master, he paused just briefly. Before Harry could register what was being said, he continued, finally finding the confidence and rushing through the rest. "If you is asking as Dobby's master, Dobby must obey. Dobby is wanting to now, but Harry Potter is not his master and he is not allowed to tell anyone but his masters." "Me?" Harry asked, startled. "Your master? I couldn't have an elf," he said, imagining for a second what it would be like to have his own personal elf. It didn't take long for a long lecture from Hermione to start. Ron wouldn't say anything, but he'd hate it Trity. Even if he was a good friend, he wasn't unable to feel. That wasn't to mention what everyone else would think. Or what would happen if the papers got a hold of it. "Hermione would kill me, not to mention you're a Hogwarts elf now, and your master is Dumbledore." Dobby looked crestfallen, but his resolve had not faded at all. Instead, it seemed to have been intensified. When Dobby is starting at Hogwarts, he is asking Master Dumbledore if he can stop working when he is finding another job. Master Dumbledore is saying Dobby can leave anytime he and Winky wants. Dobby is asking these things because he is hoping that when Harry Potter is moved out of his Muggle house that Dobby could go with Harry Potter and live there. He is hoping he could maybe help for a place to stay. Dobby wants to be friends with Harry and he wants to be free too. He finished and began to wring his hands nervously. Instead of terror, he looked nervous now, a look that Harry recognized quickly. Ron had that look a lot last year. It took a long time for Harry to digest all of the information that Dobby was giving him. It wasn't something that he had to read between the lines about. Dobby was saying, outright, that he wanted Harry to be his master, that he'd wanted to be way back when he had first come to Hogwarts. And, to top it all off, Winky was coming too. Harry said, but faltered. He didn't know how to respond exactly. "I don't know what you would do, Dobby. I don't need you very much. I don't even have a home anymore." Dobby is hearing all this, and that is why Dobby is thinking Harry Potter could be his master. Harry Potter turned 17 in the summer, which means that he is a legal wizard. So, Dobby thinks Harry Potter could get a home for himself and Dobby could help there. If Harry Potter is getting a house, Dobby could still work even without pay, but Dobby is hoping. Harry knew Hermione was going to wring his neck for even entertaining the idea. But he couldn't help it. The look was so hopeful that he would feel as if he were the bad guy if he just turned Dobby down outright. "What about Winky?" he asked, trying to pity Dobby outright and just saying yes. He knew he didn't have the sort of money to keep Dobby, and even if he did, there was still Hermione and Ron. As for everyone else, he was beginning to care less about the rest of them. They had turned their backs on him enough times. Next time, no matter what it took, he would ignore them all. What does she think about all this? From the look on Dobby's face, Harry wondered if he shouldn't have mentioned Winky. It wasn't something that he liked to do, but still it was better to ask now than to find out later. Winky hadn't. She seemed to like him very much beforehand, and now, well, he wasn't sure how she'd react to him being her master. He knew one thing. He couldn't let her go because she'd probably have a complete breakdown. Winky is not saying much, Harry Potter. She is just crying and drinking more butterbeer. Dobby is trying to help. Dobby is doing his best to make her feel better, but she is not listening. Dobby is trying to get her to work because all house elves know that work is helping to forget, but the other elves is not giving her any tasks. They is thinking she and Dobby is both bad elves. They is not liking us at all. That is why Dobby is wanting to leave now, Harry Potter. If Dobby could take Winky somewhere where she is always working, then maybe Dobby could help make her better. He paused. She is not a bad elf, Harry Potter. She is just needing to forget. I know, Harry breathed, not truly understanding her exact circumstances, but knowing what she needed. The pain she felt in her heart was too much, and she didn't know any other way to live, so she was now a raging drunk, it seemed. The last bit of resolve Harry had faded with a sigh. There wasn't any other way to make it out of it in good standings with Dobby. And he did owe Dobby a lot more than just a thank you. All right, Dobby, he said slowly, closing his eyes and remembering what Dobby was being paid. 4 galleons a month and whatever time you want off, good enough? He asked, feeling tired again. The impeding battle was coming back into his mind no matter what was happening at the moment. In the brief moment that Harry took to glance down at Dobby, he was bowled over with tremendous force as the ecstatic house elf squeezed him with superhuman strength. The chair he had been sitting in clattered on the stone floor, but Harry couldn't do anything about it. The whistling of the wind was the only sound aside from Harry's breathing. Then, there was a sniffle and crying. Dobby is so happy, Dobby said, his voice muffled in Harry's robes. He looked up as giant tears dropped from his eyes. It didn't take long for Harry's shirt to get soaked. When Dobby finally let go and Harry was able to move again, he proceeded to stand up the chair he'd been sitting in. Then, after straightening up his robes, he looked at Dobby as professionally as possible. No one is to know, not Ron, not Hermione, not Dumbledore. Not yet at least, he said, thinking of other people's reactions. Luna might be the only one at the school who wouldn't make a big deal out of it, and he certainly didn't want to talk about with her. Tonks, well, Tonks might be happy for him, he wasn't sure. And he'd like to tell her, but she wasn't around at the moment. Tonks, Aurors, Harry grinned, just barely. If they were coming, everything would be all right. Sure, Lee, that would be one of the very first things Dumbledore did, after contacting the Order. It would all be all right. All he needed to do was get the other members of the DA down here so that they could help keep the students safe. They needed to be around so that everything could be kept calm, and in case the Death Eaters did make it into the castle, a last defense of sorts. Harry heard Dobby speaking in front of him, and he snapped his attention back to the present. Don't you dare call me Master Dobby, Harry is still just fine. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said, grinning like a little boy who'd just gotten a brand new firebolt. Harry had a hard time not grinning back, even with the fight hanging over his head. Maybe it would be good to have Dobby around. Is there anything else that Harry Potter would ask of Dobby or Winky? Yes, Harry said, nodding. I want you to act like nothing has changed. Go about your normal duties as a Hogwarts elf for right now until I figure out everything. There's a lot to think about now. When I do have something for you to do, I'll come find you. And we need to find out a way how to help Winky get better. Solemnly, Dobby nodded. The mention of Winky had depressed him just a little, and Harry hated it, but he hated it even more that Winky was in such bad shape. The first thing he planned on doing as her so-called master was taking care of her. Dobby is able to do everything Sir asks. Dobby is wanting Harry Potter to know that all Harry has to do is call Dobby's name and he will come. There is other ways, but Dobby is thinking they is too complicated. But the walls, they speak to the elves, so to know when they is to come and work. One more thing, Harry said, taking the sealed scroll from the table. I'd like you to deliver this to Dumbledore when the feast is over. For a moment Dobby's head turned to the side and he leaned it over gently. His ears perked up slightly and then he turned back to Harry. The feast is ended, Harry Potter, sir. The students is all going to their rooms. Harry sighed. He didn't think he'd been sitting around that long. All right then, get it to him right away, and not anyone else. It is important that he is the one that reads it first. Dobby nodded. Then Harry continued. Tomorrow, after it's all done and over with, we can get back to talking about the new teacher and more about what you're going to do now that you're my responsibility. It is hard to ask, Dobby said as he took the scroll from Harry's hand. He didn't seem to mind in the least bit asking his question, though. It seemed more like some thing he had been taught to say before asking. But what is happening, Omoro? Dobby is not hearing that anything bad might happen. Why is Harry Potter thinking that tomorrow he is not living? Somehow, Harry knew he should have expected it instead of Dobby just following instructions, and he wasn't angry with Dobby at all. He knew who Dobby was and what he was like long before that moment. The C.A. Saintel is going to be attacked tomorrow, Dobby, Harry said quietly. That's what I've been told, and though I don't know how or when, I'm sure it will happen. Since I'm the only one that knows, I have to tell Dumbledore so he can be prepared. Dobby seemed extremely frightened. They is Death Eaters? He asked slowly, almost afraid to speak the words. Harry nodded, feeling better that he'd told someone. Now I need that letter to get to Dumbledore right away. Do whatever he asks, Dobby. Remember, you're supposed to act like a Hogwarts elf for now. With a nod, Dobby scurried out the door. And Dobby, Harry said, trying to catch him before he disappeared. His words, however, fell to the empty walls and were lost in the rush of wind that opening the doors brought. Harry hoped that Dobby would be quiet enough that no one else would know. Not yet. It would be bad if the whole castle got into a ruckus before Dumbledore even knew what was happening. Silently, Harry pulled the coin from his pocket, tearing the spell Hermione had taught him. The date along the side melted away and then formed a single word. Now, all Harry had to do was wait and see who would come. The wait didn't last very long. Before the door creaked open and Harry could hear the wind pummel it as it closed. He looked up to see who had come and was a little shocked. Luna was standing there, her windswept hair only adding to the slightly lost look on her face. When she saw Harry, she smiled lazily and walked towards him. Harry did his best to smile back, but his mind was quickly filling with so much information that he was beginning to have trouble seeing clearly. He reached up to adjust his glasses nervously, trying to decide what exactly he was going to tell everyone, and he found that his glasses had slipped from his face without him noticing it. Taking a quick step back to check the floor for his glasses, he heard a crunch that was dreadfully familiar. Another step back revealed a set of crushed glasses and frames twisted in odd angles. It took a moment to register that there was no way for him to repair them. He wouldn't be able to concentrate enough to get the glass to repair smoothly. Hopefully Hermione would be able to repair them. Luna said quietly, but so close that she startled Harry. Would you like me to fix those? She asked, her voice still extremely quiet. Harry looked up at her without the vaguest change in expression. Though she was waiting for a response, she hadn't been ready for such a desperate look. She stepped back, so startled that she couldn't speak. The look on her face was almost like the final string, and Harry's mind snapped and his mind blanked. Someone was shaking him and there was a pungent smell of blood that filled the air. Harry sat bolt upright to the concerned face of a scarred brunette woman. Are you all right? She asked, anxiety overriding her normal facial expressions. Harry shook his head and looked around, struggling to grasp where he was. He was at the edge of some sort of forest, with a cliff on the other side of him. Below lay a lake of blood, the brunette said, and Harry remembered her name was Deborah. After the last attack he slaughtered everyone, even his own soldiers. Then, instead of destroying the bodies, he summoned them all to the lake and cast a spell to make them bleed completely. He's lost it completely. Even the Aurors think he might be unstoppable. How long have I? Began Harry, wondering how long he'd been out. The words sunk in and he stopped momentarily, turning to the side, and he was sick all over the ground. The lake of blood was, by far, the worst sight he'd ever seen. It's been 2.5 days since you were struck unconscious. You were struck with 3 separate stunners, and pretty strong ones too. James pulled you out before they were able to get a subjective potion down your throat. But he went out during the last siege. He's there somewhere, she said, gesturing sadly towards the lake below them. In the distance, somewhere below them and in the forest beyond the lake, there was a scream that only sounded remotely human. Harry felt the blood drain from his face and he recognized the voice. Edward? He asked rhetorically, not really wanting to hear the answer. The silence that followed was enough. Using all of his strength, slowly he pushed himself up, trying to get to his feet. It too took a great deal of energy to move at all, and Deborah placed her arm on his shoulder gently. Don't you dare, she whispered in his ear. I may not be a superb healer, but I do know that you're in no shape to be moving around. You won't recover if you strain yourself now. No matter her position, Harry would have none of it. He'd already lost enough of his friends. Standing took a series of tries. He was finally able to make it to his feet. His right hand instinctively went for his wand next, but found none. It was broken before James got to you, Deborah responded to his movement. I'm sorry. One step at a time Harry moved forward. The place was hideously empty, and at any other time it would have been a great relief, but now, just 3 days ago hundreds upon hundreds of men had lined the forest battling. The blood and bodies had been splattered along the path, a sight that would burn into any Mont's memory. They were all gone now, donating blood to the lake no doubt. The night had barely fallen and the moon shone brightly along the path as Harry stepped down it. Nighttime was not the best time for him to fight, but it would have to do. Every day he spent resting, the powers he fought against grew more powerful. You're just go and get yourself killed, aren't you? A voice spoke from the woods along the path. Harry turned to him, groaning from the pain it caused. Pierre, he said, feeling a sense of anxiety fill him. How are you? Alive, the man named Pierre said, breaking away from the shadows that concealed him. Unlike most of my companions, I passed the test. It seems, I am my own master. No one can tell me what to do any longer. That means I may choose whichever path suits me best, and I have come to believe that this one is far better suited for me. He bowed forward wordlessly, much more formally than most people were able to do. Years of experience had perfected the movement. His hand flicked, just as silently and smooth, almost gracefully, a wand shot forward, falling at Harry's feet. Harry stooped to pick it up, and when his eyes returned to the shadows, Pierre was gone. Each step forward was progress and somehow made Harry feel a little health. Wire each time until he was able to stand straight without effort. Somewhere behind him he could hear Deborah crying, but he ignored her. What he was going to do was set, and he wouldn't allow anyone to stop him. Gripping the wand that had been given to him, he tried to think of the magic banishing spell. It was his only chance, and though the loss of his life was likely, it was better than to allow the evil to sweep over the world. Whatever power Grindelwald had discovered obviously magnified his powers, so he had to strip him of that power. The lake passed by on his right and Harry fought to look at it. He needed to focus. The path straightened out finally, and in front of him a great castle seemed to rise out of the depths. It had not been there before, and it was a testament to just how powerful Grindelwald had become. Someone was laughing. Albus, the voice said almost curiously, but cold at the same time. Come to play one last hand with me. He laughed again, sounding less and less sane as the seconds passed. Your army succeeded in destroying the few loyal followers I had left. And those who did survive were given to the powers that be. I have no need for followers anymore, he said, and appeared suddenly in front of Albus with a sound. It was almost as if he had apparated, but he hadn't. It was impossible in this place. It seems you have finally. Harry awoke with a jolt. Something was pressed against his head, and he looked around, finding the concerned eyes of the DA upon him. His body still ached as it had in the memory, and he felt the sickening feeling he'd had when he looked upon the lake. Rolling over, he puked on the stone floor once more. Several voices raised concern, and one wanted to take him to the infirmary. Harry raised his hand. I'm all right, he moaned, trying to sit up. Someone's hand appeared with his glasses in them, and he took them gratefully, placing them on his face. The faces sharpened, and he saw Hermione among them, Ron at her side. Help me up, he choked. And someone please get rid of that mess. Hands reached to him, helping him to his feet, and as he found his seat he heard the Scourgify spell behind him. I am sorry, he said, Nding his strength again as he pulled the wet cloth from his forehead. None of the memories had ever affected him so, but none of them had ever been so gruesome. He remembered the bodies that had lit the ground, and he remembered the lake vividly. And Pierre, no, not Pierre, Wendell Hadwin, they were the same person. There was something else, something that was on the edge of Harry's memory, something about Pierre. But the thought eluded him, and he was brought back to the current situation when someone cleared their throat. Looking upon the table, he found that the whole of the DA had already seated themselves and were waiting for something. Hermione sat just to his right and Ron to his left. Is everyone here? Harry croaked, fighting away the memory of the bloody lake. Everyone that's coming, Hermione said cryptically. But Harry didn't hear the sarcasm in her voice. He simply nodded and stood. I have been informed that sometime tomorrow Death Eaters will be attacking the castle. Though I am not sure of the source, I have come to believe that the information is reliable this time. I called you all here tonight so that we can help the teachers keep the students in check. No do. BT the prefects will be assigned these duties from Dumbledore, but I thought it would be better if we had people who know what they're doing keeping track of the students. I know, Harry said, taking a long breath to keep himself calm. It's been a long day for most of you and you're probably all tired. I am not forcing anyone to stay, but I think that we would have a better chance if we help. The headmaster has only just been informed of this information. He doesn't have a lot of time to plan a counter-offensive. I do not know what he will plan, nor do I care. I simply want to make sure that we save everyone we can. Silence filled the room when Harry quit talking. There were looks between all of the others, and Harry noticed for the first time that several more of them now wore prefect badges. He felt a sense of pride, but didn't say anything. He only waited. Please leave if you don't want to help, he added finally, and waited to hear the squeaking of chairs moving. He feared the sound, but still the silence continued, only added to by the muted beating of the wind against the walls of the castle. Still there was more to be said, and he hated to say it, but he continued. Our last year, I understand if some of you don't want to follow me, if you're afraid of what might happen. Even if we're the last line of defense, we may still have to stand against the Death Eaters, but we need to show them that even though we are students, we're not helpless. Ask anyone that went with me to the ministry last year. Fighting with the Death Eaters is a lot different from dueling with other DA members. It's not going to be easy and it's not safe. You'll probably get injured or die if it happens. I don't want anyone to do it if they're afraid to take the risk. No one even batted an eye. All right, Harry said, feeling tears well up in his eyes, but he brushed them away, feeling more confident. We're going to need more people. We may be strong, but we're no match for Death Eaters in number. Should we have to fight them, I'd like other students prepared. Hannah, Ernie, Anthony, Padma, your prefects still. Right. All of them nodded. He shouldn't have had to ask, but he still did. Are there other students in your houses that are advanced enough to help us out? They'll have to be willing to fight if it's needed too. Harry had his own idea about people in Gryffindor, and most of those who were capable were already in the DA. There was a couple of students that were formerly 6th-year Gryffindors who might be of some help. He watched as the two sets of prefects spoke between themselves for a minute and then nodded to him. Harry nodded back, happy that there were more. He wasn't sure if it would come to battling for their part, but the larger the army, the better the odds. Please, go get them, Harry said, hoping that more students would be willing to help in the fight. We're going to need everyone who'll help us. Oh, and if you know some level-minded younger students, I wouldn't mind having them either. They can help us get all of the younger students to listen. Don't tell anyone about what's going to happen unless you find it absolutely necessary. I don't want to worry anyone else yet. The four nodded and made their way outside the door, heading towards their common rooms. Harry hoped they got more than a few people. He would have sent off Hermione too if he didn't need her opinion right now. Ron stood as they left. Harry, he said hesitantly, I think it might be a good idea to put the students somewhere else, somewhere where the Death Eaters won't look for them. Dumbledore will either lock students in the common room or the Great Hall, but neither is a good idea. If the Death Eaters do get in, that'll be the first place they look. We should get everyone together. Somewhere where the Death Eaters won't find right away. That way if the Death Eaters do break in, there will be more time to stop them. It didn't take much thought. Moving them in to one place meant that less people could stand protecting them because they wouldn't need to be split up between the common rooms. It was a strategic idea, an idea that Harry would not have thought of. He smiled at Ron and was rewarded with a smile in return. Harry, Hermione said in a more hesitant voice than Ron's. You're sure this is going to happen? You're sure it's not another one of your... Even though he knew he shouldn't be angry, he was. No, Hermione, he said venomously, but only loud enough for her and Ron to hear. I have taken care of my scar attacks. But, Harry stood, the chair shooting out behind him. What happened earlier was not a scar attack, he said, raising his voice so that everyone could hear. Due to something that happened a couple weeks ago, I have been having lapses of memories and they are quite violent sometimes. I can do nothing about them. They are triggered by events that happen around me. At the moment they are not important. I will find I'd get rid of them when I have more time to spare, but until then I have to deal with them as they come. No one said anything and Harry was glad. He would have hated to explode in front of them. The strain of what he'd seen only a few minutes before still weighed upon him. Now, is there any other ideas? Where would be a good idea to move the student? Zacharias stood up quickly, but wait. Until Harry nodded towards him before he spoke. I think that it's a good idea, he said, and it was odd to hear him agree with anyone. Harry just smiled as he felt the pressure start to release. Everyone had let go of the incident without though and were moving on. If we do that then we could show some of the younger students how to use a basic curse, like a stunning charm, so they could court themselves a little even if we weren't available. It wouldn't help much, but it could always get them a few more minutes if we were injured. It gives them a way to try and protect themselves. The table. There were murmurs of agreement. Harry liked both ideas. It would mean that even in the end, if everyone else was stopped, that the students would have at least a small chance. All right then, where should we put everyone? There were more whispers between people as the members discussed where to put people. There were a few responses, but nothing that sounded like the best answer. Some wanted them to be put in the dungeons. Some in a tower, but the tower was not secure and the dungeons was too obvious. Here, Hermione said suddenly, this room would be perfect. It'll enlarge if we need it and it will be impenetrable unless they have extremely strong magic. Everyone here will be safe and there aren't very many people that know the location, except for the Slytherins, and they won't know where everyone is. More muted approvals. Luna stood up lazily, looking as if she were just waking up. Do you think they'll know we know? She asked lazily. Harry shook his head. I don't know. They might and we have to be prepared for that. I told Dumbledore that exact thing. Maybe we could do something they wouldn't expect. She noted idly, trick them. Someone laughed but Harry didn't. Luna really had something. No, she's right, he said as inspiration struck. They won't be expecting to be attacked from behind by a group of children. If we sneak behind them and wait until they're fighting with the Aurors, we can slowly pick them off. They might not even know it's happening until it's too late. At this Harry paused. There was a problem, Wormtail. If Voldemort were really going to attack the castle, it wouldn't be from above, but from within. That meant that he might try to sneak in. There's one problem with putting all of the students into one room, he said, pausing. I don't trust the Slytherins to want the same things the rest of us do. Perhaps we should leave the Slytherins somewhere else. They're much safer than the rest of the students. Cho stood up looking a little angry. I don't think we should exclude anyone, even if they are Slytherins. That's because your new boyfriend is one of those slimy gits, Ron said under his breath, seeming much like his old self. We wouldn't want to let poor helpless Slytherin to get harmed, now, would we? He added sarcastically. It took most of Harry's strength not to smile. No matter how serious it was, Ron always seemed to have something to say about it. There's an easy fix, Hermione said, her chair sliding away from her again as she stood. When we tell the room what we need, we'll make sure that there are at least 2 separate areas to split up the Slytherins from the rest of them. We won't tell them they're all in the same area so there won't be any conflict. As long as we have an Auror or keeping guard, they won't try and escape. The door opened and Dobby entered into the room. Dobby, Harry said, smiling as best as possible. Is there a way that you can seal the secret entrances into the castle so that the Death Eaters can't get in? That won't be necessary, said another voice, and Harry found himself looking into the headmaster's smiling face. The castle has its own defense mechanisms. I can seal it completely with a few words, or I can seal every entrance except for one. Nothing will be able to enter. Harry gaped, slightly angry that Dumbledore had come when he had asked him not to. The rest of the night breezed by with the DA, but Harry was not among them. Dumbledore invited him to come help with other matters, as he put it, but only removed him of the presence of the DA before imprisoning him on the other side of a mirror in one of the castle towers. I am sorry, he said before he left, looking aged and weary. I cannot afford for you to do something stupid and get yourself killed tomorrow. Dobby was with him, looking frightful and not sure what to do, but Harry shook his head and Dobby merely followed Dumbledore away. As the sun dawned upon the next morn, And Harry was staring out a tiny protected window. A chill filled him, and he shuddered, fighting away the thoughts of his parents and the thoughts of the bloody lake which overtook him. "They're here," Harry whispered to himself. He was angry that Dumbledore had done so much to stop him from fighting. He had, after all, decided not to help the others inside the castle, but Dumbledore wanted more than Harry's word. Apparently it wasn't good enough for him now that he couldn't read Harry's mind. There was a knock at the mirror and Harry turned to it surprised. He had been restricted from leaving. The mirror would not allow him to get through it no matter what he tried, even with some of the tricks he'd learned from Tonks and the memories he'd had. He couldn't see through it either. It was a mirror on his side as well. So, instead of answering the knock, he ignored it, staring out to see the great battle that was about to take place. Something happened on the other side of the door, but it did not open. Harry ignored it again, knowing that Dumbledore had almost indefinitely put a spell to keep him from entering. The mirror, however, was not able to keep the attacker back and, as a second noise came, it shattered to pieces. Dobby was standing just in front of the broken mirror looking quite surprised, almost as if he hadn't expected it to break. "Dobby?" Harry asked, rather startled that Dobby was the one to be on the other side of the door. When he'd shook his head he expected that Dobby wouldn't return, that he'd do as Dumbledore asked. Without slowing to give an answer of any sort, Dobby bounded forward and grabbed Harry by the arm. "We is being told, sir. We is being told you are held here. We is being told that you is not able to save the Weasley and we is coming to help." "The Weasley?" Harry asked, even more dumbfounded. "Ron. He's already in trouble. I told him to stay in the room of requirements. Not Master Potter's Weasley, sir. Weasley's Weasley. She is coming when you is in the maze, sir. She is the Weasley's Weasley." It didn't take too long for Harry to understand what Dobby was saying, but it was even more confusing. It had to be Mrs. Weasley. There were only 2 female Weasleys that he knew of, and Mrs. Weasley had only been to Hogwarts once that he knew of, and that was during his 3rd task of the tournament, right when he went into the maze. "Mrs. Weasley's in trouble. What? I mean, how's she? Is she here?" he said, finally getting something meaningful out of his mouth. While Harry tried to resist Dobby's tugging, he found that it was harder than it should have been. Dobby couldn't weigh more than 60 pounds, if that, and yet he was able to almost drag Harry behind him. The more Harry resisted, the more his arm was bruised, so he finally quit trying to pull against Dobby and followed him reluctantly. While he was being pulled along, he made a mental note that his second wand was still hidden inside his cloak. No one, save Tonks, knew he was carrying it yet. When they finally stopped, Harry looked up to find a picture of Sir Cadogan in front of him. He was leaned forward on his pony, sound asleep, while his armor was slowly falling off of him. His sword and gauntlet were already laying on the ground and his left arm piece was about to fall. "Sir," Dobby squeaked, prodding the portrait, "you was needing to open the door." "The door?" Harry asked, not quite sure what Dobby meant. There was no door behind Sir Cadogan. He'd been used as the Gryffindor portrait for a part of the 3rd year, and there had been no door that his portrait had concealed. Not that Harry had seen anyway. Next to him Sir Cadogan burped, but continued to snore in his portrait. Dobby seemed slightly irritated and prodded him so hard that the knight sat up, reached for his wand and promptly fell off the other side of his horse. "Scurvy knave," roared Sir Cadogan as he tried to sit up. It looked as if he'd had a bit too much to drink though, and he wasn't even facing the right Dobby. Instead facing the rear of his horse. "Draw your sword so that I can have your head. You dishonor me, stealing upon me in the dead of night." For another few seconds the knight stared at the rump of his horse and then realized that it had not been the thing to disturb him. He turned slowly, first away and then towards Harry and Dobby. "Hark, scoundrel, and draw thy sword," he growled when he saw Harry. The hall was empty and it echoed down through the emptiness. Harry didn't like the darkness of the morning. The candles had not even been lit yet and it felt as if someone were watching him in the darkness. He shivered, but didn't look around for long. Instead, he turned to the angry knight. "Shut up," he muttered angrily. He was already angry at Dumbledore for trying to enclose him in the tower, and this portrait wasn't about to get away with being so stupid. "You is needing to open the door," Dobby repeated squeakily again. "We is needing the stairs so Harry Potter can save the Weasley." Sir Cadogan eyed the elf and then eyed Harry for a minute. To save a life, an admirable quest. What say ye, sir, that thou want? Entrance. Harry didn't immediately nod. He was surprised that the knight seemed so lucid. Though he still looked a bit crazy, his helmet no longer on his head and his hair sticking up all over. He was balding and the hair he did have was extremely sparse. Yeah, sure, Harry said offhandedly, but turned to Dobby. Where is Mrs. Weasley and why is she in trouble? The wall that was directly across from the portrait of Sir Cadogan moaned and creaked, then. Suddenly the wall leapt to the side. Dobby's head hadn't turned, but was standing directly in front of it. He knew it had been there. Harry wondered how many other passages he knew of, ones that weren't even on the Marauder's map. The Zabini lady is saying you is knowing about the fight because of her, he said quietly. She is seeing me and pulling me to the side to say she is finding out something else, sir. She is not being able to see you, so she is asking Dobby to tell you. She is saying that the attack, sir, is a distraction, sir, so that the man who is he who must not be named is doing other things. One of those things is the Weasley, sir. He is attacking the Weasley in Mungos because he is trying to hurt you, sir, by hurting her. An attack? Sir Cadogan asked in the background gleefully, but Harry ignored him. What Zabini had said was almost too much and he was suddenly wondering what her true intentions were. But then, he was still wondering about the attack on Hogwarts. Didn't seem to be any rational reason for it. Was it possible that it was only a diversion so that he could get other things done? Dumbledore had notified the Aurors already and they would surely come in force. Perhaps they'd be leaving something underguarded so that Voldemort could steal it. There was the question of whether Mrs. Weasley was going to be attacked, and Harry wasn't sure if he could take the chance. But then Blaise knew she was in St. Mungo's. Ron had only known because she'd been headed there after dropping him off. If she was in trouble, he wasn't going to stop and let her get hurt. She is after all the closest thing he had to a mother. Can you come to Dobby? Dobby must, sir. He said sadly. Dobby must take Harry Potter to St. Mungo's, sir, but he is not able to go with him while they is in the Hogwarts grounds. We is needing to go outside the magic area and apparating from there, sir. But Dobby is needing to stay too, sir. He huffed, indecisively. Dobby is nay. Ding to make sure no one is getting through the barriers, sir. Dumbledore has charged him with this task. Harry sighed. He hated to go completely alone, but if Dobby was in charge of helping keep the castle safe, it was better that he stay. Harry would go do his best and see if he could possibly save Mrs. Weasley. If this passage did lead outside the castle grounds, he could do it himself. He had been to St. Mungo's before, so he was sure he wouldn't have too difficult a time getting there. Stay, Dobby. I can get there myself, he said and paused as he heard the galloping of hoofs. When he turned to the portrait, Sir Cadogan and his steed were gone. Are the rest of the students safe? Harry asked when he turned back to Dobby. Did Dumbledore really put them all in the same place? Dobby nodded. He is listening to Harry Potter, sir. He is thinking it is a good plan and he is moving many of the students even while they slept. No one is even knowing they is gone, sir. It is like they is in their own rooms. Harry smiled and wondered exactly how big the room of requirements could become. It seemed that it had gotten quite a bit larger than it was physically. Maybe, if he couldn't go outside, they could use the room for a Quidditch pitch. Then, before you go, make sure no one gets in. Please tell the other DA member that there are Dementors and they need to practice their Patronus charms as much as possible, just in case. And, tell them that I believe in them. And tell them I'll be all right, but don't tell them I've left, Harry said, staring at Dobby, who was beginning to tremble. His head bobbed from side to side and he looked down at the floor when Harry finally heard a noise. A cloak whipped in the darkness as a draft caught it and Harry turned to the slight noise. It's all right. I'll personally make sure that the Dementors never make it anywhere close to that room. I can form quite a Patronus when there is need for it, said a figure who stood in the darkness a few feet from Harry. Don't worry about any of them. You need to worry about making sure you get there and back safely. I do think there is little time to waste. Hurry along. Harry turned back to Dobby, who was trembling so much that Harry himself almost shivered. It was disturbing that the teacher could move upon them so effortlessly and so silently. Pierre, Harry said, and he placed a hand on Dobby's shoulder. You and I have to have a talk soon. Pierre, asked Hadwin, thinking for a long moment. Ah, Pierre, such memories that name brings. So you know the truth. It is such a pity that your mind is so strong, that you won't let me help mold it. But, it is not the time to discuss such things. For now there is work to be done. I trust you're not going to allow yourself to be trapped in that little cage any longer. He asked, smiling brightly. Harry had to look away because the smile was so disarming. It had a lull behind it, and it was hard to stay angry at Hadwin when he smiled like that. Leave me alone, Harry demanded, keeping from eye contact but still staring at Hadwin. Dobby was still trembling beside him. Lupin appeared at the end of the hallway and Hadwin turned to face him. Harry wanted to stay, but he was afraid Lupin would try and stop him. Tell Dumbledore where I've gone, he said to Dobby and then turned and fled into the open door. The door closed behind him and with it went the light from the castle. But there was an ambient light that lit the dreary hallway. Not taking any time to allow for Lupin to catch up to him, Harry started down the steps 2 at a time until he'd reached the bottom. He didn't hear anyone pursuing him, but he still needed to save Mrs. Weasley, and the longer he spent in the tunnel the less likely it was that he'd get there in time. After several minutes of running, Harry stopped and decided to try and apparate, hoping he'd gotten far enough from the castle that he could. Closing his eyes, he focused on the room he'd seen Mr. Weasley in, but he remembered Tonks there as well, and it brought other memories. When he stepped forward, it wasn't Mrs. Weasley that he appeared next to, but Tonks instead. He hadn't known he could apparate to a person's side without knowing where they were, and he was certain he'd never been to wherever it was that Tonks was at. Now, Harry, she said, surprised when she saw him. How the hell? But Harry closed his eyes. He'd talk to Tonks later. He concentrated hard on the room and then concentrated on Mrs. Weasley instead, trying to remember the hug she'd given him the year before, right before he'd gone to the ministry for his hearing. He stepped forward and felt a tug and was gone again, but he felt someone behind him and he turned and saw Tonks gripping his hand. When they appeared in the hospital, something was already happening. People were screaming and shouting, healers were running everywhere trying to calm everyone down. After looking around and not seeing Mrs. Weasley, Harry grabbed one of the healers forcefully, almost yanking the poor woman off her feet. Mrs. Weasley, where is she? He asked, as if expecting that the healer would know. But the healer looked at him with utter bewilderment and tried to pull away from his grasp. Harry started to say something else, but he felt Tonks grip his hand tighter. Is she in trouble? She asked, whispering in his ear. Harry nodded and Tonks pulled him to the side. The healer looked at him angrily, but took off down the hall again a moment later. She's going to be attacked, because of me. Voldemort is trying to get her because she means something to me. I have to find her. We need to get her out of here, he said, pushing out from the wall and reaching to grab another healer. Tonks held him back. It's all right, she said, I know where she is. She's just around the corner. Squeezing Tonks's hand, Harry found some of the courage he lost with the chaos and nodded his head. All right, let's go get her then. Mrs. Weasley was in the corner of her room looking severely distraught. The color was gone from her face and her hair was a mess, but when she saw Tonks and Harry she began to look even worse. They really are Death Eaters then? She asked almost trance-like. Harry rushed forward and grabbed her, waiting for Tonks to join them. He planned on apparating away with both of them. Tonks didn't take his hand though, and when Harry looked up at her she seemed to be ready to fight. Go, she said quickly, I'll hold them off until they can't follow your apparition signature. But, Harry said, and Tonks shook her head. Just go, I've got a job to do here. Tonks, Harry said, I'm not leaving you, there's probably 24 of them, and they're only coming for Mrs. Weasley. When they find she isn't here they'll leave before they get caught. She just shook her head and told him to go again. It didn't seem like Harry was going to be able to convince her. Mrs. Weasley was no help at all. She seemed to have taken something and still wasn't quite really aware of what was happening around her. She was barely coherent at all and hadn't said a word besides her first question. Now Harry, Tonks commanded, staring at him with every bit of hostility she could muster. Your job is to save Mrs. Weasley. Mine's to fight the Death Eaters, and that's only harder with you around. The words stung in Tonks' regret. Dee saying them as much as Harry hated hearing them, but it was enough for Harry to nod his acceptance of the situation. He wondered where he could take her, and only one place came to mind: where they would be completely safe from the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Closing his eyes and taking a step forward, Harry dragged Mrs. Weasley through the hole and they appeared in Burgundy Room. "Well, I don't suppose that you're just dropping by to say hello," a sarcastic voice said behind him. Surprises and Disguises. Chapter 17. Surprises and Disguises. "Mum," Fred Weasley asked, astonished. "What happened?" he asked as he stepped forward. Harry tried to pull her to her feet but had trouble doing it, his legs starting to feel weak beneath him. Luckily, Fred seemed strong enough to hold her and pulled her to the side of the room. George appeared through a curtain in the wall. "What's going on?" he started to ask, but paused, smiling when he saw Harry. "How the bloody hell did you get back here?" he asked, then just shook his head. "Never underestimate you, I guess. That's what you know who keeps on doing and why he keeps failing, you know. Have you tried those rings yet? We were just discussing those a little." "Shut up, George. Mum's hurt," Fred said from the side where he was trying to position Mrs. Weasley on the couch. George blinked and turned to them, staring. He dropped the box he was holding and ran forward to help. They were attacking Street Mungos. Harry heaved after Mrs. Weasley had been laid down on a couch. "She's got some potion in her, I think. She's not acting normal, but I have to go now," he said. Thinking about Tonks, she was the only person that the Death Eaters would target now, since she was an Auror. They easily had to outnumber her if the hospital staff was in such a panic. He had to get back and help even if she didn't want it. Fred and George seemed to dimly respond to his comment, but they were busy trying to make their mom more comfortable, so Harry just focused again. Trying to make sure that he'd land next to Tonks this time. Wand in hand, he thought about a spell to use as he stepped into the hole he'd made. The hospital already seemed quieter and it had the last time he'd entered into it. He was standing in an open area, bodies scattered everywhere on the floor, most of them Death Eaters. Behind him Tonks groaned. He recognized the voice when he turned he was staring at a little girl. "Are you all right?" he asked, bending over her. "What happened?" Tonks resumed her normal form as she cautiously opened her eyes. "Hey," she said with a lopsided grin. "It worked." Then, she tried to stand and ended up falling back into the chair with a laugh, dragging Harry along with her. "So you came back to save me?" she asked huskily as they stared at each other's eyes. "Even after what I said?" Harry attempted to crawl off her, not sure why he felt so odd about the situation, but Tonks held him tight. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't really mean to hurt you. I just needed you to get Mrs. Weasley away from here. When the Death Eaters attacked, I didn't want to have to worry about hurting anyone else with my counterattack." "You did all of this?" Harry asked, his heart pounding as he stared into Tonks' eyes. "How?" "Trade secret," she said and started to pull a lightly struggling Harry closer. The attack on Hogwarts filled Harry's mind though, not the situation he was in. "Dobby," Harry said, "and Hermione and Ron, we need to go save them." Tonks pushed Harry gently away with a look of mock horror. "Leave it to you to spoil a perfectly good mood," she said, huffing. "So where are they and why do they need saving?" "Hogwarts," Harry said. "It's under attack, didn't you know?" Surprisingly, Tonks shook her head. "I was undercover for the last 4 days trailing someone. You caught me just after I'd apprehended the guy this morning. I couldn't contact anyone until then." "How did you do that, by the way? Hop in right beside me." Shrug. Jing. Harry tried to figure out what they could do. "We could apparate to Hogsmeade and run the rest of the way," he said. "Yeah, right," Tonks muttered. "Harry, how many times have you apparated in the last 20 minutes? 4 times, Harry said, wondering why it mattered. "And can you use your wand?" Tonks asked. "Hit me with a leg-locking curse." His wand already in hand, Harry waved it a bit. Tonks wobbled, but stepped forward 1 foot at a time. "As I suspected, it didn't work. You haven't been practicing apparating, have you?" "I can't," Harry said in his defense. "I've been at Hogwarts, remember? You can't apparate on the grounds." "Come on, Harry, I don't mean on the grounds, and I know you haven't been able to practice, it's not your fault. But, The more you practice, the easier it becomes and the less energy you use. You may have been able to apparate a lot on the island, but you were only going a short distance and you were under the influence of a powerful potion. It's going to take a few minutes for you to be able to use magic successfully again. The more you apparate, the more time it'll take to recuperate. We should flow in. Though he didn't like it, he knew he'd better listen to Tonks, but there was a problem. Dumbledore said he was going to seal the castle so that people couldn't come and go. You're exhausted, Tonks said as she helped Harry stand again. You're going to be very much help if you don't rest a bit. Harry nodded, ignoring her. He had to get back and make sure that the Death Eaters didn't hurt his friends or any of the other students. Tonks whipped out her wand and gripped Harry tight. This might not be very comfortable, Tonks said just before Harry felt a jerk in his navel, almost like when they used a portkey. This time it spread through him and there was an explosion sound as if it were in the far-off distance. When he opened his eyes again, they were in Hogsmeade, standing in front of Zonkos. What was that? Harry wondered out loud. Tonks snickered as she straightened herself back up. That was called apparating. It's a bit different from whatever it is you're doing, has a little more kick to it, wouldn't you say? Ignoring her, Harry turned to start off towards Hogwarts, but Tonks grabbed his hand. Hold it, she commanded, and Harry paused. I told you, you need to rest for a few minutes before you start battling anyone or anything. You're not going to be much help if all you do is run in there and get captured. Hermione, take my head off for letting you do something so stupid, not to mention Molly's wrath, she shivered. Don't you dare make me face that. Fine, Harry muttered and sat down. How about I take one of those rings of yours and you can tell me when you're up to the task and I'll tell you where the best place to start is. She said when she saw his frown. She knew what it felt like to be left out and hated to do it to Harry, but she was only doing it to make sure he stayed alive. Please don't be mad, Harry, she said, her hair flowing to a violent purple as she spoke. Her lips dropped and her eyes turned brown. She looked like a mix between a lost puppy dog and a street punk. He couldn't help but smile, only to get one in return. Slipping the rings off his finger, he pulled them apart and handed one to Tonks, activating it. He wasn't sure what to hold them with, but Tonks conjured a set of necklaces with ring clasps that were slightly too big for the rings. She slipped the ring inside the clasp and it then touched her wand against it, shrinking it so it fit around the ring tightly. She took the second one from Harry and then proceeded to do the same thing until she was holding two necklaces with the rings looking like charms dangling from them. Once she was done, she held one chain and put it around Harry's neck, tucking it into his shirt for him. I'll see you later, she whispered and then kissed his cheek. That's for coming back to save me. Harry blushed even out. He could hear people screaming not too far off and he sighed. Go show them why they should fear us, he said rather awkwardly and watched as Tonks disappeared. There was nothing he could do but wait and listen. He took the ring out of his shirt and placed it to his eye, watching the battle come into view. Hundreds of people were running around in black cloaks and white masks, way more than Harry thought there would actually be. There'd been quite a few at St. Mungo's as well, but neither was where Voldemort was. It didn't matter how much control Harry had over his mind, he could still fail it when Voldemort was close or angry, even if he didn't see visions. And Voldemort was neither right now. Where was he? What was he really doing? Harry wondered as he saw even more of the fight come into view. There were oars all around fighting, shields coming up all over the place, but there were other things fighting, things not human. There were huge trolls that were swinging their clubs like bats, sending anyone who got close enough off into the distance. Harry was sure that anyone who got full impact of the club wasn't going to be standing up anytime soon. Then Harry saw what he'd been expecting, the Dementors. But there were only a few of them, not the hundreds that he knew existed, maybe a few dozen. That was what Harry wanted to focus on. He hated the beasts and he wanted to drive them away first. That would definitely help the fight a little. There were other things as well, animals like Harry had never seen in his life. Something scuffed a stone and Harry shrunk back into the alleyway, ignoring the ring for a few minutes. He certainly didn't need to get caught right now. A kid came running around the corner, starting down the alley, and Harry jumped out of the shadows, scaring the boy. Get in here, Harry whispered quickly, pulling him into the shadows. Who's out there? He asked once the boy had stopped breathing so heavily. Men in white masks, the boy said, trembling. They took Mum and made her do things she wasn't herself, and she tried to hurt me. They made her put on a white mask too. There was a moment's pause and then the boy threw himself into Harry. Please help Mummy. Make her better. Harry clenched his wand and held the boy for a minute, then took out the ring again. Tonks. He yelled into it. There was no response. He couldn't see anything either. It was as if the world had gone black on the other side. Shit, he murmured to himself. Stay here, he said to the boy as he got slowly to his feet. He pulled up his ring again. Tonks, he said, more quietly this time. Waiting to see if she'd respond. Nothing. Slowly Harry made his way down the alleyway, trying to make sure it wasn't a trap. If it was, then Tonks was going to kill him for being stupid. But he couldn't just let the boy's mother get injured because she was under the influence of some Death Eater. 3 people were standing at the end of the street. One was donning black robes. The second was putting on a white mask and the third was turned away from Harry. The second person, a young woman, couldn't have been much older than he was. He could have sworn he'd seen her in the Gryffindor common room before. Groaning, Harry ducked back behind the wall before anyone saw him. Tonks. He whispered fiercely into the ring one last time. No answer. All right, Harry whispered out loud. He turned back and glanced where the 3 had been standing and he saw the last one putting on a black cloak, dropping the robes she'd been wearing. The third person reached out and did something out of sight, and the girl didn't seem to respond except to pause before continuing to put on her cloak. Harry shivered at the thought of what the man might do to her if he weren't about to send them to a battle. The third man, the one whom Harry assumed was a Death Eater, pointed off towards Hogwarts and then turned sharply, heading away from the first 2. One of them started to walk towards Hogwarts and the other finished putting on her cloak. Harry waited a few seconds and then dashed after them. Quietly he snuck between the buildings until he was right behind the second girl and he pulled out his wand. Tapping her and whispering, "Finite incantatem," quickly. The girl stopped. After a moment's pause she turned to Harry, looking dazed, and reached up to pull of her mask. Harry shook his head and put his finger on his mouth. Just wait for a minute and I'll explain everything to you. Be quiet until then, all right? The girl nodded. Instead of spending any special time trying to make sure he could trust her, Harry dashed off after the first person, whom he assumed to be the boy's mother. He didn't get to approach her as easily as he had the first. She was already from the main part of Hogsmeade, and so Harry had to approach her out in the open. Of course she heard him and turned, stopping completely. Harry cringed, as he continued forward, hoping he wouldn't have to dodge a spell. "Harry Potter?" she asked, sounding confused. It took a moment, but Harry recognized the signs of fighting off the Imperius and he raised his wand quickly. "Finite incantatem," he whispered for a second time. Again there was a pause, but this time when she reached up to take off her mask Harry didn't stop her. "Madame Rosmerta," he gasped. She looked at him with a blank stare. "What am I?" she said offhand, and Harry shook his head. "Come on, follow me." She nodded her head, and Harry could see she was trying to think back. It only took a minute for them to reach the other person. The girl who'd been released first. "That man was a Death Eater and he touched me," she said in disgust. "Yeah," Harry said, "I think they're putting people from the town under the Imperius curse and making them fight the battle going on over at Hogwarts. Since you're all wearing masks I don't think that people will realize they're not Death Eaters. We have to go help them." The girl looked away, and Harry could tell she was afraid. Madame Rosmerta was clenching her fist. "Your son's all right," Harry said to her. "He's in the alley just down the street." There were visible signs of relief. "How about we do something else instead? I need to go see if I can stop the Death Eaters that are putting people under the Imperius, and someone needs to go and tell the Aurors that they're not fighting Death Eaters." He looked at the girl. "Would you be willing to do that?" he asked. "With the mask and robes you can get past all the others under the Imperius, but you'll have to figure out how to get the Aurors to listen." The girl blinked back tears, but nodded her head. Madame Rosmerta put her hand on her shoulder. "We'll do it. I just need to go tell my son that he needs to stay hidden until everything's over. Then, After glancing to Harry, she smiled. "You sure you're going to be all right?" Reluctantly, Harry nodded. He really didn't want to deal with Death Eaters alone, but he wasn't about to bring anyone into it they couldn't protect themselves. "If you see someone with unnatural hair, see if you can get close to her. Her name's Tonks, she's a friend of mine and an Auror. If you see her, tell her the rings aren't working. She's the only Auror I can be sure of, so if you see her you might want to tell her what's happening." "Nymphadora Tonks?" asked Madame Rosmerta, and RRY couldn't help but form a half-cocked grin. "Might not want to call her that, it'll get you cursed even if you're trying to help." Both nodded, and Harry took the silence as an agreement. He turned and began heading down the path the Death Eater had gone a few minutes before. His wand held out, he was trying to remember all of the things Tonks had taught him. It was then he stopped again, in a dark corner, thinking. Blend in. That's what Tonks had told him. Wearing a Hogwarts uniform certainly wasn't going to get him anywhere. Pointing the wand at himself, he whispered a spell. Vestidos Muto. The clothing he was wearing transformed on him, changing into the solid black robes that the Death Eater had been wearing. He reached down and picked up a rock, performing the spell again, and placed the bone-white mask on his face. Something shuffled to his left and Harry turned, wand raised. There was another girl, but this time it was someone he recognized right off the bat. She was hiding between a set of boxes, and hadn't moved until Harry had donned the mask. He could see her face was in shock, but he wasn't worried about her saying anything. "Emily," he said, forgetting to be quiet. The face looked even more shocked, and Harry ran over to her. "I was in the shop the other day," he whispered to her. "With blue hair and different eyes, you measured me for Auror robes." Emily nodded faintly. "I'm not with the Death Eaters. I'm trying to make sure they don't curse me as soon as they see me. Do you know where any of them are?" Once again Emily nodded, but not as faintly. She made several motions with her hand, but nothing Harry understood. When he shook his head, Emily looked around and then slowly stood up, offering her hand to him. Harry looked at it and shook his head. "I won't take you, it's too dangerous." There was a piercing glare that made Harry shudder. It was even worse than the look Mrs. Weasley used. "No," he said firmly. He wasn't about to let her get hurt because of him. "Just point in the general direction, I'll find them." It seemed Emily was as stubborn as him though, because she jumped to her feet and took off running down the path. Harry ran after her angrily, forgetting needing to change his face as well. He did have the sense to don the mask again. They slipped through several back alleys before Emily slowed down. She didn't say anything, of course, but she made a motion and then pointed towards a doorway that was half open. It looked as if someone had just entered it. "In there?" Harry asked in a whisper, and Emily nodded. Clutching his wand tightly, Harry started forward, but Emily grabbed him and shook her head. She pulled him down another side alley, and a few minutes later Harry found himself looking at the building from the other side. Emily pointed up at a window that was propped open. Then, bending down, she drew out a rough sketch of the building, and made a door where they'd been in 2 rooms on the side they were on. After several motions, Harry understood what she was trying to say. "All right, I'll go through the window," he whispered fiercely. From the drawing it looked as if the room he'd be entering was pretty small, and probably not used a lot. It also meant that he could catch the Death Eaters off guard. There was a distant popping sound from Harry's chest, and suddenly the sound of battle could be heard on the other side. "Harry," a voice came from the ring. "Harry, are you there?" Harry pulled the ring from his neck wildly, covering it quickly. "Keep it down, Tonks," he hissed. "You'll get me caught." "Your messengers made it to us," Tonks said appreciatively. "We're stopping them a lot faster, but they're still overwhelming by sheer numbers. Some of them have already made it into the castle. We can't keep track of them all. Where are you?" "I know where the Death Eaters are who are controlling them. Is there an easy way to make them lose control?" he asked, holding the ring somewhere between his ear and mouth. Emily was staring at him, eyes full of wonder. There was a prolonged pause and a shout. He heard Tonks curse about something she'd tripped over, and then heard her directing her speech to him again. "Yeah, there's a lot of ways. The easiest is to knock the caster unconscious and using a dispelling charm on them. You're not going to try it, are you?" "Harry, where in Merlin's name are you?" "On one of the backstreets of Hogsmeade in front of an old warehouse. I'm going to go in and try to stop the Death Eaters." What's the best dispelling spell to use? Harry, you're not going in alone, I'll come and help. Shaking his head without thinking, Harry stared at the window. If some of the people had gotten into Hogwarts, then the students weren't safe. The DA might be able to hold them off for a while. But if they were using unforgivables, I'm going in, Tonks, and if you don't. Shut up, you're going to get me caught. Just tell me what the best spell to use is. Just wait for a few minutes, Harry, I'm already headed back. I'll be there, just wait for me, Tonks said desperately. Harry turned to Emily, covering his ring. Can you go help her find this place while I go in? He asked, trying to keep Emily from trying to enter with him. At least she could help be getting Tonks to him as quickly as possible. Harry tapped his wand against the ring, making the sounds from it die down to almost nothing. Tonks, he said as Emily disappeared down the street. The girl who helped me get my robe measurements the other day is going to show you where I am. Hurry up, don't you dare go in, Harry Potter. He heard through the ring, but it was barely even more than a whisper, though he doubted very much that it was a whisper on the other side. He'd heard Tonks yell before. Smiling, he embed onto the crate and opened the window. He looked back to make sure that no one was behind him. It was of course empty, but he had the creepy feeling that someone else was behind him. Tonks had taught him to trust his instincts, and so after he crawled in the old window he crouched down, and then peeked back over the windowsill to see if someone had come out of the shadows or from under an invisibility cloak. The alleyway remained undisturbed and Harry shook his head, turning back to the task at hand. He was in a storage room just as Emily had drawn out. The room was layered in dust and obviously rarely, if ever, used. Stepping down from the boxes to the floor, he kicked up a cloud of the dust and choked, then coughed. He was quick enough to ge his arm in front of his mouth to suppress the sound, hoping no one would hear it. He held up a piece of his cloak to his mouth and nose and used them to filter the air as he stepped through the stale room. Briefly he wondered if there was such a thing as an anti-dust charm. And if there was, why the owner had failed to use it, but the thought passed when he heard muffled movement beyond the door. His wand was ready in an instant, but nothing came through the door. More sounds of movement came and went while Harry was completely still, waiting for them to come charging. When he finally stepped forward again, he began to hear other sounds. Bits and pieces of words until he was able to make out a few through the door. Glancing to his chest, at the ring he wore, Harry took a deep breath and ever so slowly turned the doorknob. If he survived this, Tonks was really going to strangle him, but she'd said that people had broken into the castle. If any of them knew about the secret room, which they might, then all the students would be in trouble. The knob didn't squeak and Harry whispered silent thanks for small miracles. Pulling the door slowly open, he found himself looking at a room full of people who were standing, with horrified looks in their eyes. But none of them seemed to be moving at all. Hurry it up, Harry heard from beyond the people who were directly in front of him. Even without seeing the person, he knew who it was. Wormtail. It was hard not to burst through the door at that moment, with curses flying, but Harry was able to maintain his position. Never be a target, Tonks had told him, and he wasn't about to go and do something to get her even angrier. Besides, she knew what she was talking about and he certainly would rather rely on her knowledge than his anger. Someone caught his eye, and he could see that the person, an older man, looked frightened. Glancing to the area beside the door, Harry stopped and nodded a silent thank you, and the man blinked and looked away. Don't ever go in without a plan of some sort. It'll always get shot to shit, but it's still better to have some sort of sketch of what you're going to do. It helps to keep you focused. More advice from Tonks came. Harry suspected that there were at least 2 men that were Death Eaters in the room, and that was counting any of the others who'd been put under the Imperius already. One of them was across the room and one of them was probably right next to the door. Harry hoped that the latter hadn't seen the door crack open, because if he had, he was going to be in big trouble. Harry stepped back away from the door, keeping his wand pointed forward and taking a second to think. He needed to be silent, and he needed to be fast. He wished he'd grabbed his invisibility cloak because that might have made things easier, but he didn't have it, so he had to improvise. First he went over Tonks' first advice when tailing someone. If you don't want to be heard, don't be heard. It's simple really, just use a strong silencing charm on yourself. If you've got an invisibility cloak, all the better. She'd gone on to talk about how it was a bad idea if you were trying to blend in. Silencing yourself made you stand out even more in a crowd. Everyone made sounds, and if a person didn't subconsciously hear them while a person was around, the mind made a point of it. Harry took another step back from the door and whispered the charm, making sure to focus as much as possible. If you're compromised or attacking, you will have to do what is necessary to stop the target from getting away. Do not limit yourself to just magic, fizz. Equally, fighting someone is never out of the question. Usually when you're after a target, the best way to capture them is to surprise them, like what you did at the headquarters, knocking a bookshelf on them. That's not a compliment, Harry, and I don't want to see you ever disobey me again. Anyway, sometimes simple curses are as effective as complex ones. Now, if you're working with multiple targets, try to keep them from communicating. There's a few small protections that Harry blinked and smiled. Simple was best. He certainly hoped that she was right. All he had to do now was think of a simple charm to disable his opponents. They'd used some sort of petrifying charm, so why couldn't he? When he approached the door again, there were 3 different curses that he was thinking about. He edged the door open little by little until he could see that there was a person sitting next to the door, but fortunately enough for him, they were asleep. Harry smiled and tapped on their shoulder with his wand, whispering the petrifaction curse. Even if the person woke, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Just to be safe, Harry also silenced them. Well, hurry it up. He'll be angry if we don't. Get the rest of the villagers out as soon as possible. You rounded up all the extras? The second man, who had to be Wormtail, asked. Harry looked in that direction, but couldn't see past the group of people that stood in front of him. There were actually quite a few people there, and Harry wondered exactly how they'd gotten there in the first place. It couldn't have been the work of 3 Death Eaters. Another voice, this one soft female, answered with a snappish yes. Harry groaned. He didn't like fighting women, it just wasn't right, but she was a Death Eater, and he could certainly make an exception. After all, Bellatrix Lestrange was a woman and one of the worst Death Eaters that Harry knew of. The voice continued, there were a few stragglers, I just cursed them and sent them out to fight. Though I seem to be having some control problems right now, I can't send them any new commands. I think they fought it off. Harry grinned smugly. Something out the front door crashed and Harry winced, hoping it wasn't who he thought it was. When he heard a yell, he knew it was Tonks. She really had come quick. Well, it was all for the better. Harry stood tall, hoping that both of the ATH eaters that he could hear had been distracted, along with any of the others that might be up there. Fortunately enough for him, there was only one more, and all of them were staring at the entrance. They've found us, the woman snapped. We can't let the battle end yet. If any Aurors make it back, she paused. Kill them, she hissed, and some of the people moved forward. There was no other option. Harry knew what was happening. And since Tonks was coming to rescue him, she wasn't being careful enough, and probably hadn't even thought to bring reinforcements. As he ran along the crowd of Opal, Harry cancelled the Imperious Curse as much as possible, repeating Finite Incantatem over and over again. He was lucky he'd put the silencing charm on himself, because by the time he'd gotten to front he'd been yelling constantly for the past minute and a half. No one seemed to notice him, or think that he was out of the ordinary. They thought that he was the Death Eater who had been stationed in the back. The one Harry had petrified. So, when he approached the first Death Eater, he was able to free him without any problems at all. That left only 2 others, the woman and Wormtail. The next in line, the woman who'd been speaking earlier, turned to him. Her mask had been pulled down, revealing a very attractive woman with a nasty grin. Don't trust the slug to defend you this time, she said with a laugh. No wand was raised, and she didn't even think it was odd that he'd just cursed the Death Eater laying on the ground. You didn't kill him, did you? She asked with a sneer. When Harry shook his head, she smiled again. You know, she said half seductively, throwing off Harry's perception of her. He's not going happy when he comes around. It'd probably be a good idea not to be around. When the woman turned back to the doorway, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't raise his wand. The other Death Eater standing, a pudgy man whom Harry knew was most likely Peter, stood in the distance watching him intently. Harry didn't like the stare, and he turned away from it pretending to be ready to curse whatever came through the door. The ploy didn't seem to work, because Wormtail still continued to stare. Something shook the door with a tremendous bang and Harry couldn't help but turn his attention away from Wormtail for a second. Another blow landed, and still the door held tight. Harry raised his wand in the air and muttered a curse, throwing it at the young woman who'd laughed. She wasn't ready for it, but even after taking the full brunt of it she didn't falter. It was almost as if she'd just absorbed the spell. Turning to Harry, her lips turned to form a wicked smirk. "So, another Auror, huh?" she said with an obvious amount of distaste for Aurors. Her wand licked, and before Harry could even shield himself, he was being thrown across the room. The mask that had been covering his face was broken in half and it fell from his face. "Potter," she hissed, more snake-like than before. "Of course it's Potter to the rescue. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Makes killing you sound even more fun than playing games with the Aurors. It'd be easiest to just kill you, no, but sadly I must wait. Our Lord surely has other things to do to you. When Pettigrew told us you'd escaped the castle, we all wondered where to." The glance that the woman gave to the our Death Eater as she spoke was a definite indication that the person was Wormtail. Harry growled and tightened his grip on his wand, trying to stand again. He hated Wormtail, he hated Voldemort, and he hated Death Eaters. Seems he doesn't know all the passages in and out of the castle. "I never thought you'd come to us." Mad laughter accompanied her last statement, making Harry shiver reflexively. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted as he stood, ignoring the pain in his back and legs. The curse shot across the row of people moving forward and one of them stepped into it, getting blown away, their wand flying towards Harry. There was an evil laugh beyond the crowd and several of them turned on him, raising their wands to curse him. Another resounding bang filtered through the room and Harry felt the vibrations echo through the floor. "Finite incantatem," he yelled several times over, trying to release the people. He wondered briefly what had happened to the others but didn't think about it for long. Some of the people in front slowed and Harry used the time to dive forward, slipping to the right and running as fast as he could past them. Most of them reacted slowly, their hands never quite reaching him as he passed by. The few who acted quickly never got a strong grip and he was always able to tear free. Harry continued yelling the spell as he ran, trying to free them all from the curse. He knew what it was like to be forced to do something he didn't want to do, and right now anything he did to stop them would help him and hinder the Death Eater's plans. "So, wee baby Potter has come to join the party, now?" the woman asked as Harry exploded through the people who'd surrounded him. The brave Gryffindor, riding to the rescue. Harry had to scramble out of the way as a spell sliced through the air, blowing up the floor next to him. He coughed and continued to roll, trying to find a good place to get to his feet again. Another spell jetted towards him and Harry rolled back the other way as it exploded where he'd been, rolling around on the ground like a dog. "Potter, I thought that was your godfather's role to play." "Oh, my mistake, he no longer has one, does he?" She cackled with laughter and Harry stopped, leaping to his feet angrier than before. Instead of using a spell to detain her, he charged right into her, rolling right as another spell was fired at him, but still charging forward. When he struck her, it was almost as if he'd hit her with a spell. She was thrown several feet back and as she fell her head struck a box, immediately knocking her unconscious. She lay crumpled on the floor, and Harry turned away from her. Someone mumbled something behind him and several people gasped. Harry ignored them at the moment. "Peter," he yelled at the top of his lungs, charging after the fleeing Death Eater. He waved his wand, and released the silencing spell from himself, yelling at Peter again. He wasn't about to let him get away. The cloak fell to the ground, empty, and a rat scurried out from under it heading towards the rows of boxes on a far wall. "Accio Wormtail!" Harry screamed at the top of his lungs and the rat lifted into the air and started flying towards him. Another bang echoed through the room and several of the people shouted and moved away from the door. Harry stuffed Wormtail into his pocket and then grabbed the ring quickly. "Tonks!" he yelled through the ring. "Quit the attack, I already stopped the Death Eaters." She didn't respond, though, and the door shuttered again. It flew open and 3 Aurors came running through, none of them recognizable. One of them immediately fired a curse at Harry, who realized he was wearing the Death Eater robes still. "Don't," Several of the people shouted. He's not one of them. The Auror turned on the people, all of whom stepped back, and he glanced back to Harry. The rat Peter tried to crawl out of Harry's pocket and he grabbed it before it took off. Hey, do you know how to force an animagus to transform? Harry asked the Auror who was watching him suspiciously. The Auror nodded and Harry held out his hand. Can you do it now? One of the other Aurors stepped forward. I'll do it, he said quickly. Cover me, Trill. Quote. When the first Auror nodded, the second man raised his wand, and then paused. You're Harry Potter? He asked, and Peter squealed, wriggling in Harry's hand, trying to escape. Harry held him tight though as he bit his hand several times. Harry nodded. Did Tonks come with you guys? He asked quickly, wondering where she was. Around back, the girl that led us told her you'd gone through the back. She went that way as well. Peter bit down hard again, and this time Harry finally let go, but the Auror was quicker, stopping his descent with a quick levitation spell. Let's get this done with now. Shall we? He asked as Peter rose into the air, the silver paw glinting in the air. Harry listened, but something crashed in the background and he turned to it as the Auror spoke. When he turned back, Wormtail was screaming in mid-air, jerking convulsively. He dropped to the floor, squealing loudly. It was exactly as it had been before at the Shrieking Shack. The rat Wormtail jerked and a head shot out, arms and legs following quickly. Watching it was like watching a balloon inflating. His head expanded quickest, but his arms and legs followed soon after, expanding until there was a short but full-grown man standing before them, cringing. He wasn't as shrunken as he'd been beforehand, he was flush, and his eyes were bloodshot. Peter was quick, even for a large man. But, as he raised his wand to curse the Auror, Harry saw as the Auror was quicker and Peter was petrified instantly, his wand dropping to the ground. Merlin's beard, one of the Aurors said, as Peter's wand finished bouncing. That's Peter Pettigrew, he continued, gasping. He's alive. He was the one that murdered all those people, Harry spat. Not Sirius Black, it was all a setup. The Auror turned to look at Harry, his eyes wide, and then without speaking he turned to look back at Peter. Something caught Harry from behind, and he found that he couldn't move or speak again. Not such a smart one, are we, Potter? A voice whispered, and there was a sudden jerk in his stomach. Harry's last thought was that it was a portkey, and wondered faintly where he was being taken. Last edited the 9th of July 2004. Twins. Chapter 18. Twins. Hello again, Harry Potter, a voice said quietly from in front of him. Harry still was frozen, unsure what was happening or where he was. The room was dark and musty, but there was a tiny speck of light just in front of them, but nothing else. The darkness concealed the voice. Something purred in his ear and Harry shivered at the unnatural sound. Want to play before the others come round? Surely the great Harry Potter wouldn't pass up the chance to learn about we he is. After all, he does want to become an Auror now, doesn't he? The voice in front of him asked. Even trying with every ounce of strength he had, Harry couldn't even budge his mouth to speak. Something smacked him hard on the back, and he tumbled forward. Halfway down, the saint-ifness that had held him released and Harry reached out to stop his fall, accidentally letting go of his wand. It struck the ground but immediately flew out from beneath him, the girl in front of him having summoned it. Harry didn't draw his second wand. He didn't want her to know he had one, but he did tuck into a ball and glance up to see his captor. No one was there. His wand was floating in mid-air. Invisibility cloak, Harry said, sighing. Old trick, but it certainly works out in a pinch, the voice said, and a shimmer revealed that whoever was under the cloak was moving. Harry didn't wait for very long before the cloak was removed and he found he was looking at a familiar face. You, he said, surprised, but I just knocked you unconscious. Afraid not, said a voice came from behind Harry's again. The girl beneath the cloak had yet to speak still. Lights burst through the room as several torches were immediately ignited, and Harry turned to look at the girl who was talking. That was me you hit. And hasn't anyone ever taught you not to hit girls? Shame on you. Maybe we should teach you some manners. Something snapped and Harry felt himself get slammed into the ground like he'd fallen from the ceiling even though he was only inches from it. That was quite a punch you had there, the voice continued, but Harry couldn't look up. He felt the sole of a shoe pressed against his head. forcing his face into the cold pavement. "You're quite the hero, aren't you, Harry?" asked the voice as Harry felt the foot press harder against his head. "Risking your life to save a group of witches and wizards who never did anything for you. I bet it gets you off, doesn't it? Makes you feel better than them." Something cold pressed against his right arm and there was a tearing sound. He could feel the cold draft of the room higher and higher on his arm and wondered why she was cutting his cloak from his arms. "Maybe we should remove his hand, see how well he does at hitting women without it," the girl in front of him said, but stopped, shaking her head, and with it her whole body. "I want to play with him before you mar him," the girl continued, as if she hadn't said the first comment. She seemed to be talking to herself. "It's my right, he marked me, not you." "Marked," Harry said into the ground. It was difficult to speak, but they did hear him. He wasn't sure what to make of the two girls. The one in front hadn't spoken at all. The foot on his head led up a little and he found himself jerked into the air, held above the two. "Come on," the girl said, a glint of sadistic playfulness in her eyes. "You don't want to play. But we already got off to such a good start." She turned and lifted her chin to show a discolored spot on her chin that was turning purple. The other girl moved and Harry saw a knife from the corner of his eye. He tried to jerk back, but found he couldn't do more than wiggle in midair. In a second and with no more indications that she was even using the knife. The right sleeve of his robe was on the floor. He looked down and watched as his shoes were slipped off his feet. Then, the girl moved behind him. Harry was suddenly horrified. His other wand was in his left sleeve and if he lost that he'd be helpless. "Come on, ask me a question and I'll give you an answer, and something else," the girl in front of Harry whispered. "Don't mind my sisters, she's just getting everything prepared." "Prepared for what?" Harry asked immediately and the girl smiled wickedly. "Oh, already getting into the fun stuff. I thought you might like to know about the place. Or why we didn't take you away immediately. I did know you were there after all. My sister and I can communicate. She told me you were coming in the back before you even made it through the window. But, I guess I'll just have to answer your question. I said I would." Somehow his second sleeve slipped loose and he felt it slid from his arm and onto the ground. It didn't hit the ground hard. But it was apparent something was inside it. He grimaced as his captor stooped in front of him and picked it up. "Oh," she said shivering, "another wand. You were more prepared than we thought." Harry wasn't sure how to interpret what he was seeing her do. It looked as if she was happy, not because he'd lost his wand, but because he'd had it. "Were you going to use that on me?" she asked after she had shivered again. "Curse me until I'm bleeding and half dead." Harry struggled again and felt the knife touch his skin on the back of his robe. He hadn't even felt it being cut, until that moment. It didn't take long to realize what the girl behind him was doing. He struggled again, but it only shook his robes more until they'd almost come off altogether. They did drop off a moment later as the girl finished the cut she'd been making. "We're going to have some fun. I could describe it to you, but you didn't ask for details now, did you?" the girl said as the robe dropped off. The cut the girl had been making had finally reached the neck. Harry was glad he'd worn something underneath his clothing because otherwise he'd have been completely naked in front of them. As it was, all he was wearing was an undershirt and some boxers. The cool wind of the chamber they were in didn't make matter worse. He shivered and gooseflesh rose all over his body. The girl in front of him moved to the side and disappeared out of Harry's sight. He tried to turn to her but found he couldn't. A finger caressed the back of his neck and Harry shivered again, but not from the cold. The two necklaces he wore moved as the finger pushed them up his neck. "Ooh, another scar. This one looks like it hurt," she said as her fingers traced to the top of his shirt. There was a brief tearing sound and the shirt dropped away from him. Her finger continued, tracing slowly down the backbone, following the main branch of the scar. "This didn't come from a physical attack, did it? It looks far too random. Did a curse do this to you?" Harry didn't answer. Something sharp penetrated the back of his neck, where the scar was centered on, and Harry screamed in pain. "You answer my question, I'll answer another of yours." "Yes," Harry groaned as the painful feeling ebbed. "What's your next question then?" the girl asked, her hands returning to tracing the scar, strand by strand. "Where am I?" One of the strands of the scar twirled up to his ear and her fingers followed it softly, making Harry turn red. The feelings he was getting were becoming less and less focused on getting out. As he finger left his head, Harry felt a soft breath against his ear instead of a finger. You're in a cell in the dungeons of our Dark Lord's lair. It's been protected by every charm imaginable to keep people in an undisturbed. Apparating will just splinch you and make it more fun to play with you. The voice said, breathing softly in his ear still. It moved away from him and then was suddenly in his other ear. The finger tracing another of the scars on his back. Was it painful? Did it make you scream? The voice asked as it found the back of his neck again to trace another line. More than the Cruciatus curse, Harry replied, flinching at her touch. The finger paused as he spoke and he heard another purring sound. What was the curse? The voice asked, not so close to his ear, but it sounded as if it were trembling. Harry shook his head though, refusing to answer. I get a question first, he said as insistently as possible. It was hard to think about anything else right now, but he was keeping more focused than most teenagers would have been able to. All right then, the woman said, and the finger continued down one of the longer strands in his back. With a jerk he found that he was completely naked in mid-air and he felt helpless. It helped him focus more. Why are you doing this to me? There was a combined set of giggling. It wasn't girlish giggling, it was darker, more evil. Why we're going to have fun with you. It's more fun to play with a man, or in this case, a boy, when they're exposed. Besides, you've got nothing to be embarrassed about. Harry tried to move again, to cover himself up because of how exposed he felt, but wasn't able to move at all. So, the girl said. Which curse did that? Avada Kedavra, Harry whispered. That certainly caught their attention. Neither of them touched him for a long moment, or even breathed. It was like everything had stopped for a moment. The moment passed and Harry heard them both gasp. You're not lying, are you? The girl asked. You really survived another one. Someone appeared not far beyond the door, a hunched-over man wearing a cloak. He did, the man said, and Harry recognized the voice. He wasn't sure where from, but he'd heard it before. Put something on him, the figure said. I really don't care to see him displayed for the entire world. Jealous, are we? The girl asked. Harry tried to pull his knees up again to cover himself, but still found himself immobile. The man shook his head, but it still stayed under the hood. The others are returning, and this is not the proper way to present him, is it? Go away, we want to have fun. The girl said, pouting. Harry didn't think it was real pouting, but it was pretty obvious that they wanted the man to leave. The man shook his head, even though he'd gone as far as the doorway. You're not allowed to have fun if you don't share. And you're going to anger him if the boy is hurt. We captured him. We should be able to have fun with him, the girl said. You're really set on having fun with them, aren't you? Well, don't say I didn't warn you, the man said and disappeared around the corner. A hand snaked around Harry's neck and he felt the breath in his ear again. We're all alone now, do you want to have some fun? I can tell this is turning you on, you can't hide it. As another hand slipped around the front of Harry's stomach, he jerked involuntarily. His hand tried to move, to grasp something for support, but there was nothing there and he went into the memory floating in midair. He was crying. Everything was done and over with and he couldn't help but cry. Someone had their arms wrapped around his neck and chest with their head against the back of his, holding him for security. I couldn't help them, he said, his hands still trembling. Sebastian and Edward, James and Judith, they were there through it all and I couldn't protect them. They all died because I wasn't strong enough. You defeated him though, you saved he rest of them and helped make the world a better place. Isn't that enough? The woman asked. Harry immediately recognized that it was Deborah, the person who'd helped him in a previous memory. Beyond him there was a castle that was almost completely demolished, a black fire burning it. The air still stank of blood and some other foul odor that seemed to be emanating from the castle. Voices seemed to come and go with the wind. But Harry saw no one. He just continued to stare at the castle, tears flowing down his face. The grip on him loosened and then left. He turned to see why and found that Deborah was on the ground, looking much paler than usual. She smiled as tears dripped onto her face. It was worth it, you know, saving everyone. My children are still alive, and they're going to have a good life without Grindelwald around to terrorize them. Take care of them for me, please." After several strong coughs and her body trembling, there was a gurgling sound, and then all was quiet. Harry looked at the woman. Crestfallen, almost beyond any help. His best friend, his confidant, was dead. She'd come to aid him in making sure that Grindelwald had died. Picking her up delicately, he walked her to the place where Deborah had buried James. They owned the whole area, and no one would know any different now that the war was over. Decidedly and slowly, holding back his tears as best as possible, he dug the hole where he would bury his best friend. Her 2 children, at 2 and 4, were still far too young to understand death, so when they did, he would bring them back to the gravestone. After placing the body and leaving charms to keep the red caps from getting to the grave, Harry transfigured a piece of stone into a grave marker. James and Deborah Potter, loving husband and wife, mother and father, friends to all. Forever remembered. He scrawled on the stone, tears flowing down his face. Harry didn't know what to think as he stared at the gravestone of his great-grandparents. He knew it was them intuitively, as if the memory connected to other knowledge. Had he been in his own body, he would have cried as Dumbledore cried now. Still, in his own mind he had to choke back the tears. He didn't know what to think or say. Not that he could do much of either. Still, he felt as if he needed to say something over their graves and let them know that their children would have made them proud. "I told you he was just having a fit, it wasn't anything we did," someone's voice cut through the haze of the memory. He remembered the voice, and as he associated it with the face, everything that had happened to him came flooding back. He could feel the cold stone against his naked body, and he pulled himself into a ball, hoping they wouldn't display him as they had earlier. "He'll be fine," someone else said. A voice that Harry didn't recognize. "Just leave him here, we'll send some elves to get him dressed to meet our Lord." "But we want to do it," the female's voice whined. "We still haven't gotten to play with him." There was an evil laugh, and the door shut even with the female's voice protesting it. "You'll get your time with him," the voice said coldly. "We all will." Torment. Chapter 19. Purgatory. Harry waited until the voices had faded down the hall before he moved at all. His clothing was nearby and he immediately scrambled towards it, pulling the majority of it on without even a thought. The room he was in was still the same, but the doorway was now blocked with an iron grate. Looking around, Harry found that there was nothing except stone walls and darkness. Still, the ring he'd worn around his neck was still there, and Harry pulled it to him. "Tonks," he whispered into it desperately. "Tonks, are you there?" "Won't work right now," a voice said in Har. Why turned to find that the girls had somehow crept up on him in the moments he'd dressed. The accent had changed and was suddenly very American. For some reason the girl reminded Harry of Rihanna, but he wasn't sure exactly why. It was more than just the accent though. "Remember how my sister was following you?" the girl continued smartly. "Well, she saw you use that communication ring. While we can't figure out how it works, we were able to block it from working for now. It's quite simple. There's no way to call for help." It was all Harry could do to keep from breaking down right there. He felt like a wreck. Mostly because he wasn't in the best shape right now, and then there was the little voice in the back of his mind that told him Tonks would kill him if he survived this. "If we were you, we'd be getting some rest right now. You want to be in good shape when facing his lordship, Voldemort." Harry asked and regretted it immediately as he felt a shoe bury itself into his stomach area. "Never call him by his name, you unworthy scum," the girl said, and Harry groaned, curling up tightly again after the foot was retracted. "You were stuck here," the girl said pointedly. Harry closed his eyes, cringing involuntarily. The pain of admitting she was right was worse than the pain from the kick he'd just received. The girl hadn't lied to him yet, and she didn't seem to intend to. No, she wanted to tell him the truth, if only to see him suffer from the knowledge of the hopelessness of it all. Still, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to picture somewhere safe, somewhere far away from the musty cell he was stuck, somewhere near Tonks. At first it was Norma. He could feel the magic well up inside of him and he could see the tunnel start to form, but it was incomplete, and he couldn't open it to step through. It simply stayed just beyond his grasp. Signing dejectedly, he opened his eyes again to find that only one of the girls was in front of him, the other had disappeared out of his field of vision. Instantly Harry's head snapped to both sides, the left and then the right, to find that she'd moved to the far corner of the cell and was staring from the shadows with an arrogant smirk on her face. "You're a real quick study, aren't you? And you movements ever so fast and smooth. I'm sure it'll make you more fun to play with. I think that it might anger some of the others though. I always wondered how exactly you were able to get away from the Dark Lord the first time, but I think I understand now. What is it that you were doing just now, regrouping? I assure you that no manner of mental protection or meditation will from feeling all the pain that will be inflicted upon you. No, we have you locked away in a place that they'll never find you. There is no escape from here. And trying to apparate within the anti-apparating ward as strong as these will likely get you splinched. We wouldn't want you to ruin such a beautiful body like yours, no, not such a wonderfully abused toy." "What are you names?" Harry asked quietly, feeling the pain of the imminent defeat looming over him. "We are called Sin." "Both of you?" Harry asked incredulously, but still quiet. "How do you tell each other apart?" "We have no need for separate names. We rarely are apart and I am the only one that others speak to." "Didn't your parents give you different names when you were born?" Harry asked before thinking. The girls exchanged glances, and Harry wasn't sure how to take it when they looked back at him with fire burning in their eyes. "We do not acknowledge the mug. The names that we were given when we were born," Sin said crisply. Even though something deep in his mind told him not to say anything, Harry couldn't stop the words from tumbling out of his mouth. "You're Muggle-born?" he asked, gasping. Something hard struck him across the back of the head and he collapsed to the ground with a whimper. No one was around when he opened his eyes again. Looking hopelessly at the rings that hung around his neck, Harry sighed, then pushed himself into a sitting position. His whole body ached, though he wasn't sure exactly why. He knew a spell had hit him even though he hadn't heard it. Still, it hadn't been painful even though it felt that way now. A rustle of movement caught Harry's attention and he turned to see only the empty walls of his prison. He dizzy. SSED, the sound is one of the small mice that were disappearing out a tiny barred area. He'd noticed them twice out of the corner of his eye, but didn't think anything of it at the time. Still, he had to investigate it, and so he got to his knees and crawled over to the opening. It was black beyond, as if the light was just drained away, and so he ignored it, moving to the more important things like the rest of the cell. If he wanted to escape, he was going to have to find a way out, and after going through dozens and dozens of secret passages in Hogwarts, he thought that there might be something in the cell perhaps. Groggily, Harry stood, shaking away the clouded mind, and then moved to the front of the cell next to the door. The rock walls were damp and cold. He suspected that they were somewhere near water because of the amount of moisture that seemed to be on the cell walls. There was also a good deal of moss that had grown in between the stones. It was also extremely likely that the wards laced through the walls. The same wards that would keep him from going anywhere or contacting anyone. Starting at the base of the wall next to the door, Harry's hands moved inch by inch to make sure that there wasn't some sort of secret entrance to a passage. After a full hour of carefully running his hands over every single stone he could reach, he had found nothing except 2 words that had been scraped into the stone, a name that had long ago been covered in moss. Something moved down the hallway and Harry turned to the sound, facing the door from the middle of the cell. He was so frightened that if it had been anyone else they might have shrunk into the shadows of the corner and wet themselves. He was in a different situation than all of the other times he'd faced Voldemort or his followers before. Then, he'd had a chance, however remote it seemed at first, and now there was nothing. His protection was gone. There was no Tonks, no Dumbledore, not even Ron or Hermione were around to pull him out of this mess. They'd confiscated his wands too, both of them, and now he suddenly felt naked being without them. It had been over a full year since he'd been away from his wand for very long at all. Even when Umbridge had collected their wands, they'd only been without them for under an hour. Harry was also avoiding the fact that he was half naked anyway, even though they'd been put back on. The cuts that had been made in them made them hang oddly and barely covered him in the spots that needed to be covered. He suspected that even that was short-lived. If the twins returned, there would be little left to wear at all if they cut his robes again. The feeling of a finger tracing the webbed scars that covered his back made Harry shudder. He'd never in his life been more embarrassed, even though it had only been the 3 of them. Not even what Tonks had put him through during the summer could add up to it. He hated not having some measure of control over what was happening with him, and he couldn't help but be embarrassed. But he'd have to take that path when it came. For now he simply stood, expecting the worst and ready to fight it for all he had. The door crashed open and Harry saw that it wasn't Voldemort whom he now faced, rather it was someone that he hated almost as much. Bellatrix, Harry hissed angrily. It hadn't occurred to him that she would be there even though it should have. Potter, she hissed back with just as much fury as Harry had shown her. I heard that you'd been captured along with several of your little friends, and I wanted to see you before I go off and have fun with them. You have been given a temporary reprieve so that we may decide what to do with you. Several ideas have been given, but I think that you will be able to survive for longer than any of your friends at least. You are a special case, and I think that you will receive some special treatment. Still, I wanted to see you in case one of the first sessions becomes too boisterous and kills you off before I get my turn. A growl rose from Harry's throat, sounding more like an animal than a man. Bellatrix smiled and her voice changed into the baby tone she'd used the year before. Is Baby Potter angry at Auntie Bella? She asked mockingly. Harry didn't answer, just stared. The room felt hot and it was all he could do to hold his mouth shut. He'd learned his lesson from T.H.E. twins already. To be sarcastic only meant more pain. Come now, Harry, Bellatrix said. Your precious godfather would have at least spit on me by now. Or, are you just afraid to speak to me? She hissed. I would understand if the poor little boy was too afraid to speak. After all the things he's done to anger the Dark Lord, I would be afraid too. Gryffindor courage is highly overrated, gets you killed. Quote, no, he said, against his better judgment, angry that she'd even dared mention Sirius. He wasn't afraid of her, he was afraid of the things she and Voldemort would do to him, and the others, now that he was in their hands. Not afraid? Bella asked, quivering with delight. How about we make you afraid? I'll never be afraid of you, Harry spat before he could stop himself. Then it was there, he didn't even hear her speak. But the pain was so tremendous that he could move or breathe. Every single part of his body hurt like thousands of hot needles being pressed into him instantly. The pain faded and Harry whimpered even though he tried not to. I believe you and I were forced to part with unfinished business, Potter, Bellatrix said. You were trying to use an unforgivable on me. I have thought it over and decided that it might be best to school you in its uses, so that you will understand. Her wand raised again and Harry flinched. You must mean them, Potter, with every paw. RT of hate you can muster you must want to cause unimaginable pain, she said and shouted out the word Harry was dreading. Crucio. Again unimaginable pain spread through his body in an instant. His mind barely was able to keep any sort of thought as he screamed. He tried moving, getting away, but nothing helped. He knew it would end, but the longer it lasted the less likely that seemed. He just wanted to die. For all of the pain to go away, for everything to be over. He didn't want to be put through such difficulties. It ended and Harry relaxed, trying to focus on something. He needed to find something to think about so it didn't hurt so much. Almost as soon as the pain had subsided he heard the word again and he curled into a fetal position, screaming in pain as the curse filled every part of his body with pain. As the pain subsided again he wondered what it would be like to be driven mad from the pain, if maybe they just lost track of thinking of themselves forever instead of just when the curse had been placed upon them. Neville's parents didn't seem to be in pain anymore, though they didn't seem to be anything else either, they just sort of existed like what he supposed happened when someone received a Dementor's kiss. The curse was used 3 more times. She would release him, let him gain some awareness and then use it again. He could hear Bellatrix laughing in the background, trying to mock him. But he was losing most of his thoughts and the words seemed to run into one another and made no sense. He eventually blacked out the 6th time the curse was placed upon him. Almost sure that he was at the edge of death itself. Sin was sitting inside the room when he awoke next. She was smiling, holding his head in her lap and stroking his hair quietly. Even as disconcerted as he was, Harry found that he hurt so much that moving was out of the question. She didn't say anything at all and Harry suspected that she was the quiet one. He couldn't see the other one, or hear her moving around. But he could turn over to look for her either. The stoking hand through his hair reminded Harry of Tonks, and even though it wasn't someone he liked doing it, he was PPY to lose himself thinking it was Tonks. You look like you like that, Sin's voice said, waking Harry from his semi-content sleep. I don't think it will go over very well if our Lord saw a smile on your face. The smile that had crept across Harry's face as he slept disappeared instantly. He knew that Sin was still holding him, and he jerked away from her even though it hurt a little. There was a disappointed look on her face, and even though Harry didn't feel remotely sorry for her, he thought she might really be disappointed that he didn't like her. It's time to come with me, Sin said, and Harry looked up, trying to determine what she wanted to do with him. Your presence has been required in the chambers beyond the hall, she said with a wicked smile. I believe you have some friends waiting for you. Harry went rigid, remembering that Bellatrix had mentioned friends earlier. Who? He asked, trying to keep the anger in check. He didn't want to be unconscious or in a position where he couldn't even try to help whoever it was that was beyond the hall. Both of the Sins smiled. There's a little redhead and her brother who have been mouthing off until the others cut out their tongues. There's a little blonde girl in there too, doesn't seem to know right from left. Oh, not to mention your girlfriend, the bushy-haired girl as well. At least she was thoughtful enough to keep her mouth shut. To Harry that seemed to be the worst information possible, and he wanted to not believe her, but he couldn't. He figured Ron and Ginny were the redheads, and Luna was probably the blonde. Hermione of course must be the fourth. They'd been reading too much of the Daily Prophet in the past. He glanced to the other Sin who still hadn't moved from her sitting position on her floor. Her eyes were slightly glazed over, as if she was angry, and Harry wondered if he should mention that Hermione wasn't his girlfriend. It could save her some undue pain, but they probably wouldn't care much and hurt her anyway. If Ron had really gotten his tongue removed, then he didn't doubt the threats from the Death Eaters. If they said they did, it was quite likely they would. All right, I'll come, he said, working his way up the back wall. Are they badly hurt? Laughing Sin just turned and headed out the door. Harry followed her, glancing back to see that the other Sin hadn't moved. There was something different about the two, and not just that only one of them spoke, they were really different. She could have killed you and gotten it over with ages ago, Sin said from ahead. In the street while you climbed through the window. She almost did. I'm not sure why she decided against it. Our master would have rewarded our loyalty either way. Still, it's more fun to play with your food, isn't it? Not even daring to respond, Harry simply focused on the wall ahead, trying not to look at Sin at all. The hallway got narrower and narrower until they were in front of a small door that filled the hallway completely. The longer they stood, the longer Harry wondered what exactly they were doing. It was a door, he knew that because it was of a different material than the rest of the hallway. But there were no handles and it wouldn't simply swing open. That was too uncomplicated for this place. Everything he'd been told was true, and he hated himself for it, hated himself for letting them get caught, for them being his friends. Ron and Hermione were huddling in the corner, Ron trying to nurse his bleeding mouth while Hermione hugged him tightly. Ginny and Luna were hiding behind them, looking more frightened. Fighting back his emotions, Harry stepped forward. He would need to stay strong, for them. He needed to find a way out of this so that maybe they could all survive. Voldemort was the only one that could kill him. He'd have to use that to his advantage somehow, but at least he had something. A day later, Hermione sat alone in the library, thinking. Ron had blown up when He'd heard what happened, but Hermione had silently excused herself, and had gone to the place she thought would be the safest, the library, where no one would be. She wasn't sure what she was going to do. But she wasn't going to let Harry be tortured, or worse, killed. Lost in trying to figure out how to break Harry out of the Death Eater's grasp, she didn't hear the footsteps approaching. Granger, a voice said quietly, and Hermione snapped her head, finding a Slytherin standing behind her. She recognized the face, but being distressed she couldn't remember the name that went with it. Yes, she responded, only half aware she was even speaking. I know where Harry is. That caught her attention. Hermione's vague attention snapped to the Slytherin. He is being tortured at this very moment, she said sympathetically. I need your help to get him out of there. What? Hermione exclaimed, and the girl clamped a hand over her mouth. Quiet, stupid girl, she hissed. This one's just you and I. No one else can know about it because I'll be discovered. Don't you dare foul this up because Harry'll die. Do you understand? She continued in a harsh whisper. Hermione nodded mutely, not able to say anything. The Slytherin removed her hand and Hermione glanced around, making sure they were all alone. Why are you helping? Blazed Zabini. I'm helping because Harry believed in me and I can't let his trust go to waste. I've already told him I'd help him if he helped me. She responded coldly. We need to get started now, so we can get some potions done as quickly as possible. Again Hermione nodded, not sure how to respond. Shush stood, and then it became apparent what Blaze was talking about. The informant, she whispered. Nodding, Blaze led her out of the library and down the hall. She stopped at each corner, glancing around it before continuing down the hallway. We're going to a secret room, Blaze said. Somewhere we won't be bothered for a few days. When they ally made it to their destination, Blaze spoke quietly to a painting which seemed a little perturbed, but eventually opened up. The room was all that great. It was a simple, straightforward room with a few desks and some potion supplies already set up. A cauldron simmered on one of them, emanating a putrid green smoke. The excretions did disappear though, instead of filling the room. What are you making? Hermione asked, taking a closer look at cauldron. For time draft, Blaze said offhandedly, moving to the wall and looking through the pile of ingredients that she had stacked there. You can't make that, Hermione yelled. That's in an illegal potion. Shut up, stupid girl, Blaze said, whirling around to face her. If we're going to save Harry, you're going to have to deal with doing something illegal. Only you and I are going to know about it, so unless you want to go to Azkaban for a few years, you'll keep your mouth shut about it. Slightly flustered at the outburst, Hermione only blinked. How's this going to help him? Hermione asked quietly. Do you know anything about this potion? Blaze asked Hermione pointedly. Other than the fact that it's illegal, she added sarcastically. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, trying to recall what she'd read about the potion. In Latin, for time meant stealth, but it wasn't quite the right translation for the word, not in this case. She'd read about it a few years prior in the same book. She'd read about the polyjuice potion. It helps you blend into your environment, making it easy to observe without being observed. It's a type of concealment potion. Very good, Granger, Blaze said, sarcasm dripping from every word. You can't have actually used it or you'd understand a little better. You see, the only way in is to walk past Death Eaters, not 1 or 2. But at minimum 2 dozen, probably more. A charm could work, but the place Harry's hidden in is extremely well guarded against charms like that, so I had to find a potion to do the job. Why not ask Snape to help you? Hermione asked quietly, but realized what she was asking. Sorry, she added, I didn't think. You want to help Harry, I understand. If we're going to work together though, you're going to have to learn to think before you speak. I don't want to hear anything out of you unless it's important. Now I need you because I can't finish brewing this potion myself. I may be a good Slytherin, but I wasn't good enough to get into advanced potions like you. Had I any other choice, I would have gone a different path. However, asking a Slytherin old have put me into their debt and risked myself of being exposed to Voldemort's minions. You said his name, Hermione hissed. Shush, Blaze warned with a glare that Hermione almost backed away from. I thought you were Potter's friend and a Gryffindor. Doesn't that mean that you've got all this courage to not be afraid of saying his name? Well, I can say it. I just thought that everyone else, Hermione said, stumbling. She'd always got after Ron for not saying the name, and now she was telling someone they shouldn't, sort of. You know nothing about what I should and shouldn't say, Granger. You know nothing about my life other than the fact that I'm Slytherin and I'm risking my life to save Harry. Now, if you would be so kind, go stuff yourself. I'm here to work. Sniffing, Hermione shut up as she looked over the instructions to the potion. What do I need to do? Hermione asked once she'd finished. I've added powdered boomslang skin already, Blaze said. The potion's got a few more days before we need to add anything, but it needs to be well controlled while it's waiting. I can't be around all the time and neither can you. You'll have to make sure I know what needs to be done if you go and disappear. Nodding mutely was Hermione's only response. she didn't want to say anything and end up saying something stupid. Blaise sure didn't like her very much. And Hermione had already received a slap in the face several times. Figuratively, she wasn't going to let that happen again. "There's one more thing," Blaise said. "I need some help getting into eQuasarus. Private supplies, or we need to go to Hogsmeade. There's an ingredient I couldn't procure." Hermione almost spoke. A few of the ingredients that had already been used were highly difficult to procure. Archie and Hermione had assumed that Blaise had gotten them from Professor Snape's storage, but now wasn't so sure. "What's the ingredient?" Hermione inquired hesitantly. "Very good, Granger. You're thinking properly. The ingredient isn't illegal, as you no doubt suspect. It is, however, a very rare and very expensive ingredient." "Well, what is it?" Hermione snapped, not wanting to deal with the games that Blaise might be playing. "Much better, Granger. We could make a Slytherin out of you yet. The ingredient, for your information, is matured acromantula blood." Hermione fought to show any signs of surprise, and apparently she didn't. Blaise ignored it for the moment because nothing was mentioned about it. Their blood is difficult to procure, because the mature acromantula is roughly the size of Hagrid, if not bigger, and generally stay in packs when they leave a nest. The knowledge of Harry's second-year trip had been discussed with Hermione on more than one occasion, and she knew that here was a vast supply of blood in the forest. "It's not on the recipe," Hermione said quietly. Blaise shrugged. "Well, it's there, just under a different name. It will need to be added in 3 days or the potion will fail. We need to get to Hogsmeade first. I'd much rather sneak out than risk getting caught by Snape in his room." "I've got a better idea," Hermione said quietly and turned, leaving the room with Blaise close behind. They walked quietly, Blaise not asking questions, simply following. When they approached the portrait that Hermione was headed for, Blaise slowed. "What are we doing here?" she asked, almost insulted. "Don't worry, you'll find out in a minute." After tickling the pair, the portrait opened up and Hermione entered, followed by a pissed Slytherin. "Dobby," Hermione called once she'd entered. There was a crashing sound and Dobby came flying through the group of elves who'd assembled nearby. "Is Master Potter safe?" he asked immediately, then clamped his hand over his mouth. "Harry Potter, is he safe?" he asked again, thinking things through. "No, Dobby," Hermione said sadly. "But we're trying to help get him out." Dobby nodded thankfully, and looked to Blaise, his eyes showing anger. Hermione looked to Blaise and then back to Dobby, confused but still thinking things through. "Dobby, we need to talk in private." Nodding, Dobby led them past at least a dozen elves, all of which were watching Hermione warily. None of them seemed to like her very much. Nor did Blaise seem to like the elves. They entered a side room which seemed slightly compact, and Dobby snapped his fingers, conjuring 2 seats. "What is Dobby able to do for Hermione Granger to help Harry Potter?" he asked once the door had been shut. It was Blaise who noticed the bed in the corner of the room where another elf was laying, dirty and sickly looking. "What about that one?" she asked, pointing to the elf. "Winky is not telling anyone of Master Potter's secrets. She is a good elf." Quote, "That's the second time you've called Harry Master. Dobby, what's going on?" Dobby went wide-eyed and looked around, scared. "Nothing, Hermione Granger," Dobby said, frightened. "Dobby, it's all right, you can tell me, remember. I'm Harry's best friend," Hermione said, trying to reason with the elf. Cringing, Dobby looked around for something, but finding nothing to hide behind, he looked up to Hermione, still terrified. "Harry Potter is telling Dobby not to tell anyone," he said shakily. "He is telling Dobby to keep our secret." Out of the corner of her eyes, Hermione saw Blaise look at Dobby with a renewed interest, and she sighed. She wouldn't go into this right now. "It's all right, Dobby, you don't have to tell anyone anything. We need you to go to Hogsmeade and check a store for us, is that all right? It's something to help Harry." Dobby nodded his head furiously. Hermione was glad Dobby liked Harry so much. She'd worry about what Dobby was talking about later, when she could yell at Harry in the comfort of the common room, or some other room of the castle. "What is Hermione Granger needing and where is Dobby to go?" he asked, excited. Hermione looked to Blaise, who took it from there. "You'll need to visit Kringle's Elements. It's a seedy little place at the edge of town, on Sow's Tail. It will cost you a good deal if they have it, but all we need to know is if they do, because we can get it ourselves. We'll just sneak out." While Hermione hadn't been wanting to sneak out, she knew that she didn't have the money, and probably couldn't come up with it without revealing what she was going to use it for, and if Blaise wasn't going to trust Dobby enough to give him the money, then she'd have to comply with Blaise's ways for the moment. "If we're just going to check, we could use an owl," Hermione pointed out. Blaise rolled her eyes. "Don't you know that every piece of mail entering or leaving this castle is checked at the moment? The Ministry's having a riot over what happened. You did read the article in the paper about Potter saving Hogsmeade, didn't you?" She snapped. Hermione had, and she'd been angry when she'd seen who'd written it, Rita Skeeter, but then she hadn't said anything bad about anyone. She'd just been utterly lacking in mentioning that the Aurors had been the one doing the fighting, and eventually the ones who'd done the cleanup. Harry had just been caught overdoing the hero role again. This time it had been seen by every witch and wizard who received the Daily Prophet, though. Of course, after such an outcry for Harry's return, Minister Fudge didn't just ignore the fact that he'd been captured and portkeyed away after helping so many people escape the Imperious Curse. No, Fudge had to do something about it, and there was a nationwide manhunt going on to find Harry and hunt down Death Eaters. It had been a good move in some ways, but Harry was going to hate the attention if he got back. When Hermione reminded herself, "When he gets back. And Hermione looked up again. Dobby was gone and Blaise was on her way out. "I'll just go get something from the kitchens. I know you haven't eaten yet." With that, Hermione was left alone again to wonder what exactly was going on with Harry at that moment. Tonks knew. She could hear him screaming. She'd woken to it, and covered the ring with her below to lessen the sound so that no one else would hear. "Harry," she whispered into the ring, "I'll find you." Dumbledore had been impressed with the rings but had told her truthfully that they would in no way help anyone locate Harry. The hole was simply not something that could be traced. George and Fred had been crestfallen when he'd said that, and went back to their shop muttering about putting locator spells on anything they ever gave Harry. Tonks knew it wouldn't help much. Death Eater prisons were always warded against stuff like that. Of course Harry couldn't hear her. Not now, not after what they'd done to him. She shuddered, remembering the memory of only a few hours before. It was hard enough to sleep without remembering it. "What's this?" a voice had asked, a voice that Tonks knew well, Bellatrix Lestrange. Of course the act that she'd found the ring worried Tonks. She'd been listening to it for almost a full day with nothing, and then, when it had come, it was the sounds of Death Eaters. "It is a communication device," a voice responded. One Tonks did not know. "We saw it being used in Hogsmeade and have created wards to keep it from being used. We had also researched the composition and determined that he cannot be tracked by it, so the wards are only to prevent someone from using it to communicate." Who was listening on the other side, waiting to hear little Harry's voice? Bellatrix asked, laughing. "The Aur, or named Tonks, is the only one we know of." There was a sickening laugh and then a crunch that Tonks knew well, a bone breaking. She could hear Harry whimpering, but when she looked through the ring there was nothing but blackness. And she supposed that while the warding had stopped the ring from transmitting originally, it was breaking down, and now she could at least hear what was going on. If she listened long enough, perhaps she could hear where they were. "Remove the wards," Bellatrix said, and Tonks could imagine the evil smirk on her face as she continued. "We want an audience for the torture." Right then Tonks had almost screamed into it that no matter where Bellatrix went she'd be chased down if she so much as laid a finger on Harry. Of course, Tonks knew that would only instigate the woman to do more harm. So she kept quiet as she could manage. "Harry," Bellatrix said. "Harry, wake up." There was a magic spell, an enervate performed, and she could hear Harry's breath changing. Whatever it was that had been done to him must have knocked him unconscious, and it must have been painful, because when they'd broken one of his bones he didn't wake up. "What?" Harry asked, and Tonks was astonished at the way he spoke. She'd have never thought he could be broken so quickly. Harry was a fighter. She would have thought that he'd be swearing them off until they did something imaginative with his mouth to keep him from talking. But they wouldn't do that. It would keep the screams toned down. "Come now," Bellatrix said. "You've only lost 2 of your friends." Through the quiet Tonks could hear sobbing. A soft sobbing that broke her heart. What had Bellatrix done to him? Who were the friends she was talking about? You didn't have to kill them. I told you I'd do anything you wanted. We offered you a choice, Harry, Ron or Hermione. You couldn't choose, so we decided for you. Besides, it was best to get them out of the way. It made you much more fun to toy with. Just don't kill any of the others, Harry said, even quieter. Don't harm them anymore, please, he begged. At this point Tonks was choked up with a vivid imagination of what must have happened. The Death Eaters had used such tactics before. She'd read about them in her studies before she'd become a fully qualified Auror. It was easier to break a prisoner if there were others there, others he cared for. Usually they kept all the prisoners in separate places, bringing them together only when the torture was to begin. They would force the true captive to watch as people he or she knew and loved were tortured, raped, or killed in front of their eyes. It was a horrendous and effective tool. Stand, Bellatrix said, and Tonks could hear Harry moving. She was fighting with herself to reveal that she was there and reveal that it was all fake. She ached to tell him that Ron and Hermione were fine, a little beaten up after the fight, but in otherwise good health. He'd tell her not to come save him, she was sure of that. But at least he'd know she was trying. She waited though, waited for her chance to tell him and not let anyone else know. Now let's do something about this little trinket, Bellatrix said. How does it work? Quote, Sin believes that it has a use similar to an orb, but it transmits picture through the hole as well as voices. If you were to face the ring outward, the person on the other end would see everything that is visible, but by facing it inward you are able to hear and see the person on the other end. We have not been able to test this theory yet, because of the wards blocking the linking of the two devices. How can we seal off communication from the other end? Bellatrix asked, her voice smart, and very interested in the little ring. Tonks shuddered. Old have HATD to see the calculating look that Bellatrix must be giving the ring, wondering how she could use it to her advantage. You merely have to seal off the proper side, it is simply to decide. These marks, they show which side sends information and which side receives it. Let us wake up our audience on the other end then. Bellatrix hissed. Ardorus. Tonks knew what the spell did, it was used for warming things. Like putting it on a rock before placing it under the end of your sheets, but it was a calculated spell, something that had to be used carefully. There was silence except for the breathing Tonks could hear from Harry, and then there was a whimper again, this one a whimper of extreme pain that Harry was trying to hold back. Then, a scream that Tonks knew she'd never forget. The sort of scream that wasn't quite human anymore. The screaming continued until Harry had to breathe, and then it sounded as if he fainted when something slumped to the ground and the voices became more muted. Shame he's so weak, Bellatrix said, laughing. It would have been fun to finish melting this before he blacked out. It's an interesting feeling, hot metal cooling against the skin. Then it struck Tonks what they'd done, and she started sobbing, the sort of thing she'd sworn off a long time ago. She knew then if she ever saw Bellatrix face to face, only one of them would walk away. All she could hear now was his heartbeat and harsh breathing. Whatever Bellatrix was doing to him now had been stopped. She'd heard the woman walk away. It is not good to defy her, the voice said. The one that Tonks had yet to identify. Sin, what do you want from me? Harry asked, and Tonks blinked. The voice earlier had referred to Sin as a third person, but now Harry was calling this person by the same name. Why don't they just kill me? He sobbed. Silence. It was more than Tonks could handle. She kicked her bedpost, slipping on a small patch of water she'd spilled earlier and falling back on her head. She laid on the floor, sobbing. She hated it, hated that she couldn't be there and save him. Dumbledore had ordered her to get some rest before she went out and did something like that. After all, she hadn't slept since he'd disappeared almost 3 days ago. When she'd finally fallen asleep earlier, it was only to wake up 10 minutes later to Harry screaming again. Whatever they were doing they would pay, she resolved, even if she had to do it illegally. Escape. Chapter 20. Escape. Up, a voice snarled. Harry opened his eyes to the new Death Eater. It must have been the 30th one to barge into his cell in the last few days. He wasn't sure exactly how long it had been, but it had been a long time, at least a week, probably more. He didn't respond to the Death Eater, not at first. He was very sore at the moment and wasn't sure how well he could respond. They had been practicing the Cruciatus curse on him lately, one by one. Lately he was beginning to float away when they did. It was as if he could no longer feel the pain. Or else he would black out from the horrific pain. He certainly felt it afterwards. It seemed the prolonged exposure to the curse me. And that the post-curse pain lasted longer and his body had started to physically get hurt. Bruises covered most of his body, even places he'd never been struck physically. "Get up," the Death Eater shouted, kicking Harry in the rib cage. It wasn't the first time that had happened and Harry winced as the chest bruises flared painfully. At least it was better than the broken arm he'd sustained. It was almost healed now. Probably because of the potions that had been forced down his throat lately. With a gasp of air he was finally able to get himself into a sitting position. The Death Eater wouldn't be happy with that, and he knew it. So immediately he tried to push himself to his feet. It only made things worse because he ended up lying on the ground once again. The Death Eater seemed to have even less patience than the others and Harry found himself being dragged from his cell and into a room where people had accumulated. It was the same room that everyone had died in. He caught a Florida's H of red hair behind several Death Eaters. He looked away quickly, even though his eyes widened. They still had Ginny and he didn't want to see her, not after what they'd done to her. He was ashamed about what had happened because of him. When he had to choose between Ginny and Luna they'd sworn they wouldn't kill whoever he chose. He knew he couldn't trust a Death Eater, but it was his only choice. He'd picked Ginny to live. Because he didn't want to see the same thing that had happened to Ron and Hermione. It had torn him apart. He had to make the choice again and he hated it. If he he would have given himself instead of the first two. Of course, even the decision had not turned out the way he had hoped. Luna was dead and he knew even if Ginny lived he'd never be able to look her in the eyes again, not after he had seen her abused. Well, Baby Potter's finally come to join the fun, a familiar voice said. Harry looked up to see Bellatrix's wicked smile shine down upon him. He frowned and spat at her, knowing that by doing it he would at least receive a slap, possibly even a cruciatus curse. He was lucky, and only received a slap. However, her nails drew blood from his face. Not for the first time. Several of the Death Eaters laughed. Harry was sure he recognized a few of them. One was almost certainly Lucius Malfoy, but he couldn't pinpoint where the voice was coming from. He was startled, because he had thought Lucius was in Azkaban. He shook the thought away. Lucius or not, he wasn't exactly the worst person Harry would be dealing with. Many of the others had been excessively violent in their dealings with him. So Baby Potter, guess who we found? Harry's head jerked sideways to the captives and he saw that the flash of red had been not one, but two heads. One of them was buried in the other's chest, crying. He blanched, refusing to believe that that could have her. They couldn't have caught Mrs. Weasley. But, as the head looked up to see Harry he saw that it was her. He shook his head and looked away, refusing to believe it. He'd left Mrs. Weasley with the twins and they would die before they let her get hurt. His fear seemed to strike a chord in Bellatrix's mind and she laughed. It took quite a lot of work to take her. The fools protecting her would only let us take her over their dead bodies, so we did, just to bring her before you now. I doubt that those protecting her had the foresight that your mother had. Shall we find out? No, Harry screamed, trying to move forward. He wouldn't let them take Mrs. Weasley, no matter what sort of beating he received. They would have to kill him first. It was then that Harry found himself in mid-air, unable to go anywhere. He fought hard, trying to get out of whatever charm they'd used on him. He couldn't go anywhere and after a few minutes of struggle, opening his old wounds up, he gave in, no longer having any energy to fight it. Don't, he whimpered, staring at her, not willing to look in the faces of any of the other Death Eaters. He doubted that the pleading would help, but he was willing to do it if that's what they wanted. Bellatrix moved around Harry in mid-air so that she was looking directly at him. Join us, she said. Swear that you'll fight for our cause and she can go. Our Lord has seen your strength and knows that you would be a strong ally and a worthy Death Eater. It occurred to Harry that that was why they were keeping him alive. They wanted him to join them. He looked at Bellatrix and then toward Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. He didn't know what to do. He knew he couldn't swear himself to the dark side. It went against everything he'd ever strived for. Come, now Harry, Bellatrix whispered in his ear. I saw you use that curse against me after I killed my cousin. With a little training you could rival my own talents with the dark arts. The mention of Sirius snapped Harry back to attention. Inside he fumed. He remembered his promise to never allow someone to die for his sake. After taking a deep breath he knew he couldn't do it. There was no way he'd join the people who had killed nearly everyone he loved. He said, and tears seeped out of his eyes. He looked at Mrs. Weasley again and could see that she was frightened. He wondered if they knew she was pregnant. Could he allow them to kill her? The decision was made for him quite suddenly. 2 Death Eaters raised their wands and spoke the killing curse. Harry watched in horror as 2 more of his family dropped dead in front of them, and a third that was yet to be born. It frightened him that they could kill someone so easily. As if life didn't matter. But life mattered. All life mattered. Even those people who he hated didn't deserve to die. By joining Voldemort he would be crushing people's hopes, forcing their children into repression. The prophecy said it was Voldemort or him. Harry knew now that even if he died he would take Voldemort with him no matter the consequences. He would fight, and he would win for the children who had yet to be born. Turning to Bellatrix, tears streaming down his face, he spat at her again. As he'd watched the 2 die he'd bit, and his tongue and now his blood-filled spit flowed down Bellatrix's face. Her smirk told him what was about to happen and he closed his eyes as the Cruciatus curse struck him, refusing this one time, to cry out in pain. He would be strong because others needed him to be strong. Is the potion doing all right? Blaise asked, entering the hidden room at Hogwarts, hours later. Hermione snapped to attention, and her wand was suddenly pointed at Blaise. You tricked me, she snarled, rage on her face. You used a spell on me to make me trust you. Blaise smiled and ignored the wand. It took you long enough to figure it out, she said, plucking a grape from the bowl in her hand and putting it in her mouth. I should turn you in right now, Hermione growled. The sound seemed almost unnatural coming from her. She never had been so angry at anyone. If you don't want Harry to be freed, that's fine with me, Blaise said calmly, placing another grape in her mouth and finding a seat next to the potion. She examined it carefully, and then picked up the recipe for it. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't think that your little elf friend is going to be able to locate the Acromantula blood. He's been everywhere that is within his reach and found nothing. If we don't get that then there is no way I'll be able to get to Harry without revealing myself. Even if I do get to him we have to get out of the dungeons he's in. They're warded against portkeys. Hermione stared at Blaise as she popped another grape into her mouth. Why did you use the charm on me? She demanded. Shrugging, Blaise pulled out one of her books. Hermione growled again. All right, Blaise said, raising her hands defensively. I knew I needed your help and you aren't the sort that trusts others, especially when it involves your friends. When I saw you alone in the library I used the charm on you to make sure I would be able to approach you successfully. I only did it to save Harry's life. It's not as if I tried to deceive you. I just needed to make sure you'd work with me. So you really were the one that told Harry about the attack? Hermione asked, her wand dropping a little. Blaise nodded and turned back to her textbook, flipping the page and putting another grape in her mouth. I know where we can get Acromantula blood, Hermione announced quietly. Blaise froze, turning slightly, forgetting her grapes in the book. Blaise stared at Hermione. Where? She asked. Her usual tact had disappeared with the announcement. There is a nest of them in the forest. Harry and Ron ran into them second year, almost got themselves killed. I always thought you should have been put into Ravenclaw. Now I think you'd have made a good Slytherin, she said, getting up from her seat and heading out the door. She stopped, turned to Hermione and smiled. Coming. Hermione looked to the potion. They didn't need to add anything to it for almost a full day. It was almost finished and it had gone perfectly so far. She made a decision in her mind, nodded and followed Blaise out the door. She knew where the blood was, but it was going to be difficult to actually obtain it. Tonks was in the hospital wing, having just woken from a long session of dreamless sleep. Her arms were still badly fouled up, and she doubted she'd be able to hold a wand for several more days. The encounter with the Death Eaters hadn't gone as well as she'd hoped. It didn't help that the information had been a trap. She winced as she recalled the ore next to her collapsing when he got stuck with a killing curse that was meant for her. It was supposed to be a surprise attack. The Ministry had gotten information that a few of the higher-ranking Death Eaters were going to strike a prominent member of the American wizarding government. The man was planning on discussing the American involvement with the Voldemort affair. Tonks didn't like the idea much. When the Americans involved themselves, things always went wrong. The Aurors who were dispatched to keep him safe had already disappeared when Tonks and the team she was with showed up. In fact, if they hadn't received information that had said he'd arrived, they would have thought he hadn't. Tonks was extremely pissed off as it was, and wanted to capture one of the Death Eaters so that she could find out where Harry was being kept. When the Death Eaters attacked, it was quick, precise. They knew exactly how many Aurors were there and had superior numbers. Quite a few more than had previously been reported. Only 3 of the 12 Aurors survived, and Tonks had only survived because she tripped and ended up avoiding the last curse because of it. The other 2 had been beaten even worse than her. But, luckily enough, more Aurors had shown up at the scene and scared the Death Eaters off. 2 had been captured, at least that's what she'd been told. Over the last few days everything had been going wrong. Dozens of Aurors had been killed on missions, the Death Eaters knew exactly how and when to strike. Ministry officials were hiding in their rooms or houses. The minister himself was said to be cooped up with 3 hand-picked Aurors around him at all times. A scream echoed from the ring and Tonks groaned. She knew she should turn it off, but it almost felt as if, by doing that, she was somehow abandoning Harry. When Madame Pomfrey had moved to take it away from her, Tonks had threatened her life, something quite unusual for her. Madame Pomfrey left it there. Struggling, Tonks finally was able to get to a sitting position. She examined her arm carefully, wishing that it would heal faster. One of the ups and downs about being a metamorphagus was that they healed differently. The body healed much faster. But there was a problem with healing spells. They often made things worse, sometimes even having the opposite effect. That was, unless the proper spells were used. Most potions would counteract the healing abilities too, but not all. The true problem was that most healers didn't know the proper healing spells and potions to use because metamorphagus were quite rare. Of course Madame Pomfrey knew them, but the healer who'd gotten to her right after the battle hadn't. And she'd only made things worse. Madame Pomfrey appeared, looking agitated. "Lay down, Nymphadora Tonks, or I'll have to give you another dose of sleeping draft. But you're not going to be able to help the boy if you can't even use your wand. I told you it'll be at least 2 more days before you even get back use of your arm, and another before you have full use. Your legs are almost in the same shape. It's a good thing that healer didn't use her spells on them, or I doubt you'd be able to walk for a week. I want you to rest. That's the only way that you're going to heal." "I need some food," Tonks said, knowing that to argue would be useless. As soon as her legs healed, probably by tomorrow, she'd get out and talk to Dumbledore. She needed to know if the Death Eater they'd captured knew anything about where Harry was located. Another Death Eater, and another and another. Soon even they seemed innumerable. Dragged and beaten, Harry only clenched his jaw and held his resolve close to his heart. He needed to stay alive, for everyone. He was put through tortures that were unimaginable. He had to make decisions that tore him apart inside and out. Things that he would never tell anyone about if he ever escaped. He tottered on the edge of breaking, only holding on by a few small strands. It was more obvious one day when he woke in Sin's lap and he didn't even push away. She had been there through almost every session of torture, sometimes participating, sometimes watching. He always saw her eyes meeting his when he looked towards her. He hated it, hated her. But he hated her more than most of them because she seemed to play both sides. He hated waking in her lap, her hand stroking his hair, comforting him. But it was also the only reprieve he had, and he felt himself using it as a last string, something to keep him sane. That was what made him hate her even more. It was several days later, the exact amount of time he wasn't sure, when a Death Eater entered into his room to take him for more torture. He'd seen it all and likely felt most of it. Many of the Death Eaters reveled in using Muggle methods on him. The scars on his back had been added to by a whip that the talkative Sin had come up with. The silent sin had taken great pleasure in cleaning the wounds while Harry was immobile, making him scream in pain as she did. Whatever she had used on his wounds burned almost as bad as the initial whipping. He knew he'd been close to death a few times, probably more. They'd killed his best friends, Luna, the ditzy blonde who could never have deserved death, Ginny, the girl that was like the sister he never had, and Mrs. Weasley, who had taken the place of his mother when he needed it most. He was sure that they couldn't hurt him any more than that. Physically or mentally, even if it meant breaking his mind with the Cruciatus curse. Move, the Death Eater said, kicking at Harry, but not very hard. Harry had the distinct impression that whoever was doing it wasn't being as rough as they could. His skin ached. The last torture they had done was quite creative, putting thousands of needles into him and then ting them all up until they were white hot. He had screamed and screamed until he'd passed out. When he awoke he was in Sin's lap just like usual. His skin had healed most of the way, but it was still red. He wondered exactly how long he'd been asleep. She left him when he woke. As usual, she never said anything. It was her sister that talked, the one that took such great pleasure in his pain. Can't stand, Harry croaked. It hurt most to talk. They'd done something to his throat that made it hurt even to breathe. Of course he could breathe, just enough to stay alive. The Death Eater, who seemed strangely sympathetic to Harry's plight, roughly pulled him to his feet. Move, she growled again, shoving Harry, but gripping him so that he didn't fall. He glimpsed another Death Eater in the doorway, one who disappeared quickly. The Death Eater holding him seemed barely as tall as him, much shorter than the rest of them. She shoved him through the door and the second Death Eater nodded their approval. Then continued down the hall ahead of them. Something dropped into the remains of Harry's cloak, something heavy. Harry turned to look what it was, but he was shoved again and then held up. Don't look. Drink it when no one's around, a familiar voice hissed in a voice that was so quiet Harry barely heard it. Harry gaped, but the hand shoved him, growing to keep moving. Blaise. It was Blaise, he was sure of it. Blaise. The person he thought had betrayed him. The one who'd got him to leave the castle where he'd almost walked right into a group of Death Eaters. He thought she'd done it on purpose. She had warned him, but she had also sent him there. Now that she was there he had a hard time keeping his emotions in check. She'd come to rescue him when no one else had. The thought almost made him collapse with relief. Were others here? Had Dumbledore sent others? Was Tonks here? If it was Blaise then he was sure none of the other students were with her, but teachers might be. He took a few deep breaths. His worst nightmare might be ending soon now that she'd come to his rescue. Another shove and the Death Eater in front of them disappeared beyond the door. Blaise slowed a little and leaned over again. Don't let any of them see it. It's a rejuvenation potion. Use it after the torture. I'll be back with a portkey, but they know I'm here now so I can't just escape. They'll torture my family. I'm sorry about everything ahead of time. Harry nodded. He knew what she was going to have to do. He also knew they were watching her. They moved into the room where all of his friends had died. It was filled with Death Eaters now. Everyone else was gone. Harry briefly wondered if they might try and capture others. If Tonks turned up before he escaped he wasn't sure he'd be able to survive her death. So much was happened already, there was no way he could bear to lose any others. Blaise kicked him behind the knees and he collapsed to the ground. Several of the Death Eaters laughed as she grabbed his hair and forced him up to his knees. Bow to your master, she said gruffly. Her apology kept echoing in his head as he looked up to Voldemort. His mind was still intact. He held the thought beyond the man's reach. His scar pulsed with pain as Voldemort tried to enter his thoughts. It wasn't the first time, but it was the first time they had been in the same room. So, Voldemort said with a laugh, Harry Potter finally kneels before me. His red eyes cut through the darkness and Harry's skull pulsed again, painfully. He fought it. He could feel the man pushing through his barriers, breaking them down. Harry grimaced, trying to hold on to the shields he'd created. You have become strong of mind, Harry Potter, he said with a hiss. It was only a few short months ago you were just learning such things. How is it now that you have gained such masterful skills? The Dark Lord paused and glanced around, realizing he was revealing too much. Harry could feel it. The connection went both ways, and with Voldemort trying with such difficulty to insert himself into Harry's mind, he had let his own protections break down a little. Harry didn't know what to do with it. He couldn't enter into Voldemort's mind. He was afraid of what he would see. There was some thought of triumph that sat on the edge of Voldemort's thoughts. But it wasn't about Harry, it was about something else. Harry couldn't quite grasp it, nor did he try, afraid of what would happen. Dumbledore's meddling, no doubt. Voldemort sneered. Crucio. The pain of the curses was no thing compared to the one that was placed on him now. His own head was splitting open, and his bones were crackling inside his body. His blood had turned to red-hot fire, burning its way through his body. The pain continued pulsating through him like a hammer, and he felt his back arch. His scars, the one on his forehead and the one that spidered across his back, tingled, burned, and then burst open. He could no longer bear the pain, and he knew what was going to happen even before it did. With a breath of relief, the pain was gone except for a gentle throbbing. Everything clouded over, and he stared lazily at Voldemort. Usually by this time he had fallen into an unconscious state, but here he was, still awake. He barely felt in control though. Everything seemed to lull past, like he was drifting on a broom. A memory took him by surprise, and he reached out to grab a hold of something, but collapsed to the ground when he found nothing to hold on to. Now you understand the things that are done by the weak, a voice said. Harry opened his eyes to find himself staring into the eyes of something he did not know. But he did know the man. It was a familiar ooking man. But Nicholas, Harry said, why would they do such things? Nicholas Flamel chuckled, as if Harry had said something funny. In the time I've been alive, well over 500 years, I have never been able to truly answer such a question. There are many answers. Power, fear, money, hate, all these things and more contribute to the condition that we call evil. Harry looked around, seeing the other duelers in the room. They were hidden, somewhere far away, somewhere where the evil things could not come. Crucio, someone said, and Harry turned to watch the man's partner crumble under the pain of the curse. It was released immediately, and the partner ran forward to help the crumbled man stand. These curses are forbidden for a reason, but in order to conquer them we must understand them. Are you willing to try it on me? Meekly, Harry nodded. He could feel the mixed emotions of using such a curse well up in him. But he knew that the ministry allowed them here, in this place. There were always exceptions to everything. Holding up his wand, he took a breath. Crucio, he yelled, trying to want to hurt the man who had become his mentor. Nicholas stepped back when he was hit by the curse, but other than that, barely registered that it had struck him. You must mean it. You must put all of your hate into that curse and want to cause me pain. Pretend that I am one of the vilest wizards you have ever met. Again, Harry raised his wand once again and frowned, concentrating. He pictured one person, then another and another, trying to find someone he could hate. Even those who had tried to hurt and ruin him did not deserve such pain. He could not hate them that much. He fumbled and looked to the ground. Albus, Nicholas said, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder. I know that this is hard, but if you ever want to become a powerful wizard you must understand magic. Even if you do not use it again you must be able to use it this one time. Once more Harry raised his wand, trying to picture something he hated. He concentrated, willing himself to want to cause pain, but as the thoughts of the pain he would cause filled his mind, he stopped. He could not use such a spell on someone. The wizard who had killed his elder brother did not even deserve it. He deserved death, but no one deserved such agonizing pain. I can't, he whimpered. He knew what it felt like, and Nicholas had just done it to him. But he could not do such a thing. Nicholas smiled instead of sighing. He grasped Harry by the shoulder and led him out of the room. It is all right. Even I could not do it for many hundreds of years. You have potential in you. Such wonderful potential. Someday you will understand evil. You will be able to face it and conquer it. Then you will no longer feel fear of such things. Harry looked to Nicholas and smiled, happy that the man was his mentor. He glanced one last time out at the crowd watching as William Potter was put to the ground a fourth time by the Cruciatus curse. His mentor taught things much differently. He glanced to the mirror just before leaving the room and looked into his own eyes. Harry sat up quickly, surprised at what he'd seen at the last moment. He had seen Dumbledore young and spry, not more than 20 years old, his dark red hair hanging to his collar and his eyes without their familiar sparkle. He was frowning, frustration welling up in him. If he was going to fight evil, he had to be better, stronger. It was different, to see the man he knew so normal. Someone was sitting with him again. He knew who it was, Sin. She was always there, always stroking his hair as he slept. It was scary and comforting at the same time. He hated her. She simply didn't care when it mattered and cared when it did not. He didn't need comforting. He needed someone to save his friends. He needed to make sure that Mrs. Weasley hadn't died. It was then he realized that the weight in his pocket was gone and his eyes widened. He sat up, looking at Sin as she examined the vial. Fear crept over him. If she knew, if she told someone, then Blaise was likely to get caught. He didn't say anything but instead looked away, trying to keep himself emotionless. He felt Omething brush against him and he turned to see that she was holding out the vial to him. His eyes widened and he shook his head, expecting that as soon as he took it he'd get beaten down again. She nodded vigorously, and pushed the vial towards him, then stopped. She made a motion for him to come to her and lay his head in her lap and he shook it. Irritated, she did it again, then threatened to break the potion vial with a second motion. Meekly Harry crawled forward and lay his head down in her lap again. He could feel her hands stroking his hair again and then one of them reach out and his pocket suddenly dropped a bit. The weight of the potion filling it again. Harry wasn't sure how to react. This Sin acted so much different from the other one, unless they were both together. He felt her move and his head rose in the air, then was gently placed to the ground. He didn't open his eyes at first, wondering if she was going to harm him until he felt a kiss on his forehead. Then, as he opened his eyes, Sin disappeared out the door without looking back. He blinked, wondering what was happening. She'd left him, and given him the potion. He sat up again, staring at the door, wondering how long she'd be gone for. But, taking no chances, he pulled the vial from his pocket and drained it into his mouth. It was the most disgusting concoction he'd ever drunk, but he choked it down. It was worth it if it helped him get his strength back. It didn't happen quickly, it was rather slow acting, but he could feel it. It moved through his body slowly at first, a soft burning sensation that slipped into his chest and then flowered out into his body, moving into everything. The pain was easily bearable compared to the Cruciatus curse, and he closed his eyes as his body tingled. The broken arm snapped taut and Harry grimaced, but didn't make a sound. His bruises ached, a numb pulsing, but it faded. The wounds he'd gained over time healed with a searing pain. His whole back burned for a moment, but it too faded to a blissful lack of sensation. When all the pain had ended, Harry carefully stood, finding that all his muscles could move freely. His arms were still cut up but they looked a bit more healed. And his bruises didn't ache quite as much. His energy seemed full supplied and he smiled, but moved into the shadows of the room immediately. If someone glanced in, he didn't want them to know he was all right. No one did look, or enter for an hour or two. Harry was able to get some restful sleep, and when he awoke to movement he felt even better than before. Something was in his room, but he had a hard time seeing it. It was as if every time he tried to look at the person his eyes continued past them. After trying nearly a dozen times he looked away, focusing. "It's all right, Harry," a voice said quietly. "You're not supposed to be able to see me. That's how I snuck in." Relieved that it was Blaise, Harry nodded, no longer trying to look at her. "Did you take the potion?" Blaise asked. Harry nodded again. Something slipped into his pocket again, a different vial, and Harry blinked, looking at the ground. "How are we getting out of here? You said you had a portkey." "I do," Blaise said. "But we can't use it here. There are very strong wards against it. We need to get out of the dungeons so that we can use it. The vial I put in your pocket is a dose of the same potion I'm using. Don't drink it until I say. I need to be able to find you if we're going to leave together. Your wand is there too, I switched it for a spare. I didn't get both of them though, so you'll only have one. Don't reach for it yet. Don't worry about it until you've drunk the potion." Harry nodded. "All right, what do I do?" "Just wait a moment," Blaise said. "I need to go make sure that no one else is watching your cell." It was difficult to get in unnoticed and the guard might have returned. If he is not there, I'll take your hand, and as soon as I do that I want you to drink the potion. Don, she let go of me or we won't be able to find each other. You'll get lost down here, do you understand? For the third time Harry nodded. What if the guard is there? He asked. Then I'll stun him when he's not looking and we'll have to hurry out of here. There are not a lot of options right now. Hermione and I discussed every possible method of escape. Hermione, Harry gasped. But she's dead, he hissed. I saw it. No, Blaise replied quietly. Her voice had moved to the doorway. What those saw were not your friends. No one other than you was captured. Death Eaters often use special transfiguration methods on Muggles when they torture people. Then Ron, Luna, Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, they're all alive. Yes, Blaise hissed. Just keep quiet, you'll see them all soon. Harry nodded, his heart beating faster. If Blaise was telling him the truth and they were all alive, he took a deep breath, trying to keep his excitement from bubbling over. But then he remembered that people had still died, even if they were Muggles. Even the worst of Muggles, he couldn't be happy about them dying. They were dead, and that meant that they had died because of him, because the Death Eaters wanted to see him suffer. Frowning, he closed his eyes. He needed to focus on the task at hand instead of worrying about them right now. Once he was free he could worry about everyone else, but until then he needed to worry about his own safety. If this escape attempt failed, he doubted that there would be another that got this close to him. They would know and they would keep even better watch on him. All right, a voice hissed through the door and Harry paused. There was something wrong, something different in the tone of the voice. It was almost strangled, like she was trying not to talk. It sounded like Blaise, but it didn't sound like her. As if he was hearing an echo of something. Instead of leaving immediately, he peeked through the door and saw a hooded figure standing there. Almost immediately he knew it wasn't Blaise. Even if she was dressed as a Death Eater, she had said the potion made it so that he couldn't see her. Instead of leaving immediately, Harry tried to think. His hand slipped in to his pocket and fingered his wand instinctively. He knew that he couldn't give it up, not again. But he was having troubles thinking of what to do. It was possible it was Blaise. Perhaps the potion had worn off and she was normal again. Would she even know it? He had to take the chance. If he was going to escape, he couldn't just wait until the Death Eaters came barging in with spells flying. He decided to take the chance. Harry moved back slightly, adjusting his robes and fixing them as best as possible with his wand. He only spent a moment on them, but he needed something that wouldn't get in his way. Once he'd done that, he tucked his wand carefully under his robe, making sure it wasn't visible. It might be to his advantage to not show them that he had a wand, because they might not know about it. What? He asked through the door. It cracked open as if letting him out, but no words came. Something wasn't right and he began to rethink his decision. Shaking his head, Harry pushed the thought back. He had his wand. He'd make sure that he got out safely, and Blaise was coming with him. Even if she was captured, he'd find her. He couldn't just leave her after she'd come for him. Stepping through slowly, he got a moment to stare at the figure before something thumped him on the back of the head. The resulting crash on the ground broke the vial in his pocket. He felt the shattered glass enter his leg, leaving his leg cut up terribly bad. He ignored the pain though, trying to get back to his feet as quickly as possible. A spell struck him just after he made it to his knees, sending him flying across the hall. He slammed into a wall violently, and fell to the ground, blood spewing from his face. He touched his face instinctively and found that his nose was at a very rooked angle and was the reason for a great deal of the blood. His eyes hurt, his glasses had broken and slivers of them were in his face, but none had entered his eyes. He moved as he heard another curse thrown at him, and in an instant he had launched himself to the side. The time he got from avoiding the curse was enough to pull himself to his feet and pull out his own wand. The Death Eater muse. She not have known he had a wand because when Harry rounded on him his own wand was lowered and it looked as if he was trying to make a decision. While an unarmed Harry might have been easy to capture, Ari knew he wasn't going to be so easily taken. He was shouting even before he thought about it. Expelliarmus. The figure he'd first seen on the other side of the door, the one that had used magic on him, was thrown across the room. He hit the wall so hard that Harry wasn't sure if he'd killed the man or just knocked him out. The second man, the one who he hadn't seen, was holding Blaze to him, wand at her throat. The other hand was holding a large piece of wood, or something similar. He couldn't make it out well. Harry suspected that it was what had struck him from behind. The Death Eater looked edgy. Because he couldn't use his wand on Harry and keep Blaze in check. Not sure exactly how to handle the situation, Harry looked around, trying to determine if there were other threats. Oh, out of the corner of his eye he could still see Blaze and the guard. It was difficult to actually look at her, but because she was being held he was able to actually see her. It could also be because he no longer had his glasses and his eyes were not focusing well. Blaze was carefully reaching into her pocket. He suspected she was reaching for the portkey, because they would have taken her wand. But she might have something else in there too. He needed to distract the man holding her. "What do you want?" Harry asked. "A trade. You let her go and I become a prisoner again." It wasn't exactly the best trade. He didn't want to be a prisoner again, but if Blaze did get away he was sure that she would find him again, even if they took him elsewhere. He wasn't going to let her get hurt because she'd come to save him. One thing he knew, that even if he was tortured there was only one person who would be able to kill him, Voldemort, and until that happened he would fight back. It was nice to know that she was still on his side. And that someone was still trying to find him. For all he knew they could all think he was dead. "No trade," the man said gruffly, moving forward awkwardly. "You're both going to be prisoners here. I don't know who this is, or care. I don't even know how she got in, but she'll certainly be tortured for trying such a heroic deed. We'll find out eventually." Ping a distance between himself and the Death Eater, Harry stepped backwards. He needed to find a way to get to the man, but Blaze was a great shield and it was difficult to differentiate where she ended and where he began in the dimly lit halls. The only thing he could distinguish well was the white masks of both of them. "What if I don't care if she dies?" Harry asked quickly, wondering if he'd risk firing a curse at the both of them. The problem was that he didn't know if he'd hit both of them, with Blaze shielding once. She was hit, the man was free to duel with him. It would be nice if he knew a strong enough spell that it would affect both of them, but he didn't, or at least he was pretty sure he couldn't. Harry could hear the sneer in the man's voice. Harry Potter is a hero. He won't let someone die, especially his rescuer. "I heard about what you did when we invaded the headquarters of the Order. Jumping in front of a killing curse to save an Auror is quite a heroic deed." Harry squirmed. The man was right. He knew Harry too well. If he knew it, then they probably all knew it. He was going to have to do something major. "Forgive me," he whispered and raised his wand. "Crucio," he bellowed, trying to want the man to be in pain. It was difficult, because no matter how angry he was he couldn't want the Blaze to feel the power of the curse. Still, it knocked the man off his balance, causing him to take a few steps back. Harry moved forward, trying to catch the man before he was able to regain his balance, but he wished that he could be behind the man. As he moved he felt the magic build and was surprised as he stepped through the warp hole that apparated him. Quite suddenly he found he was standing in the doorway of his cell again, staring at the back of the man. "Stupefy," he bellowed, and the stunned man collapsed, pulling Blaze down with him. "Let's go," he said, pulling her out of the man's grasp. He reached over again, and took the wand from within the man's pocket, handing it to Blaze. He took the second wand and tucked it into his own belt. Blaze was already bent over the second man, and took his wand as well. He watched as she conjured ropes around both the man and used a second stunning curse on them. "All right, follow me," she said after glancing at him, her eyes filled with wonder. Harry wondered how he was able to use his apparating technique inside the building. He knew it wasn't exactly apparating. Tonks had proven that to him. But whatever it was didn't matter, he had already tried doing it before. Then again, he had only tried to apparate out of the building last time he'd tried. Maybe the wards somehow stopped that. However, his head was throbbing badly and he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to do it again. He barely focused enough to see what was going on in front of him. Besides, Blaze had a portkey. All they had to do was get to somewhere where it'd work. As they ran, Harry saw Blaze use the wand on herself. He couldn't see it that well. His glasses had been broken during the battle moments before. However, she shimmered and Harry could no longer see even a blurred form. Her fingers laced into his, gripping him tightly. "I just removed the counter spell they'd used on me," she hissed, then yanked him forward. "We're not going to be safe here. They'll know magic was used and come check soon." They ran. Harry found it was difficult to keep up with her. Between the curses he'd taken the brunt of and the head wounds, and blood loss, he was having bouts of lightheadedness. It didn't matter if he got a little sick. He was sure that Madame Pomfrey would be able to fix him up nice, and it was a whole lot better than staying around and being tortured for longer. They came to a winding staircase and Harry heard shouts behind him. He had a brief glimpse of a masked Death Eater in motion before he was pulled up the stairs and out of view. He tried to say something, but found it came out as a cough. His lungs were restricting again and it was slowly becoming more difficult to breathe. For a moment Harry lost his footing and stumbled, only to be yanked back to his feet by Blaze. "Be careful," she yelled, slowing for only the moment it took to right him. Then, she yanked him again and continued up the stairs. The stairs continued to wind in circles, going on and on. The Death Eaters were shouting below them, and though Harry never caught sight of them, he knew they were there only a few yards back. From the voices he heard, he thought there must be at least a dozen, likely more. When they finally appeared, the Death Eater wasn't looking up, but looking down, trying to keep from falling. He glanced up and looked back down, but his head rose again in surprise just as Harry yelled a strong, stunning charm. The man was blown backwards, hopefully holding up the other Death Eaters behind him. There were shouts of alarm, but the running stopped momentarily. Blaze stopped a minute later, PPing his hand as she fumbled with the door. She tried an unlocking charm, but it didn't work either. When it wouldn't open, she snorted and shouted a curse that Harry had never heard. The door exploded outward with a great deal of force, knocking aside two Death Eaters who had been waiting just beyond. Harry grinned. "I'll have to learn that curse," he said as fingers wrapped around his wrist and yanked him. His head throbbed from the violent movement. They moved into a dark area, some sort of side room, and Blaze fumbled in her pocket. "Salazar," she hissed, and then Harry felt a heart-shaped locket shoved into his hand. Nothing happened. Blaze panicked. "It should have worked," she said. "They said that portkeys didn't work here at all," Harry said helpfully, a little too cheery for the situation. His head was bothering him, and even though he knew he shouldn't be happy, he couldn't help it. Blaze looked up at him, a wild gleam in her eyes. Several Death Eaters poured out of the door. They'd just come through and Harry was jerked as Blaze set off running again, holding his hand still. "The outer door is on this floor, but we're in the middle of the mansion. Protega," Harry shouted, putting up another shield behind them as nearly a dozen hexes headed their way. All of them got through, but it slowed and changed their course. He stumbled twice more. Blaze kept tugging on him, and was the only reason he was able to stay on his feet. Death Eaters seemed to be filling in all around them, coming from doorways that didn't exist until the Death Eaters appeared. Many of those WHO appeared were unmasked, and Harry giggled between curses. They all seemed so shocked. Though it was a simple spell, Harry simply continued to wave his wand, shouting "Stupefy" over and over again. He was able to get a few of them, which in turn tripped up others, but most of his charms were met with other curses and shattered mid-flight. When Blaze finally let go of his hand, he knew they were in trouble. But it was a distant thought in his mind. He giggled again as more Death Eaters appeared in front of them. For a moment his mind cleared and he shoved Blaze towards a side room. "Get out," he said, still lucid. He knew that they couldn't see her and she'd be able to go further without him making them both a target. "Get me later," he added, trying not to say it too loud. "No," Blaze said defiantly. "You get out now or I'll curse you," Harry growled, then raised another golden shield just before a dozen curses put pockmarks in it. He wasn't sure what was going on. His shield had never been strong enough to stave off many spells, especially if they were strong. Someone must have ordered them to be careful and not allow him to get too badly injured. "I trust you. They can't curse you properly if they can't see you. So just get out. I still have a few options." For a moment he thought she was going to defy him and try to fight. He knew that if they were too serious he wouldn't be able to win. Then, he felt the brush of her fingers against his hand and she was gone. He moved sideways, away from the direction she'd taken, avoiding spells. Even though he couldn't see them clearly, he was able to make them out and avoid them. He gave a sideways glance to the room that Blaze had entered and noticed that a window had shattered. He suspected she was going out that way and wondered if that might be his best bet too. He could apparate, and anywhere was better than here. Still, when he moved again he moved away from the window. Blaze needed a little more time. Some of the DH-eaters seemed to have read his movements and he was unable to avoid all the curses. One of them struck him quite hard and an explosion of pain filled him as he was thrown clear of the throng of Death Eaters. Whatever curses they had been using had now been upgraded. Another struck him in the stomach and he suddenly felt horribly ill. More curses struck him and he flew around the room like a rag doll being batted around by the Death Eaters. Nearly naked, and horribly injured once more, Harry tried to avoid more curses. He could no longer feel most of his body, and he wasn't even sure if he still had his wand. His right eye had already swelled shut and blood was entering his left, so he was having troubles keeping it open. Trying with all his might he focused on the window where Blaze had jumped, but Tonks came to him. She reached out and touched him like a ghost of a memory. A hold formed and Harry collapsed into it, hoping that wherever it opened would be away from the Death Eaters. When he crashed it was on a table. He could smell food, and feel it in the parts of his body that he could still sense. He looked up and recognized the now blood-spattered face of Draco Malfoy. "Help," he groaned, not sure where exactly he was. If Draco was there he was probably at Hogwarts, but then he couldn't apparate within the Hogwarts grounds, so Draco must have left. He hated to think that he was still somewhere within the Death Eater stronghold he'd been in. Screams echoed through Harry's head. Draco stepped back, and leaned over to puke. And the last thing he heard was someone who sounded vaguely like Tonks scream his name. Updated the 6th of October 2004. Waking. Chapter 21. Waking. Someone was touching him. Harry cringed as a hand ran through his hair. He had dreamed escaping. But it was all wrong. He couldn't feel her lap as he usually did, instead he was surrounded by a soft feeling. However, the hand through his head was too familiar, too much like what Sin did to him. He knew he dreamed it all even before he opened his eyes. His body hurt, but not like it had before. Harry opened his eyes slowly, hoping that he wasn't still in the cell. He felt as if he might die if he was. Still, he'd promised himself that he would live if only to destroy Voldemort. That meant sacrifice. His vision was blurred at first, he wasn't sure what he was seeing, but it was bright. The movement through his hair stopped and he felt something breathing in his ear. "Harry," the voice said. Tears began running down his cheeks. "Tonks?" he asked, finding it was difficult to breathe. "I'm here. You're all right, you escaped," she said, continuing to softly breath the words into his ear. It felt wonderful that someone he knew well and trusted was so close to him. "I'm proud of you, Harry," she said, pulling away. And then he felt his head being moved until it was pressed against her and he could feel her breathing. She sobbed, pulling him tighter. "Don't ever do that to me, Harry, I'll kill you. Myself." Harry nodded and sobbed into her chest. He didn't know how to react to her being there, but all he could do was cry. When Tonks pushed him over a little he was happy to oblige her crawling into the bed with him. He needed someone to hold him close and Tonks had been doing it for quite a while. Even during his torture he'd envisioned himself waking at night, curled up next to her. It felt so good to be with someone and just be comforted. Madame Pomfrey entered into the room a few minutes later. He only saw a blob and was surprised when she was instantly in his face. Tonks still had a hand around him, holding him close, and Madame Pomfrey glanced at her, but said nothing. She smiled, and then pulled away. "We're going to have to do something about that vision of yours," she said quietly, checking his vitals. "Every time you get in here you've broken or lost your glasses." Unsure what she meant, Harry opened his mouth. His throat still hurt, and his chest seared with pain again. "Don't speak," Madame Pomfrey chided, moving Tonks' hand again just slightly. "The spell they used on you is restricting the size of your throat. It's been very difficult to remove and it will be a while before the side effects go away. Besides, You don't want to wake her up. She has hardly slept since you disappeared. I believe she felt she was partially at fault. Harry frowned and fought back the tears in his eyes. He felt Madame Pomfrey's hand on his chest. I don't know about removing this ring though, she said, touching it with her wand. It was not put there by magic and your body has healed around it. I think that removing it would be a great deal more painful than leaving it in. If you would like, I could remove it, but I warn against it. Carefully, moving around Tonks' hand, Harry touched the ring that was buried in his chest. He would leave it as a reminder of the oath he'd taken. When he touched it he was reminded of why he took the oath and he looked up. Ron, Hermione, they're not here. He commented hoarsely. Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Granger spent the last 3 days in and out of this hospital. I sent them both back to their beds to get some sleep. I doubt they will be gone much longer though. Harry sighed with relief. He smiled and relaxed. Blaise? He asked tentatively. At the moment he wasn't sure if she had acted with others, and he knew that he couldn't just talk about it. She was a spy and had risked a great deal for him. The least he could do was keep quiet. Ms. Zabini, the matron questioned, eyeing Harry with a hint of curiosity. I wasn't Awa. Ryu had a friendship with the young woman. She has been in here, twice in the last 3 days, and for minor injuries. I did notice she seemed to linger a while even after she was healed. Of course, Harry thought. If she was working alone she obviously wouldn't want someone to know she was checking in on me. He stopped thinking further about it though. She was doing things covertly, so he would keep quiet as well. Is Mrs. Weasley all right? He asked. Even if some of them had been props it didn't mean that all of them were. Ginny or Molly Weasley? Madame Pomfrey asked, stopping to look down at him. Both, Harry said, hoping she would know. Well, Ginny Weasley has been in here a few times with her brother. As for the current situation with Molly Weasley, I am unaware of how she is doing. I hear that you know about certain things that have arisen. Harry nodded. Well, as far as I know she is doing well since the initial attack. When Madame Pomfrey was done she expanded the bed a little and leaned over Harry. I don't know what she is doing in your bed, but I don't plan on taking her away. I'm afraid I might lose something important to me. It would be best if she did not sleep with you. Though, as comfortable as it felt, Harry understood what she was saying. It wasn't as if they were doing anything, but it would quickly be taken the wrong way. Can you put me in another bed? He asked, barely able to say the words. He didn't want to leave her, but he didn't want her to get into trouble either. A few minutes later, Harry was asleep in a bed right next to Tonks, a few feet from her. But with a sheet hanging between their beds. It was pulled back near their heads so Harry could see Tonks, but other than that there was no apparent contact. An hour of endless noise. Later Harry was greeted to 2 of his best friends almost suffocating him with hugs. After the finally let go he gave them a lopsided grin and pushed himself to a sitting position with some difficulty. Hey, he said softly, smiling. Hermione and Ron were staring at him. You all right, mate? Ron asked. You look different, he added, as he stared at Harry. Hermione punched him. He didn't mean anything by it, Harry. We're just glad to have you back. Yeah, Tonks most of all, Ron said, glancing at the bed next to Harry's. You should have seen her when you appeared. She threw a table out of the way, jumped on the Slytherin table and ran down it, kicking food everywhere. She cursed half the students who got near you. Damn near killed one of them. It's too bad Malfoy was bent over puking. She would have done the same thing to that git. Prattling on about how you were dead, he deserved more. Hermione glared at him, but didn't attack him again. She smiled as sweetly as possible when she turned back to Harry. She didn't nearly kill anyone. She only broke someone's leg trying to get them from pawing you. I think she knew that having others touching you might cause you more damage. He stared at him, tears in her eyes. You should have seen yourself, Harry. Covered in blood, robes torn to shreds, some of the Slytherins thought you were dead. Tonks, well, she wasn't exactly happy when you disappeared. She's been blaming herself for it the whole time, and when she saw you there looking like you were near death she didn't take it well. Harry glanced towards Tonks, who was sleeping comfortably, though she looked slightly disturbed. Then he turned back and looked at Hermione. She told me to wait for her, he said quietly, so that she could help me. I didn't. I had to go help everyone before it was too late. Dumbledore entered the room. Harry saw him out of the corner of his eye. Hermione started to say something, but he glanced at her and something showed in his face because she immediately shut her mouth. Dumbledore was looking pale, and slightly withdrawn, but his eyes still sparkled. "You have overcome the odds yet again, Harry," he said proudly. Harry turned away, not really wanting to meet the eyes of Dumbledore. The old man wasn't exactly the first person he wanted to have a long conversation with, but then, he did feel a little comforted that he was there. Seeming to understand, Dumbledore turned away, patting Hermione and Ron on the shoulder, then left the room. Madame Pomfrey bustled in again and shooed away Ron and Hermione. "I'll still be here later," Harry said weakly, trying to crack a smile. Even though it didn't happen, Ron grinned at him. "Yeah, we'll come back." As he turned to leave, he finally noticed the bed surrounded by a curtain and, curious, he peeked in. When he looked back at Harry, his grin was even wider, but he didn't say anything else. Hermione took to shoving him out the door instead of letting him linger with a goofy grin, and when the door closed behind them, Harry collapsed back onto the bed. Madame Pomfrey spent several minutes doing things that Harry didn't understand, but he watched anyway as best he could and tried to dedicate the actions to his memory. Tonks had told him that being an Auror was about learning from everything around, and now that he was safe, he had decided to dedicate himself even more to training. Tonks was around, and hopefully she'd help him. After she was done, the matron disappeared into the back room again. The door opened and Harry watched to see who had entered. It wasn't a single person though, instead it was a group. And when he saw the person leading the pack, he leaned back, sinking into his cushion and closing his eyes. He really didn't want to speak to Malfoy at the moment. Still, it was sort of nice to see him, and if he was up to it, he'd stand up and mock the bastard. Through half-open eyes, Harry saw that, surprisingly, Blaise was not far behind Malfoy. She leaned forward, whispered something in his ear, and then slowed. Draco didn't even show he heard, but a moment later he started making a fuss about how the Slytherins never got prompt treatment. A few of the others voiced their agreement, and Madame Pomfrey appeared from her office, scurrying forward to help whichever Slytherin had gotten hurt. The other Slytherins crowded around the table of Mr. Farnax, or whatever his name was. But Blaise had made it to the back of the pack and slipped away without anyone noticing her. Harry smirked as the veil around him slid shut, keeping Blaise from being viewed. "You made a scene returning," Blaise said before Harry could speak. Her lips curled up in a smirk. "Luckily enough for me, I was in the common room, sick." "I hear that, Ms. Tonks put more than one Slytherin in the hospital wing." "I'm alive," Harry whispered throatily, trying to keep his voice down. He could still hear the Slytherins complaining loudly on the other side of the room. "That you are. Draco informed me of your return and told me it was expected that I make things right. Apparently he doesn't want you reporting where the information came from. He also told me to ensure you that what I told you was not meant to trap you." Quote. Blaise paused again, glancing over her shoulder. She leaned in closer, her dark hair falling around Harry. She was close enough that he could feel the heat from her breath. "I can't believe you were stupid enough to get caught in the attack," she hissed. "You'll ruin everything doing something like that. If you ever pull that again, I'll be looking for another means of survival. I am not going to go and risk my life again just because you have to save the world twice over." Harry blinked, having trouble focus on Blaise's words, having her so close to his Ace was throwing off his perceptions and making it difficult to think at all. "Sorry," he whispered. "I didn't think." "Exactly," Blaise snapped, straightening herself. "Now, I assure you that the Dark Lord is more than a little angry. He almost killed every Death Eater that allowed you to escape. It was something that I would rather not witness again. When he showed up, I was almost discovered. I had to hide in the back and wait until he addressed all of the Death Eaters. If I would have gotten too close, or made eye contact, he would have known about the potion and the escape plan. You and I are going to have to work on my occlumency as soon as you're out of this bed." "All right," Harry replied weakly, a hint of a smile. "But I need to thank you for helping me. I expect you to do it for me should I ever be in a similar situation. That is enough, so it doesn't need to be brought up again." Harry nodded, trying to keep his smile from spreading. He could see how relieved Blaze was that he was there. He sat up and wrapped his arms around her. There was a startled squeak and Blaze took a step back, pulling away from Harry's hug. "Thank you," he whispered before Blaze fled through the curtain around his bed. Tonks slept for nearly a full day. Harry was thinking to himself when she woke, having got more sleep and woken to find her still asleep. He heard a jerk and a scraping sound. He glanced up to see a body fall through his curtain and he groaned in pain when she landed on top of him, wrapped in the white veil that had separated them. Luckily enough, Madame Pomfrey had been able to finish healing most of the worst wounds and it didn't hurt so much as surprise him. He stared down at her frightened face and tried to smile but groaned when she tried to move and ended up striking him with her elbow. "Tonks," he said, grabbing her struggling figure when he caught his breath. She calmed considerably and stared up at him. It looked as if she was fighting off tears. "You're alive," she said, "it wasn't a dream." Quote. Harry smiled brightly, happy to see her back to her old self. It made him feel much better knowing that she was going to be fine. After the way she'd acted earlier, he had wondered if she'd been emotionally scarred. "Yeah," he said and sat up, holding the sheet she'd rolled into. "Now, let's get you out of this thing." When he was released from the hospital no one was around. It was midday and Harry made his way through the corridors slowly, his hand running along the cool stone walls of the castle, remembering and appreciating the things that had gone on in the castle. After being imprisoned by Voldemort, the Dursleys seemed mild and Hogwarts seemed wonderful, almost like the first time he'd come to it. It had been a long time since he'd stood and gawked at his new home. And he didn't do it again. Instead he stood and just remembered it, took in the feelings that he felt and smiled. "You were remembering?" someone asked, and Harry opened his eyes to find himself staring at a crown of soda tabs on top of a blonde head. He smiled immediately, knowing that for anyone else the question might have been implying something, but for Luna it was a straightforward question. "Sometimes I forget to remember," he said quietly. "Everyone forgets to remember," she said vaguely, with a smile on her face. Harry could see she had several books in her hands. "Going to class?" he asked quickly. She nodded. "Professor Trelawney told me I would be late today," she revealed, as if it were perfectly normal for her to be showing up late because Sybil Trelawney had told her so. Harry smiled, not even asking what had caused her tardiness, or if she'd simply waited so that she was late, it wouldn't surprise him. "Can I take your books?" he asked, having nothing better to do. Just talking to a friend was making him even happier, and he didn't really want to go into an empty common room. "Certainly," said, holding them out for Harry to take. As they walked down the halls, Harry asked her about her summer and listened to the stories she had. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to take a trip to find the crumple-horned snarkack that she'd spoken about last year. They had, however, had someone send them a blibbering humdinger in a bottle. Apparently Luna's father had not read the parchment, and opened the bottle first, interested in what had been sent to him. He'd been thrown from his feet and knocked unconscious when the beast had jumped from the bottle. When he awoke, the whole room was in ruin and the blibbering humdinger had escaped. They eached the landing to the divination room and Harry saw the ladder waiting for them. He handed Luna her books, wished her a good day, and then left Luna to the ravings of the old fraud. Since the Gryffindor towers were even further than before, Harry decided that it might be easier to just go to the Great Hall and wait for everyone there, since classes would be over in half an hour. He began down the stairs when a small ball of energy struck him midriff, knocking him to the ground. "Harry Potter, sir," the ball of energy said, and Harry smiled when he recognized Dobby clinging to him. "Dobby is hearing of you coming back. He is trying not to come and let others see him, but he cannot wait anymore." Harry, glad to see the energetic elf, couldn't help but smile. "It's all right, Dobby," he assured the elf. "I don't mind." Harry noticed a wet sensation in his robes, and when Dobby pulled away to talk to him he noticed that the elf's eyes were pouring tears. "Master Harry Potter, sir," he sobbed. "Dobby is so sorry for letting you get captured. Dobby is punishing himself for letting you leave. He is thinking that Master is not coming back and is trying to find Master himself. But he is unable, and he is scared. Master's friend though, they is telling Dobby that they is going to save you and he believes them. He even helps them when they is going into the forest. Friends. Mrs. Granger's and Mrs. Zabini's, sir. They is telling Dobby that they is having a plan and is needing his help to get Master free. Blaise and Hermione were working together. Harry wondered out loud. They is, sir, Dobby exclaimed. They is needing Dobby for all sorts of things. Dobby paused for a moment. Dobby is thinking that Mrs. Granger's is knowing that Harry Potter is Dobby's master. Now, he said quietly, flinching slightly, waiting for Harry to get angry at him. Harry sighed and wondered when that was going to be brought up. Hermione certainly wouldn't let it rest. It's all right, Dobby. It was going to happen sooner or later. Might as well face it now when she's not going to get too angry at me. Anyway, tea might be best if I get down to the Great Hall now. Tonks is going to be there and classes'll be out soon. Dobby nodded and then looked up, his face scrunched in thought. Dobby is thinking, sir, he said, and Harry looked up, surprised. Thinking? He asked, curious to know what Dobby was thinking. Usually he didn't think. He just did, and the last time Dobby had revealed he was thinking about something, Harry had ended up being his master. Not that it was an altogether bad thing. It was just something that he wasn't quite ready to do then. Dobby is thinking about how Master Harry Potter wants to help Winky, and Dobby is thinking of a way. He is finding something while he is looking for Harry Potter. Something that might help Winky. Forget. Relieved, Harry smiled. If you can get her to do it, go ahead. I want Winky cured just as bad as you do. Just don't tell Hermione that you're having her do work. Dobby's head bobbed up and down so fast that Harry wasn't sure if it was going to fall off. It's not going to cost me anything, is it? Harry asked in an afterthought. Dobby shook his head and Harry just nodded. Then go ahead and do it. You've got my permission to help her out as best as possible, even if it takes away from helping me. A moment later, Dobby was gone, and Harry was again alone. He made his way to the Great Hall as quickly as possible, stopping twice as he remembered things that had happened in the past. The first was on the landing that led down to the next floor and up to the third-floor corridor that had hidden Fluffy, the monstrous three-headed dog he'd had to get past in his first year. He smiled, remembering when Ron and Hermione had first encountered it. They hadn't even been friends then. Well, he and Ron hadn't been. Hermione had been tagging along to ensure that they didn't get in trouble. She'd been the reasons they didn't get in trouble. But she was also the reason that they'd discovered something was there and being guarded. Harry doubted that they would have even known about the Sorcerer's Stone if she hadn't been around at the time. He continued down, making sure to jump the trick step. When Peeves appeared, he smiled wider. "Hello, Peeves," he exclaimed, and then continued on down the stairs, leaving a bewildered Peeves floating halfway up the stairwell. He got to the first floor and stopped again as he passed by the doorway to the girls' restroom. A small pool of water was making its way under the door, and Harry grinned even wider. Wondering why Myrtle had flooded the bathroom again, he considered going in to talk to her for a moment, but thought it might be better to do it when no one might see him entering or exiting. A lot had gone on in that room too. They'd brewed a potion that he was supposed to know about for the OWLs, not even something they were expected to be able to brew. It was mostly Hermione, and he was sure if the potion showed up on the NEWTs she'd pass with flying colors. She probably remember a great deal about its effects, especially the side effects should the potion go wrong. It was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets too, where a skeleton of the monster of the school lay, the basilisk that had killed Myrtle and almost killed numerous others. So many good and bad things had happened there, and through the rest of the school. It was amazing to Harry that now none of it seemed all that unusual. He'd done so many things in his life over the past few years, and he really thought about them at all as amazing as they were to others. When he entered the Great Hall, he was smiling brightly, happy that he was alive and had had so many adventures in the past few years. Even though they had been reckless, even deadly, they had been adventures, and made his life, which had been rather boring up to that point, much more fun than he could have even imagined when he was a child. He was living a life that was rather like a dream, with heroes and villains, good and evil, life and death. Some of the things that had happened had been a great loss, but now that he was seeing it all from the larger perspective, it didn't seem so bad. He hoped one day that he was going to see Sirius again, but he finally understood that right now he needed to focus on the part of his life that hadn't died. The things that were important. Now, Sirius was dead and there was nothing he could do about it. It was time to move on, he understood now. Updated the 7th of December 2004. Rebirth. I updated Toto. See, I haven't given up. Happy. Chapter 22. Rebirth. Sitting alone in the room of requirements, Harry didn't know what to think. He'd walked in and it had immediately become the bungalow he'd stayed in while on Icaria. It was quite spacious, but missing something the room couldn't bring him. He sat, letting the breeze tickle his face, and he smelled the perfumed scent that had always been present. As if it were the wind itself. Then, he pushed it away, knowing that it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Tonks was gone again. She had barely stayed a day. When she'd been called back to work she threatened to quit. But Harry wouldn't let her. Now it was 4 days later and he was regretting it. He loved Ron and Hermione. They were excellent friends, but Tonks was something else. She hadn't even kissed him goodbye. He supposed he deserved that, for all the pain he'd put her through. "I'll always be listening," she said just before leaving, pointing to the necklace she was wearing. The door opened and Harry's thoughts focused on something more spare, something clean and empty. He wanted the meeting to be very straightforward tonight. Dinner had gotten over almost an hour ago. And even though it was 20 minutes until the meeting was planned, he knew people would start filtering in. He took a seat at the head of the table, nodding at Luna, who was again the first one in the room. She looked elated about something, and wandered all the way around the table twice before sitting. Halfway between Harry and the other end of the table. She didn't speak, or even make eye contact. She just played with a small piece of glass that looked rather like it belonged in a pair of glasses. Harry smiled as the second visitor entered, and he looked to Luna, who was completely ignoring her. Then he nodded towards a door that appeared in the wall. "Wait there," Harry said, and in turn received a threatening look. "Don't worry, it's as large as I feel it needs to be." The person frowned, and started to say something, but decided against it and slipped into the doorway. Harry glanced to Luna again, who had looked up, but had a dazed expression that meant she probably wasn't going to say anything. By the time the room had filled up it was almost 10 minutes past, and there were almost a dozen people that Harry was sure hadn't been in the DA before. He looked to Hermione, who was surveying them, all with interest, scribbling some things down on parchment she'd pulled from her bag. Ron was trying to make small talk with Seamus once he found out that Harry wasn't in the mood to talk. There was a good deal of small talk going on when Harry finally stood up abruptly, his chair screeching as it slid out behind him. The room instantly went silent, and Harry smiled, thinking about how they instantly responded to him. Was the Ministry right? Was he creating a sort of army, perhaps not specifically for Dumbledore, because he was rather disillusioned with Dumbledore at the moment, but still an army? "I have been told that everyone did an excellent job of protecting the castle," Harry said quietly. The room echoed even the quiet voice, making him sound sharp, superior. Even though he hadn't intended it. Several people smiled. Harry had heard it from a lot of the teachers, how the DA had really helped keep things running smoothly, that it was likely nothing would have been ready without them. He'd also heard they had fought off some of the enemies who'd made it through. However, most of them had been Hogsmeade residents, and only 2 real Death Eaters had gone in. Still, they'd all been stopped before making it to the other students, and that had been the point. "I know Dumbledore has already publicly thanked you in front of the rest of the school, but I would like to thank you as well. You're all dedicated to fighting Voldemort." A wave of shudders passed through the table. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, having forgotten that they still weren't over the name yet. He'd fic them of that soon enough though. "That may not be the original reason you're here. You all came last year to learn defense when that woman told us there was nothing to fear. That we could learn the theory of defense and instantly be able to use the spell." The nods of agreement continued down the table. Harry glanced towards the door for a moment and then took a deep breath. "But, we have a defense teacher this year, a good one from what I've heard. We won't be needing that anymore. This group will not be shut down though." He paused here, not for effect, but to think. He didn't want any of this information to get out, and there were too many people here that weren't bound by the contract. "If you want to find out what we're going to do this year," the door opened. The wind howled in the room, apparently having broken its temporary reprieve for the day, and coming back full force. The newcomer pushed the door closed with some trouble, and then turned to face the group again. A cloak was pulled away and Harry blinked, surprised. "Hello," Marietta Edgecombe said tentatively, trying to keep her eyes set on Harry. "I know I did something last year," she said tentatively, sneaking a glance to Cho, who was staring at her, utterly surprised. "Cho told me I betrayed you all to the ministry. But I don't remember doing it, and when my coin got warm I thought I might be able to come and—" She stopped, looking rather frightened. It was the first time Harry had seen that particular expression on the girl's face. Usually it was a glare and a disapproving look. Inside Harry wanted to yell and scream at her, let the DA have her for an hour, see how she fared after that. However, he heard the whispers, and they reminded him of the whispers he heard around him. She had done something wrong. She'd betrayed them, but she didn't remember it. Did it feel the same as when people talked about him behind his back for something he didn't do? Or didn't remember doing? He stared at her, saw the lonesome look in her eyes and sighed. "Wait outside," he said, pointedly. He wasn't ready to trust her with everything yet. She looked crestfallen, but nodded. Mo, saint of the rest of them made loud jeers until Harry slammed his fist into the table. As angry as he was at her, he wasn't going to let them throw jeers at her. He had been on the opposite side of it enough time. "Be quiet," he snapped. Just before the door opened, and the roar of the wind covered up anything else that was said. Harry had forgotten about the wind, forgotten that the halls were particularly chilly at the moment. However, he dismissed it. He'd apologize later if she was still there. "As I was saying, the DA is not going to be the same group it was last year. We will be learning defense, I assure you. But it won't be for tests." A lot of people were waiting for him to continue. But Harry wasn't prepared to quite yet. He looked to Hermione and spoke quietly. "Dumbledore returned the parchment, right?" he asked. Hermione nodded. "Do you have it with you?" Digging in her bag, Hermione pulled the sheet of paper from it. Harry smiled. "Before we talk about anything else, I'd like for the newcomers to sign the parchment." He glanced at it as he took it from Hermione. Marietta's name was no longer present, but there was a black stain where it looked as if something had been burned with precision. Marietta would be signing again. "This is only a precaution," he said, looking back up to the group. "And only a temporary measure. It will make sure you don't talk about the things you had today. If you leave, nothing will happen. This will only keep you from talking about the DA, if you're a member or not." I'm sure some of the non-members heard about the repercussions. A lot of people glanced at the door that Marietta had walked out of only a few minutes before. Harry smiled. "There are other options, of course. I could memory charm you, but I don't know the spell well enough. And if I did it and made a mistake," Harry remembered the sight of Lockhart wandering the halls of Mungos. "It's not something I'm going to think about. So, it's the parchment again." As Harry looked out at those seated at the tables adjust themselves, he had an oddly satisfying feeling. Hermione was quite terrifying when she needed to be. "Hermione," Harry said, and she nodded, remembering she was supposed to have the parchment out. Harry had asked her to bring it, and hadn't said anything even though she'd been quite annoying about finding out why he still needed it. More members exchanged glances, and Harry wondered if they were going to sign. Standing, Harry decided he wasn't going to let people take their time. They were in or out, that was their choice. "This means there is two options. You can sign the parchment now. You'll still have the choice to leave later, or you can join Marietta outside the room and you won't be welcome to return." "That's a little harsh, Hermione said in a whisper that only Harry could hear. She didn't understand what he was proposing, didn't understand what he wanted to do, and so she didn't know why it was so critical that everyone sign that parchment. The sheet passed down the table and stopped in front of a chocolate-haired boy. He frowned and looked at the paper for a long minute, trying to decide whether to sign it. Another new person, a dark black fellow sitting next to him, pulled quill from somewhere and dipped it in. He made sure to sign his name with flourish, which completely melted away the skepticism that anyone seemed to have. Within minutes the list was back in front of Harry, with everyone's signature on it. Harry pulled a quill to the side and made sure it was dipped in an inkwell. There was still another person that hadn't signed the list. She'd be signing it soon though. "If you'd like to leave once I've finished, Please, feel free to cross your name off the list and leave the room." Harry glanced towards the side door. He needed to hurry before the person inside got too impatient and burst out. It was sort of funny that the one person that knew about his plans was someone he had barely known before 3 weeks ago. Everyone here had heard about the Department of Mysteries, and what went on there. "We proved that even kids can stand up to Death Eaters. We didn't defeat them, but we were strong enough to hold them. I propose we become more than that. That all of us in this room work to fight off Voldemort." The room shuddered around him and Harry stopped speaking for a moment. "So that we can say his name without fear. So that we can say that we did something about him." Both Ron and Hermione were wide-eyed, and several of the other students looked surprised. "I've been fighting him since I came to know I was a wizard," Harry continued. "It seems it's my destiny to do so. I can't stop. I can't let people I know and love be hurt. I think that all of us here understand that, but I don't think you know just how powerful you can be. As a group we can make a change in how much control Voldemort." Another shudder, though Harry could see that, this time, most of the members were trying to fight against it. "And his Death Eaters have on our world. If we don't fight him he'll win, it's that simple." "You mean to take him on yourself, if none of us will help?" Zacharias Smith asked smartly. He had grown to be one of Harry's friends, but he was still contemptuous. It was in his nature to question. "Yes," Harry replied immediately. "If I have to do it myself, I'll do it myself. I'm willing to die to make sure that he doesn't have his way with the magical, and eventually the Muggle, world." No one really understood that Harry was accepting that the prophecy was either going to get him killed or get Voldemort killed. No one knew how much his words meant, that it really was his destiny, and that he was accepting his fate, whatever it was. "I'm in," Zacharias said, shrugging and sitting down. "I see what has happened since the minister publicly revealed that you know who back. I saw how it affected my parents. They're afraid to go out. They had Anthony's family come over just so that I could get my stuff at Diagon Alley. They're scared, real scared, and I don't want to be like that when I get older." Zacharias had been the last person that Harry expected that to come from. Still, he understood Zacharias' thoughts and he could see that several other people were nodding along with him. "All right then," Harry said, feeling a little more confident now that someone had backed him up. "I want to make the DA a group that fights Voldemort with whatever means necessary. If you've heard of the Order of the Phoenix you might understand what I'd like to do, but they don't accept us. Because we're students. I think we can make just as much of an impact as they can, even though we're still in school." As Harry finished up he looked along the table, GETTING a good look at everyone's reactions. Some of them sat in stone-faced silence, some frowned, thinking hard, but most of them were nodding along, happy about the proposal. "If anyone wants to leave, now is the time." Harry had done this the last time they'd met, set it out to see if anyone planned on leaving and he hoped I would work just as well. There was silence for a minute and then a seat scooted out. Harry glanced up to see the muscular semi-dark boy who'd signed the parchment first stand. He looked vaguely familiar, but Harry was sure it was more than just seen in the halls. He wasn't particularly tall, but the way he moved showed that he was powerful. Harry knew he was one of those who'd kept a stone face when Harry was talking. The boy didn't step forward to cross of his name though. He stopped in front of Harry, placed his right hand on Harry's shoulder, and smiled. "You can count me in," he said, smiling. "My older brother's an Auror and fighting for everything he's worth. But it'll take too long to go through Auror training. If the war's going to start now I won't make it through Auror training before it's over. There's no way I'll let that happen." "Shacklebolt?" Harry asked, recognizing where he'd seen the strong facial features before. Shacklebolt was a lot darker and taller, but their faces looked as if they'd been formed from the same mold. "Yeah, Wesley Shacklebolt," he grinned broader, his white teeth gleaming. "You've met my brother. When I was at the ministry last year, just before my trial," Harry said. He could see that Wesley was thinking about something, but nodded and accepted the story all the same. Harry was surprised that he hadn't been to the DA meetings earlier, if his brother was a member of the Order, but it was possible he didn't know. And so Harry wasn't going to comment about it. "I'm in," another voice spoke up. "And me." Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He was relieved to see that people were willing to fight. He hoped after their first real conflict with a Death Eater they'd still be willing. He was sure that some of them would leave, suddenly grasping that some of them were going to die. Good, he said with a nod. After this meeting tonight I want all of you to think about who you know, and what they might be able to do to help. If your parents are in the ministry, and may know something that isn't being put in the papers I'd be interested in knowing. We're going to have sources of information, right? Your friends and family that might know anything. But, don't be discouraged, and don't be too suspicious either. Quote, Hermione was so shocked that she was still wide-eyed. Harry smiled at her. Hermione can probably help you out if you need it. She's wonderful at deception when she needs to be. Several people chuckled and Harry was met with a pointed glare from Hermione. We're going to need to put everything we know to use. I am personally going to research all the curses, hexes and charms I can, to see if we can't come up with some especially effective curses for the next time we're faced with Death Eaters. Quote, about that, Harry looked over to Terry Boot, who had her hand half raised, as if she wasn't sure how she was supposed to ask the question. He nodded to her, and she breathed. You mentioned the Department of Mysteries earlier, said we'd probably heard all about it. We haven't, not really. We've heard rumors that those that went beat a whole group of Death Eaters in a duel. She shifted uncomfortably. But that really doesn't sound like something that could happen. Voldemort was there too, Harry added, causing everyone to shudder. So it's true what we heard. Terry continued, you fought a whole group of Death Eaters and you were the ones that walked away. That's hardly what happened, Harry said, sighing. He didn't particularly want to talk about the Department of Mysteries. Even if he'd accepted serious death he still had a hard time thinking about it. I was tricked into going there to get a prophecy that was made about Voldemort, shudders yet again. And Harry had finally had enough of it. Listen, being afraid of a name only makes you more afraid of a person. It's a name, he's not going to appear to strike you down for saying it. You're only helping him by letting him have that much control over you. Maybe that should be one of the first things we do. Learn to say his aim without being afraid of it. He's powerful, yeah, but I've dueled with him and survived. He can't be all that powerful. We dueled his Death Eaters last year. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Neville, all of them. We didn't win, but we didn't exactly lose either. Harry paused. He didn't want to say what happened, that they'd almost been crushed, and if it hadn't been for the Order of the Phoenix showing up, they probably would have, but he didn't want to lie either. Neville, he said, glancing to the boy and seeing the boy staring back, that told Harry he'd follow him to the ends of the earth. Neville showed what it means to be a Gryffindor that night. He proved that, no matter what, he could keep fighting, with or without a wand. He showed that the Death Eaters that night that he's not someone to be taken lightly, and he saved my life. Breaking eye contact, he could see a few of the DA members glancing to Neville, who hadn't changed his stone-faced look. Harry could see some pride glimmering in his eyes, pride of Harry acknowledging his strength. Luna proved she's not as dotty as everyone seems to think. She fought right alongside the rest of us. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Harry said, not bothering to glance at them. He knew what they would look like, all stone-faced, thinking about what had happened. I couldn't ask for better friends to stand by my side. They got hurt, but they survived, we all did. We didn't win, we weren't strong enough, but we could be. Harry stopped and let everyone take in what he'd said. He was proud of everyone and how they had acted at the ministry and was willing to show it. Even though he never wanted something like that to happen, he was pretty sure that it was unavoidable. Even if the students didn't fight him outright, eventually they'd either have to bow to him or fight him when he showed up at their homes. This prophecy, Zacharias started. Harry looked at him and the words stopped. It was smashed, Harry said, and in the confusion of the fight no one heard it. He was telling the truth, and as much as anyone in the room knew. He didn't mind them knowing that there had been a prophecy. It only kept them thinking about it, about what it could be about. There's something else, Harry said, finally getting to the other thing he needed to discuss. He glanced to the door that was semi-concealed at the side of the room, the one that had appeared when he had first come in with Blaise. In the spirit of inter-house relations, another person has volunteered to join. On his cue, the door opened and Blaze stepped out, looking 100% Slytherin. She smirked and did a short little bow to Harry before stepping forward. She leaned against him gently, and signing the sheet that he had in front of him. She smirked as she drew away, breathing in his ear for good measure, and then stood behind him, waiting for the onslaught. No one had spoken the whole time that she'd been moving around. And as she stepped behind him, Ron exploded. "What's she doing here?" he demanded, his fists balled up and his face twisted in revulsion. "She's a Slytherin." "Right in one guess," Blaze said with a smirk. "I guess Gryffindors aren't as stupid as they lead us to believe." Harry turned to her and she shut her mouth while everyone else stared. "He's right," Wesley pointed out, "she is a Slytherin. Why is it you think that you can trust her?" Harry blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected a new DA member to speak out against them. Especially Wesley, his older brother. Kingsley didn't seem to be so jaded about things, unless of course it was Death Eaters. However, he didn't know Kingsley that well, so he couldn't say for sure that he was as suspicious. "Because she's proven her loyalty to me," Harry said quietly, but loud enough that the whole room heard. He glanced to Hermione, the only other person that understood just how far that loyalty had taken her, and saw that she was able to keep a blank face. He looked up at everyone, sort of angry that they were questioning him, even though he understood it. "If anyone has anything to say about her being in the group, they can come and speak with me in private. Otherwise, if you're not happy to have a Slytherin in this group, you can leave, no one's keeping you here." Originally, he had intended to get it out earlier, before everyone else had been given the option to leave, but he'd lost himself and he wasn't exactly the very best leader even though he'd been doing it for well over a year. Looking down at Ron, he could see that his best friend was actually considering leaving, as were a few others. He let them. He didn't want people in the group that were going to cause arguments with one another. It would make things a whole lot more difficult. "I don't like it," Ron said, staring hard at her. "I don't think any Slytherins can be trusted. Look at what they did last year." "Look at what I did last year," Harry said. "I broke a dozen rules making this club and most of us here today were a part of it. You to Ron, you and Hermione were the ones that convinced me to do it. I'm serious when I saw why that if you can't live with a Slytherin in the club you need to leave," he said, trying to keep a straight face. It wasn't something that he wanted to do, but he had to, for more than one reason, and he was hoping that, when faced with a decision, Ron would make the right one. He usually did. "You know I'd never leave you, Harry," Ron said, giving Blaze a nasty look. "I just don't trust her." "Anyone else?" Blaze asked. Harry shivered at the command she showed with her voice. She was a little forceful and he wasn't sure it was going to go over well. Finally, realizing that she wasn't going to give him an inch unless he pressed it, he turned to her. "Sit," he commanded. It seemed to startle Blaze a little, but she nodded and waved her wand, conjuring a seat next to him. He wasn't happy about it, but the table was full, and he couldn't sit her in a seat that was already taken. "Now," Harry said, finally getting to the part of the meeting that he understood best. "I want to know what everyone has done to keep in practice since the meeting last year that was broken up." It turned out that only one person had even practiced over the summer, and, to his surprise, it was Luna. "It's not that difficult to get past the wards," she explained airily, as if he'd asked the question everyone was thinking. "Father knows several charms that keep the ministry from invading the privacy of the home. We've even had a few articles about it. They're not even illegal, that would be an invasion of privacy and there was against it." Harry gaped. He had never even thought about masking his OWN magic so that ministry couldn't detect it. It would have made his life a hell of a lot easier if Dumbledore had just taught him the spell and got it over with. "All right then," he said, smiling. "Next meeting Luna is going to teach all of us to disguise magic so that the ministry can't keep track of us when we're practicing. I know that most of us will be of age next summer, but I'd rather effort it if they didn't know what magic I was using or be able to locate me through magic if I was trying to keep from being found. Now, for the rest of the evening, I want everyone to practice on of the old charms and find out what you need to work on. Focus on that. Harry spoke a few words to Hermione, and then exited the room to see if Marietta was still waiting outside. The wind had somehow broken one of the unbreakable windows, and the hallway was cold, with water from the rain starting to flood the outer hall. It wouldn't be long before Filch showed up, to fix the window and mop up the water. Marietta was not in sight. Harry sighed, and turned to enter the doorway again, glad he didn't have to deal with her, and a little sad that she wasn't dedicated enough to stay. Some part of him had wanted to be able to forgive her, even if the other part wasn't ready for it. He stopped and stared at a dark spot behind the statue of Gervelle and Jaunty. He stared at it for a few moments before he saw it move a little. "Marietta," he said, then repeated himself, louder so she could hear over the wind. A face peeked out from the black cloak and Harry cringed. He shouldn't have made her wait outside. And he was feeling especially horrible about it when he saw her shivering. "Why don't we take a walk?" he said, trying to force a smile, and offering her his hand. She nodded slightly and took his hand. Harry had to practically pull her off the floor, and he could see that she was soaked. He sighed, and thought back. It took him a few minutes to remember a drying charm, but he did, and she was soon dry, but still cold. They walked down the halls quietly until Harry found a classroom that was empty. He pushed the door open and entered it, holding it open for Marietta, whose mouth was chattering from the cold. Harry tried a warming charm, but was unsuccessful, and so they moved to the back of the room, when an old fireplace was. Harry lit a fire, and they pulled two rickety chairs as close as they could. "You don't remember any of it, do you?" Harry asked. "Well," Marietta said quietly, "sometimes I remember flashes, little pieces of things that happened. Other than that, no, I don't remember most of it. Why do you want to come back? Have you ever made a mistake?" she asked, rubbing her hands together and holding them out to let the flames lick at them. "Something that was so bad. No matter how much you try and ignore it, you can't. Something you would give almost anything for to make right. This is just a group of people, it's not something that's life and death," Harry replied, surprised that she'd asked the question. It was just a group of people, a group of friends working together. "I made a mistake," she said quietly, "a long, long time ago. I was only 12. My father, he's a muggle, was a muggle. We haven't seen him in almost 15 years. So, my mum, she took care of me, took me to work with her, schooled me through self-study. She worked hard to make sure I was educated for my age. It's one of the reasons I made it into Ravenclaw." Marietta pulled the hood away from her face now that the room was starting to warm up. The fire crackled, and sparkled in her eyes, giving them a forlorn look. "When I was 11, she found out that I was going to go to Hogwarts, and was so happy. But I wasn't. I wanted my father to know, wanted to tell him I was a witch. And I was going to be the best person at the school. I tried to find him. I spent the whole year trying to track him down, asking friends of my mother who worked at the ministry for any information involving him. I didn't get far. No one seemed to know much about him. So, when school got out at the end of the year, a few days into the summer, I nicked the folder from the department of records to see who my father was. They know, the ministry keeps track of those sorts of things like that, especially in the case of interhuman relations. I found out, but I was also caught." Harry was surprised to hear that the ministry did something like that, but when he thought about it more he wasn't really that surprised. After the sort of things he'd heard about the magical world and its prejudice, it made a lot of sense. After taking a breath of air, and letting Harry think, Marietta continued. "My mother was placed in the spotlight because of it, and she was removed from her position at the ministry pending an investigation. She did get a job again, but it set her career back almost to the beginning. After that I promised myself that if I made a mistake I would always do whatever I could to fix it." "So, that's what you're trying to do now?" Harry asked, frowning. Marietta sighed. "Last year, I betrayed you, right?" she asked. "Cho said that I told Professor Umbridge about the group. She also says that I never told them everything, that in the end I just didn't say anything. The problem is that I don't remember any of it at all. I think someone put a memory charm on me." "Someone did," Harry said immediately, "to make sure that no one got in trouble." Since all you could do was say it was the first meeting you knew of, they couldn't really do all that much about it. However, they had the list. And it said Dumbledore's army on it, so it forced Dumbledore to flee instead of them expelling me. Marietta opened her mouth to say something, and then closed it again. Dumbledore's army, she asked surprised. I thought we were a defense club. We were, Harry told her. It was originally called the Defense Association. But, since the Ministry was worried about Dumbledore creating an army, we decided to call it Dumbledore's army to spite them. Oh, okay, Marietta said with a slight nod. I wanted to tell you that. I thought, well, since the Ministry said that we weren't supposed to have the group, I think eventually I thought we were going too far. Maybe that's why I told the professor. I know I was wrong now, that they were lying about everything. But I don't know if I knew it then. Maybe I thought I was telling the right people. I know it's not a good excuse, but I wanted to tell you why I did it. And you think I'd forgive you because of that? Harry asked calmly. He wasn't angry that she was trying to explain himself. He knew the feeling, knew what it was like to need to explain himself. No, she said quickly. No, I wanted to tell you. Because I made a decision yesterday when my coin changed the date again. I sat down to think about it, really think about it, and I made a difficult decision. What was the decision? Harry asked, interested in hearing what it was. Last time I joined the DA because Cho brought me along, she said calmly. I remember that. I remember what happened before the first meeting, how Shed begged me to come along with her. So I know it was because of her that I joined. Last time I told the Ministry, I don't know why exactly, but I told you why I think I did it. Harry nodded, waiting for her to get to the point. I want to join again this time, without anyone else telling me to come. Why? Harry asked. He certainly didn't want her if she only wanted to be forgiven. Because my father was killed by Death Eaters, Marietta said sullenly. I found out this summer. Since I'm of legal age, I requested the files that I tried to steal when I was little. I know a few people in the Ministry, because my mother works there, and the Ministry also owed me a favor. I used to always think the Ministry was right, that they could deal with anything and anyone. Now, I hate them, and I know they lie, and about more than just things they're afraid about. They knew about my father, knew he'd been captured, but it was more important to keep themselves safe, because they had their own spy, and so they didn't try and save him. They let him die. I hate them for that. I hate them for making my mother work so hard, do things she hates to do, and I hate the Death Eaters and him, even more. So you're joining because you want to fight Voldemort? Harry asked. Marietta shivered at the mention of his name, and tried to suppress a scream. It came out as a high-pitched burp, but she did a much better job than most people did. I want to stop him, she said after she'd recovered from the scream. It looked like she'd swallowed air though, and she had to take a minute before she spoke to breathe properly. I want to fight him, like you did when you guys went into the Ministry last year. I want to be strong enough to make sure that my friends and family don't die with me unable to help. After considering for a short while, Harry nodded. How far are you willing to go? He asked, wanting to know exactly how much he wanted to do with her. If she was truly set against the Ministry and the Death Eaters, she could provide a good asset. He was going to have to talk to Hermione about her, and maybe Blaise, since she was the one that seemed to know so much about the spy business. I'll do anything to stop them, she said shortly. I'll make sure that, no matter what happens, they won't be able to mar our world more than they have. Anything? Harry asked, thinking, if she really was willing. There were a lot of things she could help with, if only she could be trusted. He really needed to talk to Hermione about making something up. 40 minutes later, having sent Marietta back to her common room, Harry was wondering if it would have been better to bring her back to the group. He stared at all of them, throwing curses at each other, and felt pride that they were, in a way, his students. All right everyone, Harry said, gathering them together. We'll have another meeting before the week ends. I'll be talking with everyone to find out when the best time is, and then go from there. Any of the new members will have to check with someone who has a coin so that they know when the meeting will be. I don't want us out too late. Even though we're a legal group now, I don't want anyone to get in trouble. Everybody nodded and filtered out of the room in groups. Harry watched as Ron, who had been intent on staying, seemed to be dragged out of the room by none other than Lavender Brown. Harry grinned as he saw the horrified look on Ron's face just before the door shut behind him. Hermione straightened up and sat down, finishing organizing some of the pillows. "You know," she said in a sharp tone, "I really would have liked to know about this before tonight." Harry, relieved that everything had gone as well as it had, just glanced at her. He was exhausted from the workout he'd had after returning. Wesley had been one of the only students who could compete with the previous DA members, and he'd been quite the competition. Harry had even had a time when fighting him, which awed nearly the whole group. Of course, when the duel was over, Blaise had gone and made a comment, loud enough that several people heard, of course, about Harry being too easy on newcomers. Wesley, happy to have gone as far as he had, got a determined look on his face as he left. And Harry had glared at Blaise. He hadn't gone easy, and to anyone truly experienced in dueling, they would have known it. However, it seemed everyone else had taken her word for it, and it seemed by the end of the evening Harry's mystique had been given a new height in everyone's mind. "Sit-in." At the table while everyone cleared out, Harry barely heard Hermione's words. He was still angry with Blaise for her earlier remarks. She'd of course been annoyed with his disregard of her words over the last few days. But he'd spent a lot of the time absent-mindedly thinking about the DA and what he was going to do with them. In addition, he had to worry about Blaise now, who obviously wasn't going to just play a minor role. It was too lowly for a Slytherin to even bother doing such a thing. As his mind turned back to Blaise, he remembered he was supposed to be angry with her and frowned as he looked her way. "Trying to think of the proper words to tell me off?" Blaise asked. Harry glanced around and, after noting that no one other than Hermione was present in the room, nodded. "You can't just go and take over things here," he stated matter-of-factly. "Hermione, Ron and I spent a lot of time last year getting this group worked out, and I don't want you going and screwing up all the trust that we've built up. It's hard enough for some of them to deal with a Slytherin." From the corner of his eyes he could see Hermione shake her head, trying to keep from being a part of the argument. He didn't care though. He needed to set Blaise in her place, and the only way that was going to happen was if he didn't let her have an inch. "Oh please," Blaise said haughtily. "You think trust is the only thing you need for this group to work. Potter, you really need a lesson in how witches and wizards think. Maybe it was growing up with muggles that created such an illusion in your head, but I can tell you for certain that you've got it wrong. Here people thrive on fear, on joy, on hope. You don't get them to battle because they trust you, you get them to battle because they think you'll win. You really need to build that image up before they fight a real battle, because the moment that the battle's finished you're going to lose a lot of the group." Hermione was watching Blaise with interest, and Harry was keeping quiet, listening to her lecture. One thing he had learned about Blaise since he'd met her, was that it was better to let her talk and listen than to try to stop her from talking, or not listen at all. She did have some good ideas, he could give her that. However, he wasn't sure if she was right on this matter. "Your little army of brats at the ministry are the most loyal of the bunch," she said harshly. "Don't expect the others to stay by your side after a real fight with Death Eaters. No matter how much it's demonstrated and discussed, none of them have the slightest inkling of the pain of the Cruciatus curse. They don't realize how quickly your best friend can die on the battlefield, right next to you. They're not soldiers, they're children, wanting to play soldier. When the real battles begin, and they're forced to fight, they're going to rethink fighting. You've got to give them a good reason to fight, and you've got to appear unstoppable to them. You had a good start, telling them you'd fight with or without them. Now you just have to show them that you're the best of the best, and that they can rely on you no matter how hard it gets." "That's trust," Hermione pointed out. "It's not trust you're trying to gain," Blaise snapped at her, and then turned towards Harry. "You can't be regular Harry Potter anymore. You have to be the boy who lived, you have to be the boy who'll live. They have to have faith in you, be completely devoted." "You're talking like he's going to become the next Dark Lord," Hermione said after a moment. "Like they should worship the ground he walks on." "And why not?" Blaise asked. "He's not a Dark Lord by any means, but what's wrong with a little worship? People that worship you will go to a lot further lengths than people that are your friends. Harry is not a god." Harry couldn't help but stare as the two girls went at it. Hermione, her eyes burning with defiance while Blaise kept her cool for the most part, a smirk growing on her face. "Well, gods aren't exactly omnipotent beings, are they?" she asked smartly. "You have Merlin, who became a god in the history books, and he's far from omnipotent. Look at the dedication that people give to him even now. The highest award the ministry gives out is the Order of Merlin, first class, and Merlin's been dead for centuries. That award is given because of the respect people give to what he did." Hermione said smartly. "According to, yes, according to some book, I'm sure that Merlin was really everything that they talk about in the myths, and I'm sure that Muggles have successfully proved magic doesn't exist. I'm also sure that there's a book about Crumplehorn Snurkax as well. Now, the only difference in what you know and I know, is what we believe. You rely on nothing but facts, the cold hard truth. You're very different from most witches because of it. I gained a lot of knowledge from experience. I know what it's going to take to win this war. And Harry's going to have to be the key." Sitting on the side, Harry couldn't help but wonder if he'd done the right thing. Letting Blaise into the DA, it certainly seemed like she was trying to take control of his life. "Do I get a say in this?" he inquired, and he got a cold glance from both girls, who were too riled up with each other to even bother with him. "That doesn't matter. There is no possibility that Harry is the next Merlin. It's not like they're going to create a Harry Award or something like that. It's completely ridiculous. Harry, I don't mean to be cold about it or anything," Hermione added, glancing at him. "I just don't see you becoming some all-powerful being." "He doesn't have to try all that hard," Blaise said slyly. "After some of the rumors that have been circulating the school about how he managed to get back into Hogwarts like he did, somehow apparating right through the wards, he's already got a new level in most people's minds. It just needs a bit of cultivating. That is what I'm working on. If people are going to revere you, they'll need to keep hearing about your exploits, so I expect you to make sure to pull off some wonderful new trick every few weeks. Something that no one in their right mind would do, or be able to do. You can't just tell him he needs to do something like that, and you're implying he should break the rules." "No," Blaise said, standing up. "I'm telling him he needs to make sure that everyone sees him like they should see him, as the person that can defeat the Dark Lord." A little confused now, Harry watched Blaise as she smirked. "The prophecy. It was about you and Voldemort, right?" Blinking, Harry stared at her. Had she figured something out? Had she possibly heard a part of it, since Voldemort knew a part of it? That was unlikely, he told himself. Voldemort wouldn't be the sort of person that would share such information. If someone were to be told he could be killed, it was possible that they would defect. And he couldn't have people defecting. Until now, Hermione had been showing deep disgust for Blaise, but at the mention of the prophecy she blinked and suddenly became interested. Harry opened his mouth to say no, but the words wouldn't come out. "I said that, didn't I, during the meeting?" "Why does it matter?" he asked. "Because you obviously either know it, or you don't believe much in prophecy," Blaise said. Harry couldn't hide the surprise that lit up his face. How could she possibly know he knew? "I said the prophecy was broken," Harry defended. "I didn't hear what it said." "But you know it," she said, smirking. "I told you you'd make a wonderful Slytherin." "How do you know that?" Harry asked, plainly shook. It was almost as if she was reading his mind, but he'd learned that that wasn't possible. People could read thought and emotions, not direct words. Plus, he had a strong understanding of occlumency, so he was sure that Blaise wouldn't have been able to get through his shields without some sort of traces. "Voldemort knows you know," Blaise said smartly. It was one of the things he brought up in that meeting that he showed up at. He was quite ready to take you to the very edge of death over and over to find out what it was. "I don't care if you're going to deny it, but I know you know." "So who told you?" Hermione asked from the side. Then, she seemed to realize the answer to her own question. "Of course," she said, delighted. "APWBD Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, he knew it was made to him by Sybil Trelawney," Harry said calmly. He first real prophecy she's ever made in her life, according to the Dumbledore." "Not the only?" Blaise asked, her eyes narrowed. "That fraud's made real prophecies. And more than one." Harry glared at her. He didn't like the way that the conversation was going. He really didn't want to get into the fact that he'd seen her make another prophecy, and that it had come true, exactly as it had been prophesied. It was much easier to not believe in prophecy, no matter how apparent it was becoming, especially since it involved him directly. "All right, fine," he said, making up his mind. "Voldemort knows about the prophecy, obviously. And he knows the first couple of lines. So you do know it," Blaise said, completely throwing aside the fact that she'd thought it a fact only a moment ago. "It's interesting that Voldemort knows some of it, but not everything. If it has to do with the both of you, and he's obviously dead set on getting it, it must say something about him losing, failing, dying, or something like that. Am I right?" Harry watched her, eyes narrowed. He wasn't about to tell anyone the whole prophecy. It'd work out much better if he had that later to fall back on, and if he and Dumbledore were the only ones that knew the full content of it, who was to say that he had to tell Voldemort the real content? Fudging a few words if he had to might make everything seem a little more difficult to deal with. "Well, maybe not just that," Blaise said, when Harry didn't answer. "It could involve some power he seeks, something that would make him even more powerful than he is. However, the prophecy is about the both of you, so there must be some sort of connection, some reason why you're important, why you keep living." Blaise looked up, her eyes burning with interest. "I heard you have another scar," she said. "Sin said it was one of the most beautiful things that they'd ever seen. Will you show it to me?" The question was so far off topic that Harry didn't react right away. His mind was still on the prophecy and what it did mean, what it meant to him, and what it meant to the world. It might be best if the world knew what Voldemort knew, the first bit that had already been spread. It could bring around some of the people that were not sure which side to fight on. But, if it was a good idea, why hadn't Dumbledore already done it? If he knew the world needed someone that could be seen as a savior, why not let the rumor spread after Voldemort had reappeared? Was there some reason he hadn't, other than his apparent foolish notion it would be too much for Harry to bear? No, he responded quickly after his mind had digested the question. He didn't want her to think that he was thinking it over. There was no way he was going to just strip down for Blaise. That would be far too embarrassing. "I could very well force you to," Blaise threatened. Harry frowned. "I don't want you to even try," he said, feeling threatened. "It's not beautiful either, it's just a scar, a little bigger than my last one." "But just a scar. Scars can't be beautiful." Blaise studied him for a moment and made a move towards her wand. Harry moved quicker and had his own wand pointed towards her so fast that it barely registered in his mind. Blaise was smirking widely as Harry found himself staring at her, wand out while hers had disappeared. "You're quite jumpy, Potter, and you are fast, I'll give you that. But you're still not fast enough." Harry blinked and looked down. His robe had been slit open, in the front more than halfway down. He blushed and covered himself, turning away from her, only to find that the back of his robes had been cut as well and were slipped off his shoulders. He tried as best as possible to pull them back up while keeping himself covered, but it didn't work very well. He heard Hermione gasp and he tried harder, eventually deciding it was best to face them and hold his robes up. He really didn't want someone else to see the scar, especially Hermione. The damage had been done though. Her face betrayed the horror and shock of the scar and he bowed his head. "It's just a scar," he said quietly, keeping his head down so as not to show the embarrassment and pain on his face. The door opened and Harry looked up surprised, to see Tonks standing there, looking shocked. He realized what it must have looked like. He was partially bowed before two girls, his robes down to his waist. And both of them staring at him in revolution, or shock, or a little of both. As surprised as he was that she was there, he didn't say anything, he just stared at her with pleading eyes. "What are you doing?" she demanded.